Hello friends, my name is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention towards how do you sell effectively using social media. And as you know that if you sound too much like a salesy in nature, nobody wants to listen those sales messages. I mean, you can't go around and saying, "Hey, I'm the best. My product has a maximum number of features. My offering is the best in the world. Nobody can compete." I think people are sick and tired of that. Usually, when you convert your client, uh, there are 7 to 12 touch points are required before the customer even decide to buy from you. So in order to create 7 to 12 touch points which are not salesy in nature, we actually come in and help and guide our clients to set up those touch points. And that is why we have this channel which is called Akulmac Live, very popular channel used by many entrepreneurs, SMEs and startups worldwide. And we actually help all of them to get out of me too syndrome and create a differential for yourself. Friends, come and join me. I look forward to welcoming you on Akulmac Live.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, CK. How are you?
I'm good, Neville. I just want to share a conversation I had with a friend of mine who's a very successful entrepreneur. In the lockdown arena, I think everybody is working from home. So I'm fortunate I have a home office, but many of people like my friend here, which I'm going to discuss right now, they have shifted their office to their bedrooms. And yesterday during my conversation, it came out that, they're having trouble sleeping. Uh, so, something which is happening, I'm sure this is affecting him. He's a very senior person. It is must be affecting other people as well. Have you heard about this, such a similar incident in London?
Well, interesting enough, it's probably more common now because people are working from home and they don't have um, a regimented space to work all day. So previously, most people, I mean, when I was traveling around the world, yeah, I would go to the bedroom and I'd have a little place where I would do a little bit of work in the evening, shut the PC down, forget it, stick it in the drawer, get up in the morning, go to work. But now people are making that a dedicated workspace. Now something goes on up here in our brain somewhere where what's the bedroom for? I mean, the obvious one, I know certain other things go on, but predominantly we go to sleep. But now you're spending 7, 8, 9 hours in your bedroom as a senior person doing your day job. So things do happen in here, and it might not happen overnight. It might take a little bit of time because your habits are now changing. And it could be that that workspace is not leaving your brain when you go to sleep. It's this constant pressure that you've created because in the corner of the bedroom somewhere, your laptop's still up, your workspace is now a workspace, you haven't shoved it all away, you see a flashing light when you wake up, and there are things that go on up here all the time with us that mean that I'm working, I should be working. Now feeling guilty that you're not working. And we've heard this in the past, so that's why I'm relaying this in this short little message. We've assimilated things in here that are now not normal, but they're becoming our normal habit. And it's interfering with another habit, going to sleep, watching the TV before you go to bed. Lots of people have TVs in their room. That could be actually one of the worst things you ever do, apparently, according to so-called, spin doctors that talk about, putting your house into some form of order, so compartmentalizing places. And you hear all of these people that do the feng shui will say this is where this is, and this is where this is, and this is a kitchen space. Use it as a kitchen, and then divorce that away from where you are. So there's a lot of science around this. Whether you believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. But it is that thing about putting the workspace away. And a lot of people have a problem putting the job away because, like you and I, you know, we're entrepreneurs. We work 24/7 in reality. So weekends sometimes are not weekends, but we manage our time so that we compartmentalize what we're doing. Sometimes we do it brilliantly, and sometimes we don't do it very well at all. You know, so we're all guilty of getting it wrong. But if you don't start it, you're never going to get it right. But this is a good example, I think, of we're getting to know more about ourselves. And as we learn more about ourselves, we can actually work out what makes us tick. How do we work? Where are we more productive or less productive? So did that person, you know, did you come to any conclusion with that person, or?
Well, I didn't have a ready solution to inform him, because when he was speaking with me, I realized that even I'm in that phase, even though I have a separate work area. But you know what happens is you work, and then most of us are working globally, so we are in different time zones. So your mind is always working, and you're expecting that email to come. So when you go to sleep, you carry your mobile phone, and then every 3-4 hours you wake up and say, hey, what has happened? Any email that has come? So I think we are in I cannot say about everybody, but I think I was in that state, so I didn't have a solution.
But it's common. It's common to so many people, and it is literally, you need to know when to switch off. I've never really been one for having 8 hours sleep. Although all the evidence says you need 8 hours sleep, but frankly, I exist on about 4 to 5. But that's me. That's my metabolism. Is that shortening my life? I don't know, frankly. I've got to 61 and hasn't seemed to have affected me yet. We're on 2 time zones here. All of my long working career in my professional arena, when I had a proper job, as I used to call it, and I was salaried, someone else paid, right, rather than me paying myself, I would be thinking about talking to Indonesia at 6 a.m, which was sort of midday their time, and then talking to New York at 5 p.m, because that's midday their time. So I was constantly working on this global time zone because that's what the job needed. But what that meant was, about midday my time, I could take a longer lunch, you know, and just do a power nap or something, or get on with my day job, you know. So you need to adapt, you know, this phrase adapt. But the point here is we're now under lockdown, we're forced to work at home, we're learning a lot more about ourselves. But hopefully that's getting people to think about learning more about the people that work for us, that work with us. What motivates them? Are they struggling with the things that we're struggling with? And the likelihood they are. You know, we constantly get comments at the moment where you can't put your child out to school or childcare because all of those opportunities are shut down. They're under lockdown too. So now your home is your workplace, but actually it's a home for the kids. And they're also remotely schooled if they're of that age. And they're having to use certain areas of the house to access the digital resources that the school's providing. So there's lots of these pressures that are going on at home. And equally, very young families, you know, I'm sure you've got employees that have got young families. So when I say young families, I'm talking about the 2 or 3 year old that you can't say homeschool, you know, go go onto the internet. I know some people, you know, stick an iPad in front of a child and say play some games, but eventually that child's going to get bored. So it needs that contact with the parent. So let's just say you've got a 3-year-old, and now you've got a man and wife. They need to split those duties because they've both got jobs. They're both working from home. They both did a 9 to 5 job. They can't both do the 9 to 5. Something's got to give and take. So they're having to deal with childcare, you know, albeit it's their child. And now it's you as an employer need to understand that actually that person can't do a 9 to 5. And you need to understand who they are, what makes them tick, you know. So what are the priorities that they have in their life? You're only paying for that person, but actually that person is now bringing all of their personality, their personal life into play. And frankly, you're going to have to deal with it because they want to be an employee. They don't want to be made redundant at the end of all this. They want to continue. I mean, have you got young people, young families that are in that particular position?
Yes, when you were speaking, I was relating with myself because my team is working from home, and I see parent coming with toddlers in their hand and all that. So I'm seeing that. But I think there's nothing much I can do as a boss. I have to be considerate because, of course, they are working from home. They don't have facility to leave their toddlers at the play school, so they have to themselves.
But you're getting now to recognize that they need to manage their time. I don't like talking about work-life balance, to be honest with you, because it's life. You know, work is just part of life. It shouldn't be your life, as we all know. For some people it is, but it's just part of life. So it's getting that balance right. And like anything else, as an employer, whether you like it or not, you're going to get to know and understand your employees a lot better. What makes them motivated?
You know, one point I like to make here, sorry to interrupt you, Neville, is that
No, go ahead.
I think I can talk about myself. I'm for the first time getting exposed to my team's personal life because I see that on the screen all the time, which was not the case because they'll come to office and I don't care what they do at home, how they manage their life. But now their official life and their personal life is getting intertwined and is visible to me. And likewise for them also, because they are seeing my personal life. So my employees are also seeing my personal life. So I think there is a bit of a craziness which is going on right now.
It is craziness, but actually there's really nothing wrong with that. You know, as a business owner, we shouldn't be worried about that, your personality that isn't your office personality coming through, because you're a real person. And the interesting thing is, the closer people understand each other, the easier it is for us to get on. In the majority of cases, I mean, there are certain things that you want to keep private because it's your private life, and vice versa with them. But predominantly, your life is very publicly seen. You know, whether it's in the business arena or within your friends or your family. We're not an island. we do things. We don't do things very, very independently. We like to think we do, but the majority of things we don't. But from an employer's point of view, if you think of your employee as a person that you pay, they're a profit in the profit and loss, they're part of your cash flow, then now you're understanding they're more of an asset. So they've moved away from costing you money to becoming more on the balance sheet. They are really an asset to your organization. And to get the best out of them, for them, you need to know who they are. And I think this home working is opening a lot of employers up to seeing, as you say, you can now see the background of where people work, where they live. And if that background changes, you know that they're moving their workspace around the house. And then you can turn around to them and say, do you find that difficult? Are you finding that easy? So just by raising your awareness and being observant of what their background is, what's happening, all the noises that they're affected with, is going to make you a far better employee. You're going to become a coach in the true sense of the word, because you're not going to be breathing down their neck all the time. I mean, I know some people that have treated this as a great surveillance opportunity. So they've got a team of 15 and they've got 15 pictures on their screen all the time, so they can actually see who's gone for a coffee, who's gone for a comfort break. That really isn't the way we should be managing people. We should be trusting that here's the project, get on with it. You got a problem, come and ask me. Then you get a really engaged employee. You trust them, they feel trusted. If they feel trusted, they'll feel wanted. If they feel wanted and their purpose of working with you fulfills their own purpose, you're going to get a very engaged employee. It's a very simple equation, and now working from home, that equation can really be brought to life. So just get to know people.
In fact, I like to share one incident where one of my employees said, hey, I will work for you for 8 hours because that is my commitment, but I will work morning 4 hours, then I'll have a break in between because I have to take care of my child. I have to take turns with my wife to take care of my child, and then I'll work the second 4 hours later in the day. So I think I needed to understand that issue, which I did, and I allowed people. So I'm sure a lot of people might be facing such issues as well.
Oh, I'm sure they are. As I say, when we're on lockdown, it might just be one child that you need to take care of, and there may be, you may have parents in the house that will say, "Not a problem, we'll take care of them." But not everyone's in that situation, especially today. I mean, we had the arena. I seem to recall that I think it was a 1980s phrase, dinkies, double income, no kids.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And there's another phrase about paltry income, lots of kids. And so we are literally a double income family now. The nuclear, if you want to call it something, maybe the 21st century family has got two incomes coming in and has got a young family. We can't put those kids out, we can't pay for very expensive nannies to, be in the household anymore. They've all gone home to their own arena to look after their families. So as an employer, you're not just buying the time of somebody, you're buying the person. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So do you know who your staff member is? You may know them as the most productive people. Oh yeah, I'd keep that person on. I need to do some work with that person. Okay. But now you're finding out more about their personal life. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to deal with it. So deal with it in a very professional, friendly way, because guess what? They're only dealing with things that you're dealing with as well. And this goes back to a routine. Understand their routine. They really want to do a good job. They would rather be in the office and get away from being at home. They are stuck at being at home. There is this syndrome of cabin fever. You're not the only person that's going through cabin fever. They're going through it too. So be the boss that helps them with cabin fever. And it will make you a far better person and a better boss. Because all of a sudden you're going to come out of this arena in a more productive arena. You're going to be able to take advantage, because if you treat them like human beings and understand that they've got difficulties, they will be innovative. They will come with, can we do it this way? I've done it this way forever. I've had a bit of time on my hands. And do you know what? I think we can do this better. Now's the time to listen. Now's the time to encourage that type of behaviour. There's never a better time. So get some good things out of a bad situation here. And of course, the other thing is all digital. So we're all learning new digital skills. But remember, some of the people that work for you are learning new digital skills too. Again, encourage it, So I think the word today, we should be encourage. Understand what their arena is and encourage them, because we're only in day 8. Don't believe there's just day 21 and then that's the end of the tunnel. If you look at the world, day 21, there's day 22 that happens after. Most areas are talking about lockdown. The UK is talking about a longer period. Up to 6 months is now being discussed. And for the mathematicians out there, right, 6 months is 180 days. Don't want to scare you, and there will be relaxation, I'm sure, but we're in here for the long haul. So let's make most of it. And the message today is encourage you guys, because they're important to you.
Yes, thank you, Neville, for giving us this great advice. So the key word that I picked up from your conversation today is 1, encouragement, and then improvisation.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 key words. I think all of us have to, I think we started the conversation with people not having enough sleep because they're working from their bedrooms. And then we landed up to this conclusion that we need to encourage our employees and improvise. So I think it opens up a new box, and we need to improvise to accommodate everyone to be successful as a company.
Yep. And we'll come out of this at the other end. And the main thing is come out of it in a really good shape. Come out of it stronger. From adversity, come out with strength and power. And it's only those organisations that really will stand the test of time.
Great talking to you, Neville. We'll
And you.
catch up tomorrow again.
Catch up tomorrow. Good luck, everybody. And give us some feedback. Tell us what your problems are. We'll try and help you.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Weather is not so severe today. I think this is going to be the situation for next 1 week, and the cold wave is seemingly over for some time. And so let us discuss what is in store for us on a Wednesday morning. It's a bright, sunny morning here in Delhi. Well, one of the things that the Jack Dorsey now says is that the Bitcoin will replace the currency. So let us discuss this more in detail now. I personally believe that Bitcoin is the way forward, and also with regulation, because in nutshell, all our currency today that we use is all digital. Even if we have the satisfaction of keeping the currency in our hand, but in true sense, it's a digital currency. So I think Bitcoin is the way forward. I personally believe that right now we have different currencies for different countries, and there are consortiums like Euro, which is comprising of multiple countries, and they have come out with one currency. Similarly, there has to be single currency for the entire world. And I think when we actually get and colonize Mars, then definitely Bitcoin will play a major role, because there will be one currency for Mars and another currency for Earth. This is my general feeling. But I think right now we cannot implement Bitcoin in a very big way, because our economy has been established over past 300, 400 years, the modern economy, and it runs on banks and other things. So I think it has to be gradually done, but I think you cannot escape from having Bitcoin being introduced to us. I'm thinking in next 5 to 10 years, it will become a reality where everything will move into digital world. There will be no cash transactions, and then Bitcoin can very easily replace the usual currencies that we use. Well, I think there is some news about Blackstone Group. Well, Blackstone is a major investor, as we all know, from the US, and they have major investments in India. All the major organizations have some sort of funding from Blackstone. However, I've also heard a couple of weeks back that they are kind of reducing their footprint in India by 2% and increasing that in China. So I think this is something which is going on. And I think the good news is that now the Indian rupee has become stronger today by 11 paisa. So this is a great news, because right now the Indian rupee stands at 75 rupees conversion rate against US dollars. So I think this is a pretty good news. We should feel happy about it. So let's also check what is instant important news for us to analyze. And I think we have to be very careful, because Omicron is spreading. It's really spreading very rapidly in the West, especially in UK. There is news about spread of Omicron from UK and also from US. As I present this program, the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, is having a high-level meeting and assessing the situation that is prevailing right now because of Omicron outbreak, which is expected to start in month of January in India. So I think we should maintain social distance, wear mask, wash our hands periodically, and maintain all those good habits that we have been prescribed. Today is National Mathematics Day, and it's the birth anniversary of our great mathematician Ramanujam. He gave a lot of theories, mathematical theories, and he has made a name. But unfortunately, at that point in time, his work was not recognized as much as other mathematicians in other different countries, because India was colonized by British. So Ramanujam's name was not really publicized in a big way. I think he is a deserving candidate to be recognized globally and also get some sort of recognition in terms of Nobel Award, which his contemporary of the time have got it. So friends, I think in brief, this is all I wanted to give my feedback on. Couple of things important are happening. One is Omicron. Other thing is Blackstone reducing their footprint in India, and also today's National Mathematics Day. So write in your comments, and I will respond to each one of your comment. I will see you tomorrow, and I eagerly wait for your participation. See you tomorrow, friends. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today we have a very special guest, Ms. Ritu Gupta. And before we start our discussion, let's welcome her.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine. Hope you people are doing fine too. It's so nice to be back on your show.
It is always lovely to talk to you. And today, we will be discussing about a very special person who is Maithili Sharan Gupta, who's our national poet. So what do you really think when we mention this name and this persona to you?
So as per me, I find what I've read about Maithili Sharan Gupta is that he was known as Rashtra Kavi. It's because he was an intelligent person, he was a poet, but at the same time, he was very much worried about the political scenario of the country before independence. He has a very strong role in awakening the feeling of, feeling of patriotism, nationalism in the hearts of the people before independence. And before independence, when there was this freedom fight, freedom struggle which was going on, most of the people, most of the thinkers, politicians, the big people who were participating and who were leading the various groups of patriotism, freedom fighting struggle, they would most of the time quote from his book, which was known as Bharat Bharati. It was very popular among the youth of the country during those times. It was very popular among the people who were interested in nationalism, who were interested getting India a free nation. And he was one of the person, he was the pioneer of the times who directly and indirectly contributed in the freedom struggle by writing good poems, by writing good articles, by letting people know why freedom is important.
You truly mentioned nicely. That Maithili Sharan Gupta was also used khadi boli when we talk about Hindi, and that khadi boli means modern Hindi, and he also was very much interested in Braj Bhasha, which is spoken in UP. So I think I have few lines which I would like to recite, and I would also look forward. What are the lines you really appreciate among his writing? प्राण न पागल हो तुम यूं पृथ्वी पर, वहां प्रेम कहाँ, मोह माई छलना भर है, भटको ना अहो अब यहाँ, अब तो बस मिलता है चिरमेल वहां, मतलब कि आपको वहीं जाना है जहां पे आप का मेल मिले. Something which is very much in the language of khadi boli when we talk about Hindi. So which part of poem you really appreciate, or any lines if you can tell us to our viewers?
Okay, so I do agree that he was known for using the dialect Khari Boli, whereas most of the people during that time were using Brij Hindi. So in Khari, and because since he belonged to, he was born in Jhansi, and he was very much popular in the initial days between Jhansi and Kanpur, and Khari Boli is used there. So I would really, I take I understand and I really take inspiration from, I do not remember the poem very well, but then let me tell you, there are these lines that nar ho to kaam karo, khali mat baitho, kaam karo, jag mein aaye ho to kaam karo. Now this is the inspiration for everyone, and it was written for people before independence, that don't waste your time, do something constructive in your life, because what you do constructive in your life is going to pay for your country and it's going to repay you back. So even now, I think it was rightly targeted towards the youth. And although he mentioned nar ho to kaam karo, but I believe that whether it's nar or nari, anyone should work. And what he really meant was, do not sit idle. Idle, khali dimag shaitan ka. So do something constructive. And I think that poem, written way back, years back, is so rightful even during present time.
Well, definitely, and I think very small portion is being taught in school. So, what guidance
Yes.
or what message you would like to give to the schools and schools management when we talk about our national poet? What is your opinion on that?
I think the schools should inculcate more of his poetry, because all of his poetry, let me say, all of his poetry, they are readable, they are highly understandable, being written in, simple Hindi, which is khadi boli. And these poems are giving message to everyone. And to young kids, they are giving very good message. Also, because he was an honorary member of Rajya Sabha after independence, he has been a thinker, a great poet, and he was awarded with Padma Bhushan also, which is the highest civilian gallantry award. So I personally believe that more of his poems should be used in school syllabus in different classes, different grades, as per the brains of the kids. But then, these poetries do give a message to the young kids that they should love their country, they should stand by their country. And what you see in today's time, most of the youngsters, they feel it's fashionable to be anti-Indians. No, they should be told to read these poems, and so that this is going to give them a message, make them understand that what is the love for the country all about, why they should be loving the country, why they should be working, why they should be hard working. All these poems, they are very relatable with the present time.
Well, his first work came in 1912, and since then he has become a major impact on, of course, as you told, on the youth, and that's why we celebrate him as a national poet of India. And it is so wonderful that you have given time and you talked about and remember this great personality of India. So, any last thought you would like to share with our viewers?
Yes, I would really want to tell young people that, I've seen people reading foreign poets. It's good that you should know about English literature or the Greek literature or whatever literature, because anything enhances your brain. Reading and, understanding these things, they enhance your brain. Literature does not have any boundaries. But at the same time, please do appreciate our Indian poets. Please do appreciate poets like Maithili Sharan Gupta, who have contributed towards the upliftment of various people in the society through his poems, because what he used to feel that time, he expressed rightly in his poems, and that should be appreciated by everyone in today's time. Because what is written during that time, years back, is relatable now. I am again and again saying this thing, because when I go through his poems, I do understand what he saw, what he wrote. And in somewhere, even the kids right now, the younger generation is confused most of the time. Please do read him, clear your confusion, and also know about the Hindi literature, which is rich, vast, wide, and it is appreciated in Western countries.
Well, definitely. I think this is a very good advice to our viewers. And I think he also depicted a right sense of nationalism through his writing. So as usual, Ritu, it is so wonderful to talk to you and discuss our national poet today. We'll be meeting again with some different thought-provoking topic. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Bye bye. Take care. So nice talking with you. Thank you so much.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today is Monday. It's a bright Monday afternoon, and friends, as you know, that we discuss with our panel doctor about various medical conditions, and today we would like to discuss about the complications that arise because of weather changes. And we are very lucky. We are in India. We have very clearly four distinct weather patterns. So, without further ado, let me invite our panel doctor, Dr. Pooja Bedi.
Good morning, CK. Hope you are doing fine. And thanks once again for the opportunity.
It is our pleasure, Doctor. And we are in the month of February, and very soon there will be Holi. And after Holi, the weather will suddenly change, and then we will start seeing the great Indian sun on our landscape. And that will create a situation where from winter, suddenly people have to change their lifestyle to summers. And this brings a lot of complications. And today we would like to know what are these complications, how we can avoid, are there any remedies? So over to you, Dr. Bedi.
Yes, definitely, CK. First of all, actually, we all are aware whenever the season changes, it brings a change in the temperature, the humidity factor, and also to the fertility of the pathogens that are causing all kind of disorders or you can say diseases. So whenever the weather changes from one particular couple of months to the another couple of months, so the in between time period that is available, it is very very good for the pathogens to grow up, so or the virulence actually grows up. So it depends the kind of disorder or the disease that comes up, like if the weather or the season is changing from summer to winter, from winter to spring, from again the other way around. So if we are talking specifically the weather that is changing from winter to the spring and then followed by the summer, as we all are aware that the flowers or the plants are blooming up these days. So the first thing that is very pre-marked and you can visibly see or sometimes suffer also is the hay fever or the asthmatic allergies or general nasal related allergies, cough, cold, flu, change of weather brings the fever as well, sometimes the stomach disorder that pops up. So these are the very common things that comes up. But along with this, the mental changes also comes up. So it is a very good thing when the weather is changing from winter to summer because the plenty of light is available. So when the light is there, we are less prone to any kind of mental disorders. If we are strong enough, we can definitely fight it out. But people who are already having a comorbidity factor, or you can say pre-existing factors related to the mental health care, so they are more vulnerable to the weather changes. Like last time we discussed about bipolar or BP disorder. So they are more vulnerable or any kind of mental pre-existing disorders. So particularly talking about the season that you just asked in the question. So it is actually a good friendly weather because plenty of sunlight is available. A good optimum temperature is available for us and for the pathogens as well. So we have to be very careful how we deal with this, the fertile population that is coming up of the pathogens and as well as of the pollen grains which brings up the allergies. So my recommendation, as far as the treatment or the home management is concerned, sit as much as you can in the light. I'm not saying that you are sweating badly and then again you go ahead and sit in the sun. No. But expose yourself to the maximum light. Take off the curtains, you know, sit in the natural daylight, maybe in the shade if you want to. So exposure to light is very, very good. Suddenly people will find that there's a change in the sleep pattern as well whenever the weather changes. So the exposure to the light, it brings the melatonin level ups and down, which actually directly affects the sleep pattern in humans. Be on a very good diet, and the basic mantra is to maintain a very, very good hygiene. So if we are able to maintain a very good hygiene, we can actually reduce to almost 50 to 70%. So basic hygiene and a good diet is highly recommended for any kind of weather change. And I myself personally like this weather because suddenly the uh, sun that goes down a little early, now the time is delayed, so the daylight is more available, daytime is more available. So this is a good weather.
Well, Dr. Pooja, we are in India where we have clearly 3 to 4 clear, transition from winters to summers to rainy season and again to winters. But then there are certain places in the world where the weather never changes. Like, for example, on equators, people have the same weather throughout the year. That means the sun will come up in the sky, and by afternoon it will rain, and very torrential rain every day. So that is a process, and then in the night the temperature dips and it becomes very cool. Even though you are on equator, the temperature can go down up to 9 degrees or 8 degrees in the night. So in one day they see so many transitions. And the whole point is that they, people who are living in these conditions would have immunity towards these pathogens. Yet people suffer from all these ailments. They have common cold, they have mental issues, uh, you know they also have a lot of light in the morning, but they are not able to cope up as the day passes. So I think it's a situation related to a lot of human beings, where they have to adjust to these ailments which are arising because of the temperature or weather change. What is your guidelines to those people who are not immune to these ailments?
Right. So, taking the first part of your question, that people who are living next to the equator and people who are living far away, north and south. So, we tend to adapt to the changes. That is a basic nature in the human race. So, we definitely adapt to the change. So, in whatever climatic condition we are living in, we get used to it after a while, especially growing up periods. And these kind of disorders, they majorly affect, if we are talking only about the physical disorders or the physiological ones, they majorly affects kids under the age of 5. So you can see the mortality rate is more in them. So it is highly recommended that they should be put on a very good diet. The vaccination is to be there right on time. If it requires the frequency, then it has to be there. Plenty of fluids. Maybe I'm not saying only the water, maybe the juice, lassi, curd, in any form. One can take the fluids, or maybe the raw form of the fruit. They should actually go ahead with it. Follow a routine. That is so very important. If we don't follow a routine, it somehow leads us to a kind of laziness that again can lead to the, later on, to some kind of initial stage of the mental disorder. So people living at equator, if we are talking specifically about them, they are more or less more prone to the stomach, ear, nose, throat, these skin, specifically skin. So these kind of major disorders, or you can say diseases, not disorders, diseases we see in these people. But you will see, since the daylight is more available, so the mental disorders are comparatively less as compared to the people who are living at the poles where the daylight is very less available. So my recommendation is 3 points are very, very specific and is are universal to almost all kind of conditions, mental, physical, related to climatic. So the three mantras are: please take bath every day, independent of it is snowing outside, independent of how hot it is, how exhausted anybody is. Taking a bath is a must. It makes you mentally very, very relaxed when somebody takes a bath. It calms down the body. Second is the hygiene. So maybe it is, yes, it is related to the first part itself, taking a bath. So hygiene in terms of washing the hands very frequently. So thank God it has been very nicely highlighted in the era of COVID. But prior to that, there has been, number of deaths that are happening because of the diarrhea and many other infectious disorders or diseases. So it's so important to maintain the basic hygiene. Third is be on a very, very good diet, which is less in carb, and the fluid intake has to be adequate depending on the climatic conditions and the temperature variability.
So, in fact, you mentioned about taking shower regularly. I've heard about soldiers who are returning from very harsh duty, like Siachen in India, and they are not able to take shower for like couple of months. And when they take shower after returning after a couple of months, like 6 months or 3 months, then you should, talk to them, how they feel. I think the point is very well made. So coming back to our situation in India, where now the weather is changing and the COVID is also there. Although vaccinations are being provided, but the millions of people are still not vaccinated. So there is a very high risk of getting common cold, and that could be dangerous for us also. And the point number two that you also mentioned is that since because of the lockdown, most of the people are indoors. So what is your advice to people by and large, how they protect themselves from ailments like common cold, because that can lead to COVID, or it could be diagnosed as COVID, or probably start the COVID. So how they can change their lifestyle to protect themselves.
Yes, CK, definitely. Now, the first part is whenever the weather changes, it definitely brings some kind of changes in the human body as well, in terms of temperature variation, or you say anything, or fluid intake, or the dietary, or the sleep patterns. So, if we are talking specifically about the COVID, and yes, the weather change will definitely have some sort of effect onto this thing, though I strongly believe that the temperature has got no relation to the size and structure of the COVID virus. It can only be the outer wall can only be broken with the help of a you know some soap or detergent or the sanitizer. So the temperature has got very less effect as far as COVID is going. But since the weather is changing, and we should be more immune towards the other complications, because if our immune go down, then we are more vulnerable towards the COVID as well. So in order to have a good immune, it is very important to have a basic home management, which includes the basic hygiene, a good diet, and ample amount of fluid. So these are the three things. But whenever the weather changes, you will see specifically during the summers, people undergo dehydration. And the reverse happens. The people, when we are in the winter phase, we tend to have cramps in legs, in the calves. So same happens in the summer as well. But the reason is in both the condition is the deficiency of the magnesium, less fluid intake in summer as well and in winter as well. So my recommendation to as much stay safe from COVID and the other illnesses is to boost the immune system. And one can do it very simply at home with the simple management of diet, hygiene, and as much as social distancing we can maintain, I would appreciate that.
So I think we have discussed enough importance about maintaining the good environment around ourselves. How do we control our mental health? Is there a possibility, or is there a remedy during this period, like meditation or anything else which you'd like to recommend?
Yes, yes, definitely, CK. In fact, I agree to you. You have already given one of the point, meditation, to come out of it. But to be very frank, if I can just start up with that, mental disorders, they specifically affect during the winter time, or they are also called as winter blues, because the less of the daylight is available. So the melatonin, or you can say the sleep hormone, to be very frank, is somehow its limit is also either increased or decreased depending on the daylight being exposed to that particular person. So if somebody is already having a bipolar or any kind of mental illness or disorder, maybe a transient one, maybe a permanent one, somebody is undergoing medication, not undergoing medication, the psychotalk is going on. So when the winter patch comes, specifically these kind of people or population, they tend to get affected more. So it is so important that we should follow a very particular schedule every day. We try to inculcate a new hobby that we wanted to pursue or we are pursuing. So it is highly recommended for these people or population who are already having some issue to please kindly follow a particular routine. Be I'm not saying stay strictly disciplined. Changes has to be there in a day routine or chores, but yes, try to follow a definite pattern in a day. Try to pursue some kind of hobby. If you are very fond of talking to someone, give a call, you know, or try to write it down if somebody is not available. It's very important that we express ourselves. uh, and the communication, which is actually a key to come out of any kind of mental illness, is very very important. So please, a conversation, I don't mean only talking. Communication in terms of reading, writing, learning, all these factors are to be included. So if somebody is very fond of reading, so they must, or may can try some new style of reading, some different pattern or styles of reading. So this is very, very important to get yourself in comfortable shoes if somebody is having some kind of mental disorders pre-existing in them. So that is the first recommendation, communication. And second is, again, I very highly recommend people to be on a good diet. So specifically during the winter, somebody who's already undergoing some kind of illness, they should or must not include I mean, a lot of carbs in their diet, which is very important because we tend to gain weight. Somebody tends to gain weight in the winter time because of the more intake of the carb. And if you already have some kind of pre-existing factor, it adds on more. So I would recommend to be on a very good diet, which is less in carb, more of fluids, and communication in terms of the four different aspects that I discussed, not only talking, but in other aspects is very, very important.
Doctor, thank you very much for summarizing this beautifully. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers will find this advice very valuable, especially when the weather is changing. And in fact, now the weather is changing, and after 2 months, again, weather will change. So I think if you follow certain lifestyle, as you have said, and also follow certain level of diet, you mentioned good diet. It could mean a vegetarian diet or it could be a non-vegetarian diet. It depends on people, but they have to maintain a good diet and keep themselves hydrated, and also communication. So I think these are very good advice to make sure that we live healthy and also have a mental health, good mental health. So with this, I would like to say thank you for today, Dr. Bedi. Your advices are very valuable for us. It was pleasure and lovely talking to you on this Monday.
Thank you so much, CK, and stay safe. Thank you so much.
So see you next time with something more interesting. Until then, bye bye.
Take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to the Legal Matters. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss about the legal matters which concerns everyone. And the case which is on mind of every citizen of India, 1.4 billion people, is the Arnab Goswami case, and that has a wider effect, the judgment of Arnab Goswami, because it affects the liberty. And to discuss further, let me invite our expert from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me. using such kind words. Yes, we are going to discuss a very important matter regarding personal liberty and the judgment of Supreme Court yesterday delivered in Arnab Goswami matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
So Jeet is, for a brief introduction, because we have regular viewers, Jeet is a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he would like to basically give his opinion on this particular case. Uh, I don't want to repeat the case because I think everybody knows, even the kid, as we say in India, that even a kid knows about this incident where the Arnab Goswami was arrested by armed policemen carrying AK-47 and whatnot, and even the riot police by almost like 60 to 70 people, cops went to arrest him, a single man, and then he was kept in jail for a couple of days. So, without wasting my layman language, let me ask this question from our expert, Jeet. What really transpired in this case and how this affects the liberty of every citizen of India?
Yes, Chandrakant. Personal liberty certainly is one of the basic tenets of our constitutional freedoms granted by our forefathers while drafting the constitution. And as you are aware, 26th November was the Constitution Day, and we all celebrated this Constitution Day, the enactment of this wonderful document. It is a living document and gives rights, freedoms, liberties to all the citizens of this country, and certainly is one of the most respected documents around the world. Uh, Personal liberty absolutely is one of the most important facets, because without liberty, a man's life is of no use. Because only under liberty can an individual grow and reach his optimum level. And therefore, if liberty is denied, then his entire life and everything which is important and dear to him is denied and deprived. So without liberty, there is in fact no life. And Supreme Court, in its yesterday's judgment, has certainly uh, given that liberty to the person who was taken by police and detained for around 7 days, and has delivered a landmark judgment which has a far-reaching effect. And we are going to discuss that and what the highlights of that judgment, if I may just point out. The Supreme Court says regarding human liberty and the role of the courts is that the human liberty is a precious constitutional value. It is also the duty of the court that criminal law does not become a weapon for selective harassment of citizens. The doors of the court cannot be closed to a citizen who is able to establish that there is some malafide, or he is being harassed by the state and its machinery. Uh, it also says that in jail and under the police stations, human dignity has no protectors, and therefore the role of the court becomes extremely important. That may be the district court, high court, and also the Supreme Court. And the purpose for giving out this judgment, the Supreme Court mentions, is that, in its own words, and I quote them, that we have done so in order to reiterate principles which must govern countless other faces whose voices should not go unheard. As you are aware, Arnab Goswami certainly is a resourceful person and has all the legal team ready by his side. But not every individual has such resources that they can approach to the topmost court saying that my liberty is denied. And therefore, this judgment, laying down the principle, in fact, it reiterates all the principles of several other judgments which have been laid down till now by the Supreme Court, and says that this is the duty of the court to uphold personal liberty. And therefore, this judgment is extremely important with respect to personal liberty. I would also be talking about the facts and how all these, how this transpired, and why the Supreme Court has granted bail to Arnab Goswami. And it is, in fact, it is a very rare case, because Supreme Court usually does not interfere when matters are pending before the High Court, and when a bail application is also filed by Arnab Goswami before the district or the appropriate forum in trial. But what happened and why the Supreme Court interfered, I just like to point out the facts. Is that on 4th of November 2020, in the morning at around 7:45 a.m., as you said, 60, 70 police and armed people reached his residence, and he was arrested in connection with an FIR which was registered in the year 2018, which was under section 306 which is abatement to suicide. And what had transpired therein, and at that point in time, is that on 2016 December, one of the companies of Arnab Goswami, that is AGR Outliers Media, had awarded a contract for civil and interior works to another company called Concord Design Private Limited, which was substantially owned by one Anvay Nayak, who is deceased, who later on committed suicide. And on 5th of May 2018, that is after completing the entire work of interior design, he was his allegation was that he was not paid some amount which was due to his company by three agencies which had deployed him to carry out this interior work, wherein one of the companies AGR Outliers of Mr. Arnab Goswami, who had not paid him 83 lakhs. On 5th of May, fed up because of the problems which created on due to non-payment and because of the pressure that he was in, he and his mother committed suicide in Alibag in their farmhouse. And because of which an FIR was registered, he had also written a suicide note wherein he had named these three people, namely Arnab Goswami, another Firoz Sheikh, who had not paid him 4 crores, and third, Mr. Nitesh Sarda of SmartWorks, who had not paid him an amount of rupees 55 lakh. And due to this, he mentioned in the suicide note that he is compelled to commit suicide. So, pursuant to this FIR registered, investigation was carried out. The investigating team reached Arnab's office and also asked for all the documents which were provided by his company, wherein it came out that the company had paid the Anvay Nayak company an amount of rupees 5 crore 75 lakhs, but his claim of 80 lakhs was not settled. Substantial amount was already paid, but some amount was not paid, but that was a commercial dispute. And because of a commercial dispute, you have a remedy under law, which is you can file civil case for recovery, or you can also avail all legal remedies that are available under law. But the option of taking your own life and committing suicide is not available to anyone. And it was not such a compelling reason to take your own life because you were under pressure. And even if you've taken your life, that would not mean that that constitutes an offense against someone who has not paid you some amount. So these, so ultimately the investigation officer reached to the conclusion that though uh, the person has taken his life, but this does not constitute an offense, and therefore he filed an A summary report before the Chief Judicial Magistrate, which means that events are true, but crime is undetected. That was the report and opinion of the investigating officer after carrying out the investigation, and he submitted this report on 16th of April 2019, which came to be accepted by the court. The matter was put to rest. Subsequent to that report, the company of Arnab Goswami also wrote and communicated to the victim's wife, the Anvay Nayak's wife, saying that we want to settle this dispute and we are ready to pay you 39 lakh rupees, provided you give us an indemnity against future claims, so that you will not claim in future or you will not initiate any other action. We are ready to pay you 39 lakhs. But which the deceased wife did not accept, and matter rested there. But thereafter, what happened is a series of events in 2020, as you are aware, that on 16th of April 2020, there was a broadcast by Republic TV for an incident that took place in Palgad of lynching of two sadhus in presence of police and some forest guard personnel. And there was a huge uproar created, and the Arnab Goswami had put his opinions clear cut in the news and media, which were not suitable or were not liked by the Maharashtra government. And therefore, an FIR and several cases in different states were registered against Arnab Goswami and his TV channel, which again led to litigations which reached till the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court quashed all other FIRs except one, which was to be investigated. Thereafter, on 9th of September 2022, employees of Republic TV were arrested for some house trespass by the state government. Shiv Cable Sena, which is also a part of Shiv Sena, they issued a letter to all cable operators across Maharashtra saying that you ban the telecast of Republic TV because they were obviously not liking what was being the opinions of Arnab Goswami as it was against the state government. Again, on 16th of September, a show cause notice was issued to Arnab Goswami for breach of privilege of the Legislative Assembly, again which he approached the Supreme Court. Then on 6th of October 2020, there were FIR which was registered at Kandivali police station in relation to TRP case. Kindly see the dates are flowing as if there's some person who is trying to conspire to frame one person, that is Arnab Goswami. This is what has been mentioned in the judgment of the Supreme Court. Also on 15th of October 2020, Local Crime Investigation Branch, Raigad, communicated to CJM that we are going to further investigate with respect to the FIR under 306, which was registered by Anvay Nayak's wife. It is after 2.5 years of the commission of the suicide by Anvay Nayak. And after 1.5 years of closure report, which came to be accepted, suddenly out of grave, they they rise and they say we want to further investigate. Now, there's no basis for further investigation, neither there is any reason for further investigation except that they want to target one person. On 4th of pursuant to this further investigation on 1510, on 4th of November, Arnab is arrested from his residence at 7:45 a.m. He is not issued any notice or he is not called upon to give any answer as which is required under the law. And he is arrested without any substantial reason. And he's sent to judicial custody by the magistrate on production on the next date by the police. In pursuance to his illegal arrest, he files a petition before the Bombay High Court for the issuance of writ of habeas corpus and also for quashing of this further investigation and for releasing him on bail. The High Court hears the matter for 3 days, and ultimately on 9th of November, it says that he has an alternative remedy to approach the concerned court for regular bail, and therefore they are ready to hear his quashing petition, but they were not inclined to release him on bail. In pursuance to that order, the High Court gave him liberty to file regular bail before the concerned district court, and which was to be decided by the district court in 4 days. But the High Court did not grant him bail. So against which he challenged that decision before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court heard the matter on 11th of November and released him on bail, saying that exceptional circumstances are made out which warrant us to grant personal liberty to Arnab Goswami and he should be released on bail. And yesterday, the reasons and why it has interfered were released by the Supreme Court. And this is what the Supreme Court says that uh, this amounts to a targeting of an individual because of his opinions on his news channel. And the High Court has failed to decide even prima facie that whether any offense of abatement of suicide was made or it appeared that there was an offense of abatement of suicide, because that was the first thing what the High Court had to do. And if it felt that there was no offense made out in the FIR, then the High Court should have exercised its power and granted bail to the accused person, and his liberty should not have been denied or deprived in this manner. And therefore, the Supreme Court passed some scathing remarks that High Court abdicated and failed to carry out its duty, did not uphold the personal liberty of the person, and therefore the Supreme Court intervened and reminded all the courts of the country by quoting Lord Denning, is a famous jurist and a judge of England court, and quoting him, they said, and I quote Lord Denning, that whenever one of the judges takes seat, there is one application which, by long tradition, has priority over all others. The council has but to say, my lord, I have an application which concerns the liberty of the subject, and forthwith the judge will put all other matters aside and hear it. That is what the long tradition has been in England and also in India. That whenever any matter concerning liberty is there, it is only to be said that this concerns liberty, and the court has to take that matter and leave all other matters aside. So all other matters can wait. Liberty matters regarding liberty of an individual has top priority, and that has to be taken up. And this is what the Supreme Court has asked all other courts, the district court, high court, to take this seriously and decide all bail applications or matters pertaining to liberty urgently, expeditious, and decide it in accordance with. These are the salient features of this judgment, and I congratulate the Supreme Court for delivering such a wonderful judgment, upholding the personal liberty of citizens and also reminding all other courts to do the same. Certainly, it's a very, very important judgment.
Jeet, thank you very much for summarizing the entire incident and very elaborately building the ground for this discussion. As a layman, I would feel that I mean I'm talking about a layman who's informed or who's following this news, but may not know the nuances related to legal matters. So, as a layman, the first thing that comes to mind is the uh, the suicide of the contractor itself, Mr. Nair, because it looks like that the mother was also dead before he died, and she died in the ground floor room, and he was found hanging in the first floor room. So I think the police has to first investigate whether suicide or not. What are the circumstances of these two deaths? Whether it is murder or it's a suicide or the mother was murdered first because she was sitting on a sofa dead, strangulated. So no human can strangulate himself by sitting on the sofa. So I think that is the first thing that they need to investigate. And you know, after hearing you, I have only one expression, which is thank God our liberty is saved by Supreme Court. Because if it happens to such a popular person like Arnab Goswami, it can happen to everyone in India. So I think the matter which requires a discussion is, I think this is very well made out now that there was a duress against this person, this individual called Arnab Goswami and his business. And it was very systematically done. It almost appeared to a layman as if a mafia is at work. Because
Right.
one side you're taking him out from the picture, putting him in jail, and second side he's not getting bail, his liberty is curtailed, and the third is his colleagues are being harassed. In fact, one of his colleagues is still in the jail for last 20 days for some trivial issue. So if this continues in a country like India, which which has a constitution based on liberty and equality, I think this is very serious matter. What do you have to say about this, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. You have discussed some very important issues. Certainly, this amounts to state access, and it is not just in this case, but yesterday another landmark judgment is also delivered in Kangna Ranaut's matter, wherein her residence was demolished by the corporation, and wherein the High Court has also held that this was malice at the state's hand. And this certainly is extremely serious issues because state is targeting people and those who are not having the same opinion as it does as the state has. This amounts to state access. It amounts to an autocratic government being run, and therefore the Supreme Court and the High Courts have to come down heavily and arrest, um, uphold the liberty and personal privacy of individuals. Otherwise, the state is going to curtail and make every attempt. And as you said that in Arnab Goswami's case, there was a series of events, which led to the Supreme Court believe that he was being targeted. So absolutely serious. And also with regards to what you mentioned in Anvay Nayak's case, that his mother was found first dead, and on the first he was found strangulated. So, but he also wrote a suicide note wherein he mentioned this, and Anvay's wife recognized that suicide note and also recognized his signature and his handwriting. So, therefore, the murder angle, the investigating officer has to decide whether there is some angle found out or not. But possibly it doesn't appear because the investigation that was carried out ultimately led to the only conclusion that it was a suicide and there was no murder. So the only thing is whether it was an abatement to suicide, an offense which was committed by Arnab Goswami and those two other entities who did not pay the amount to the company of the deceased. This was the issue which the High Court had to decide, and the High Court failed to decide that whether the offense under 306 was because for abatement to suicide certainly is an the serious offense wherein imprisonment is up to 10 years. But there has to be a direct or indirect incitement to the commission of suicide by the deceased. So there has to be some incitement, direct or indirect. There has to be some active role of the accused in instigating or making the person do that act of committing suicide. For example, if there is an employer, there's a driver who is continuously harassed by his employer saying, "I will not pay you this amount," or "I will not." But such harassment will not constitute an offense if he ultimately commits suicide and says that my employer was harassing me. But suppose a wife is continuously harassed by husband and in-laws for a long period of time, and the harassment is of such a nature that would drive a woman to commit suicide, of the cruelties of such a nature, continuous events, and also if there are illegal demands, and if the wife ultimately commits suicide, then certainly then such instances can be said to be an abatement of suicide because there is instigation, there is cruelty, there is direct incitement that leads to a person to commit suicide. But any other trivial harassment, and if somebody takes his own life, then that would also mean that there is the pressure which the person could not take, and suicide itself means self taking his own life. So that means he has taken a decision to end his life because he doesn't see any other hope and he has failed. This issue should be taken up as a mental health issue rather than as an offense. If incitement and active instigation is there of a serious nature, continuous, and for a long period of time, then only it can be constituted as an offense of abatement to suicide. Otherwise, every person committing suicide cannot name and blame others because they could not handle the pressure that was. So this is a mental health serious issue which should be considered in that line rather than considering it as an offense. And this is a serious issue because, as you are aware, India today there are around 6 to 7 million people committing suicide every year. Certainly, mental health is a serious concern. But apart from that, in this case, in Arnab Goswami's case, the Supreme Court prima facie holds that the allegations leveled did not constitute an offense under 306, and it cannot be said that Arnab Goswami abated the suicide of Anvay Nayak.
Thank you very much for explaining this in detail because I think that is the nub of the whole incident which triggered this arrest. And you also mentioned Kangana. I think we will talk separately because I think that is even a larger subject. But as a layman, I just have one comment on that one is right from the childhood, I've seen that if you erect a illegal house in India, um, especially coming from Delhi, there used to be a lot of people, refugees coming from Bangladesh, setting up their villages near the Yamuna River, and they were called Juggi. And gradually they became Juggi Jopri Colony. And in short, it was called JJ Colony. It looks very stylish.
Right,
So,
correct.
JJ Colony. I am sure none of the governments in the past, right from the 80s, 90s, and so on, they had even demolished one illegal construction like that. And it looked like a very, very aggressive stand by the Maharashtra BMC, where they gave a notice and within 1 hour they demolished the entire Bangalore or office of Kanna. I think that is the reality, and I think every citizen in India understand that it is happening under duress. But we will discuss that separately, Jeet.
Absolutely. But I would also like to say with regards to Juggi Jopris also, we can have a discussion. Because if Juggi Jopris are standing today, that is also because of the intervention of the constitutional courts like the High Court and the Supreme. They have recognized that the right to have a roof is a right to have a life. Because without roof, there is no life. And therefore, the right to shelter is a part to right to life and liberty, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. And the state should endeavor to grant and to at least attempt that right every individual has of having a decent living atmosphere. Therefore, Supreme Court has in a several landmark decisions laid down this important right to be a fundamental right to shelter.
So now, coming back to Arnab Goswami's case, you see, when we deal with a government servant, whether you are in a police or administration or any other government service, you actually give an oath that you will work for the country, and it's a written. And if you're a gazetted officer, you are under oath on a gazette which is owned by President of India. So usually, what I've seen is the government officers don't do anything illegal. I mean, if they want to do something illegal, they will not. They will circumvent in such a way that the things are not on their head. Somebody else will get caught in the end because they have complete knowledge because they are all government officers. In this case, it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, that people took it on themselves to go against Goswami and taking all the risk, and in certain cases violating the law also. So, do you think my understanding is correct, or it's just my feeling?
It appears to be targeting, and that therefore it appears to be state excess, exceeding its limits and powers, and targeting someone. So, in a way, you are absolutely right that this amounts to targeting somebody, and it is a state excess. It is abuse of the powers granted on.
So that brings to my last question, Jeet. Since people have taken the law in their own hand, is there a sort of a punishment?
Uh, well, uh, uh, if there's an abuse of the process, then certainly departmental actions can be taken against erring officers. But that is again for the government to decide that what they are, to what extent they want to do that. But certainly, if any officer exceeds its power and jurisdiction, then that would call for departmental procedure.
Okay, so I think this is a discussion about what ramification Arnav Goswami has. I'm sure he has good advice available. I'm sure he has. He's a very resourceful person, and I'm sure he will take his next action. We will come to know if we follow his case. We will come to know about it. Any last word you have on this, Steve, before we close our session today?
I think the Supreme Court is absolutely a savior and has come down heavily and has upheld the liberty of individuals and its citizens. I think we must congratulate the role played by the Supreme Court and reminding all other courts of its duty and how it must preserve and protect the liberty of its citizens.
So thank you very much for finding time for today's session, Jeet. And we really appreciate your advice, and thanks for clearing it up for the viewers of our show. And we will catch up next week, maybe discuss about some other legal matters.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure, Chandra.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today we are taking you to a wonderful city. And to discuss this, we have a special guest on this show. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will get more information and you will enjoy this show. Welcome back friends, and today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who is an IT professional, is closely related to radio broadcasting, and today he will be taking to a wonderful city yet again. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
या कंचन, हमारा नाम भी सूरबा भोपाली है वही नहीं है?
Oh my God!
Sir guessed it.
Oh my God! So we are going to Bhopal. Oh, lovely, a city of lakes, man-made and natural lakes, right? I guessed it right.
Yes, Kanchan. How are you?
I'm fine. So let's know more about this wonderful city, which is 16th largest city of India.
Oh, great. That's great. Yeah, I have some very fond memories of Bhopal, and I want to go back to the city again and again, Kanchan. This city is very interesting, Kanchan, and I sometimes even are impressed. I'm impressed to know that this is also called Begum's Bhopal because it was the princely state between 1819 and 1926. It was ruled by four begums, and that was such an interesting thing in during the British suzerainty in those days. Four begums: Qudsiya Begum, Shah Jahan Begum, Kai Khusru Begum, and Sikandar Begum. And it is another interesting part about Bhopal is that in 1947, after independence, Nawab, I think Mr. Nawab Hamidullah, he actually decided to remain as a separate unit, Kanchan, just like some other princely states. We also know about this happened in Kashmir. And during that time, agitations started, and Indian government had to intervene. Sardar Patel's home ministry had to intervene, and only in 1949, 30th April, Bhopal state was accepted under Union Government of India. Very colorful history, though it pales in comparison to other more popular histories around around the independence of what we know about Kashmir, Lucknow, and Hyderabad. But Bhopal state is an amazing place. Bhopal state, now it is the capital of Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India, and because of the rules of the Begums, the city has some beautiful waterworks, railway station, postal system, and the municipality which was instituted in 1907. Have you been to Bhopal, Kanchan?
Somehow I missed this city because I went till Indore, but somehow I was not able to go to Bhopal. But that is again in the wish list, and time and again every week you come and tell us about the wonderful cities of the world, and in that process I always, while talking to you, think that now it is over, too much of social distancing, I must plan a visit to all these cities which we are talking about. Yes, so what we are talking about Bhopal, and what are the places we can or I can visit?
Well, Bhopal is a tourist's delight, not in terms of the popular tourist places that we know, but it is a tourist delight from the perspective of interesting lakes around the city. Upper Lake and the Lower Lake, and in between there is the Bhopal city. One is the old Bhopal city, one is a new Bhopal city. And the old Bhopal city has got all the old world charms of the bazaars, the galleys, the alleys, and the markets, and the smell of the biryanis, just like your Hyderabad, Kanchan. And the new city of Bhopal showcases about the modern development, some good malls, some great infrastructure, architectural wonders. So it's a place where you find the old world, medieval world, and the modern world all together at one place. It's also a city with a great Hindu-Muslim fraternity, brotherhood that is seen in the city. Because of Bhopal's connection with the Begums, as I said, and also the founder of the city, somebody called Dost Muhammad Khan, who was in the armies of Aurangzeb, and after the Aurangzeb's demise in 1707, he came towards the Bhopal region and took up a place over there, and then he helped the local Malwa queen and the Malwa kings, and finally he took up that area which today we know as the Bhopal city. So it, and also after the independence, it was the second largest state, Muslim-led princely state after Hyderabad, Kanchan. So a lot of great traditions are there, lot of connections are there. For me, it's also sometimes a great Bollywood connection. The in-laws of our mega star Amitabh Bachchan, and also I believe a connection with the Karishma Kapoor and Sharmila Tagore also is seen in this city. So this is an amazing city, great place, great food, good festival, Diwali and Eid, and it's a great place for peaceful life. As you can see in the background, it's a scene from one of the lakes of the city of Bhopal.
Well, I really tempted to go this city because you mentioned about the rich culture, and you also mentioned about great food offerings which is done at Bhopal. So, what are the places that in 1 week a person can cover once he plans to visit Bhopal?
So, Kanchan, Bhopal is very, very well connected within the India's railway network, within the air network. It has, Bhopal railway station, the Habibganj railway station, that is also the headquarters of the Western Central Railway, and Raja Bhoj International Airport. So, well connected, the heart of the city. Sometimes I feel that given the threats we have from our neighbors, why don't we have our one of the capital in Bhopal? It's safer from all the places that we know. And somehow I feel it is even safer than Delhi, especially from the military perspective. Great places from the Indo-Islamic architecture like Tajul Masjid, Taj Mahal Palace. They are like Indo-Islamic and the European styles. My favorite place, Kanchan, is Bharat Bhavan, which is a cultural headquarters, you can say, for Madhya Pradesh. It has got a cultural center, it has got auditorium, amphitheater, and lots of theater and the film festivals happen at Bharat Bhavan. A very, very favorite place. Then there is a one Vihar National Park is there, and one must also see some of the great temples in and around the city. And this city never fails to impress that how this city lived through the volatile periods of history during the Mughals, during the Deccan Wars, during the British Empire, and still the city feels very, very peaceful, very, very rooted in the traditions. I also remember one thing, one place called Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya. So it's a kind of a museum for the humans. Bhoj Talab, largest man-made lake in India. Only city to be ruled by the Begums of Bhopal for over 100 years. And it is the city of lakes for its natural and artificial lakes, Kanchan. So believe me, you will never get bored in Bhopal.
Definitely, when you mention about the rich culture, I'm sure I can really visualize the kind of people on day-to-day basis, how they react to the tourists and how the strong connections they have with each other in the city. And I can very well visualize because I've seen it in Lucknow. So that is something which I really appreciated. Now, yes, rasgulla is one of the favorite dish in Madhya Pradesh. So what cuisine Bhopal offers to the visitors?
Well, Kanchan, to be frank with you, I'm very, very impressed by the Mughal cuisine that I have tasted in Bhopal. Equally, I am in awe of the vegetarian food, and Bhopal offers a mix of both. And sweets, special sweets which are found in the Madhya Pradesh can be found in Bhopal. It's a great place to have, the culinary part of the, Madhya Pradesh tribals. So tribal cuisine is also available, and therefore Bhopal is may not have been a culinary capital just like Hyderabad, but it has its own unique sweets, vegetarian and non-vegetarian food, and simple food. Uh, food. And one side it is very rich, especially on biryani side. One side it is as what you call sattvic food that is available across the town, across the 80 square kilometer of the city. Bhimbetka Caves is a great place, 35 kilometers outside outskirts of Bhopal. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And people also say, the legend says that Pandavas also chose it for their hiding in their exile period. And next time when I go to Bhopal, I will also try to visit Bandhavgarh National Park. Kanchan.
Well, definitely, I'll have all wishes that we all plan to go Bhopal and enjoy its culture, its cuisine, and visit places at Bhopal. So, what is that one place which you really appreciate so that we can share your experience with our audience?
Well, Kanchan, Bhopal is also a very modern city. It is home to one of the biggest industrial houses in the country, DB Corp, which is Dainik Bhaskar Group, also which is called Dainik Bhaskar Group. It's almost like a 17 billion rupees in business conglomerate. We all have a Manjul publishing house, which actually converted the Harry Potter series in Hindi. It's also a place for Bharat Heavy Electrical Limited plant. There is a Mandi Deep Industrial House, a suburb is there, which boasts something like Hindustan Electro Graphite HEG and Lupin Laboratories. And the international airport is, what I understand, is connected via the Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, which is used during the Hajj timings. There are some great institutions in the city. Indian Institute of Forest Management, the only one, I am told, the only one institute of its kind is there. Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, Bhopal is there. Indian Institute of Information Technology is there. There's a hockey team in the city called Bhopal Badshahs. They play in the World Hockey Series, Kanchan. And mall, DB City Mall, one of the biggest there. One of the biggest marketplaces, New Market. So yes, so Kanchan, for your shopping, sari shopping, jewelry shopping, New Market, and for your high-end shopping, you must visit DB Mall. Important is also to know about the people of this city, Kanchan. A great repertoire of these people: Shankar Dayal Sharma, our 9th president, Javed Akhtar, Najma Heptullah, Raghuram Rajan, 23rd RBI governor, Paul Srivastava, professor of management at the Pennsylvania State University, and many more. House to Jaya Bhaduri, home to Jaya Bhaduri. So this place never leaves you unsurprised about itself, and that is the great place Bhopal is. I would like to also think that I think Daulatabad is not very far. The historical place Daulatabad, where one of the Nawabs, before tried to move the capital, and we have a famous Hindi phrase, Dilli se Daulatabad tak. So yes, Kanchan, we must visit Bhopal.
how you
As I as I said in the beginning, Kanchan, once again, हमारा नाम भी सूरमा भोपाली है वही नहीं है.
okay. So that means you are quite impressed by the language and the way, the traditions of the Bhopal. So as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you. Any last thoughts about Bhopal?
Kanchan, the city is a promising city, modern city, but a peaceful city, Bhopal.
So thanks for sharing your thoughts and your experience with this wonderful city, Bhopal. So we'll be meeting again with some other great city of the world. Till then, bye bye and you take care.
Shabba khair, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies, and today we are in company of a very accomplished leader from IBM. Her name is Melissa Sassy, and she joins us from SFO, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Melissa, welcome to the Likeable Leaders segment of our program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope I'm a likable leader.
Oh, of course, I mean, you are such a popular leader, you are world famous, so you are definitely a likable leader.
Wow, my head might explode.
But I think we will understand your journey today, and for the benefit of our viewers, your journey has to be conveyed to the people so that they can get inspired by things that you have done right and things that you have not done right. So I think this discussion is about all of that.
Awesome. Good. I'm here. I'm ready. Fire away your questions. I think I have answers.
Melissa, you had such a versatile journey. So to begin our program, I just want to say as an overview, I mean, we have a lot of questions, but as a start of an overview, where it's all started and how you became what you are today.
Yeah, my journey is one of taking my worst nightmare and turning it into my superpower. And what I mean by that is about 13 years ago, my children and I became victims of parental kidnapping. And my children, they're safe, they're healthy, they're normal adjusted kids, but I never got them back. We're still in contact. They know they have a mother who loves them, and they know that this was not something that I opted for, I chose, or I even imagined. And I think a lot of people ask me, well, wait a second, how can something so awful turn into something that is a superpower? Like, unpack that for me. My daughter one day, and this is about 5 years ago, she said to me, and I was working at Microsoft at the time, and she said to me, mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. And I'm going to walk with us while I let my dog get out of my office. So forgive me. She's scratching at the door. And if I don't do it now, she's going to give me there we go. All right. We're all working from home these days. And as much as we want to handle our distractions in a way that we have distractions these days. All right, now let's go back to my superpower. So she said to me, mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. I'm like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? That's her accent. She's got a bit of a French Arabic accent because she has spent most of her life now in Tunisia. So sandwiched in between Algeria and Libya, the spark of the Arab Spring, the Jasmine Revolution that essentially changed Tunisia and the region. some for the good and some maybe for the not so good. But I tried to figure out, like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? And I realized that she was learning Word in her classroom, and she didn't have access to her own computer, and neither did her classmates. 30, 40 kids shared a computer, and she would go to the front of the class when it was her turn and file, open, type, and all the things you do with Microsoft Word. And I thought, wow, how can any young person really learn to become a creator, a maker, and a doer, empowered by technology as opposed to a consumer of technology, if they're not exposed, through either formal or informal education. And so my daughter, was talking about how she learns in her classroom, and my kids had technology at home. So, laptop, tablet, phone, I got all of those things for them because I'm essentially a digital mother. I know that sounds kind of strange, for those who have not went through something that I've went through. And, everybody handles their things, their nightmares, their tragedies in different ways. But I thought, there may be something I can do about this. I mean, hey, I work at Microsoft, and so I went back to my leadership team and, found a way to get computers into her classroom. And what kind of led from what kind of started from, hey, let me get my kids some computers, ended up becoming a program between Microsoft and HP, where we sent 400 laptops to 20 Tunisian schools, and a collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And I started thinking about, what is it that, technology can bring young people. And I realized that it's not just having a device. It's not just having access to the internet, which, by the way, only 50% of the world has access to the internet, actually 52%. And I realized that, a big piece of making meaningful use of the technology in front of you, whether that's a physical device or, internet access, is skills, digital skills. And as I started my journey of thinking about how can they make meaningful use of these devices, I thought, there's a place for me. And I may not be an engineer, I may not be an architect, but I know a lot of engineers. And what if I were to, collaborate with some university students in Tunisia? And what if we were to travel around and spend 3 weeks teaching young people to code? Not necessarily coming up with, a solution that would empower, all of these young people to all of a sudden launch their own business and, become the next best coder. But I thought, why don't I go out and demystify computer science and run some workshops, with young people, exposing them to computer science and enabling them to learn how to talk to computers, how to program computers to do what you want to do. And so me and 3 or 4 young students had a trunk full of laptops, and thanks to HP, we traveled around the country teaching young people to code. And what was kind of the beginning of all this was really just a summer vacation of giving forward in the community and, feeling good about empowering young people, through tech. And every time we went to a town, sometimes the mayor would show up. Sometimes we'd have banners all over a town center. We had the National Guard show up, and we kind of looked around and didn't realize, that we were setting off to do something that, empowered people to transform their lives and the world. And we came back home from this 3-week journey, all of us in this stinky car, me and, 4 engineers and our trunk full of laptops. And we're sitting in the capital of Tunisia, in Tunis. And I said, guys, gang, this wasn't just a summer vacation. We have a company, and we have something that will not just change the life of Zahra, Zahran, and Yumna, my kids, but these are the skills that will empower young people to prepare for the future of work. And there's a huge gap. None of these kids had ever been exposed to computer science, didn't even know what it was. And this is not just something that is relevant in Tunisia. It's relevant on the continent of Africa, the region, the Middle East and Africa, and the world. And so we launched a company. And I think a few years later, fast forward to today, my life's work is digital inclusion and technology entrepreneurship, and that's all about empowering young people through access to such skills. We've now taught tens of thousands of young people to code in 12 countries, and it's fueled a career shift for me. So I now am a CEO and founder of 2 companies. And I also am the global head of a startup program at one of the largest tech companies on the planet, thanks to my daughter one day saying, Mommy, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft.
What a story, Melissa. I think nobody can tell a tragedy and say that, hey, I turned the tragedy and my personal experience into my superpower. I think it's quite inspirational, and people who can, because most of us live in a very cozy environment and we don't see the hardship. So I think thanks for sharing some of the personal side of you. I think it's quite inspirational.
Thank you. It's taken me a long time to be able to figure out, how to transform that experience into something positive, and not just positive for me and my outlook on the future, my mental health, my physical health, but it's also been something that I think has empowered, many young people from around the world. I, uh, I often write recommendation letters for the students who participate in my program. And at one time, a large percentage of my students actually receive scholarships to come and study in the U.S. For a year or 4 years. A large percentage of them are very interested in international experience and cross-cultural dialogue, because one of the things that I do in my camps is we think about problem solving, we think about solving world challenges, we think about bringing in world leaders who are doing really interesting things in technology and entrepreneurship. So when these young people are going out and learning to code, they're not just going out to learn to build things for the sake of building things. They start off with, what are some big wicked problems in the world, in your community, and how does it impact you and your family or you and your friends? And how can you create locally relevant and locally generated businesses and technology, versus expecting everything to come in from Silicon Valley, but creating local leaders through this concept of how do you empower young people through problem solving, through critical thinking, crucial, how to have crucial conversations, how to manage your reputation and your personal brand. But how do you get those core skills, those core technical skills where you can hands-on build a mobile application or an IoT device that connects into a mobile application or an e-commerce solution, or even just a plain old website?
So I think you must have had a lot of challenges while doing your work or doing charity or enhancing the life of these youths with regard to language. So in Tunisia, do they speak French or?
Arabic and French. It's a version of Arabic, and actually I taught myself the local dialect. I'm not perfect and I can't read or write, but I am competent. And I've done TV interviews, I've done radio interviews in the local dialect, and I always start out my camps when I'm there. I'm not always there because my team really handles everything locally. And my team, by the way, is all youth-led and youth-run. So I have one person under the age of 35. Everyone else is, I have one person between 25 and 30, and then everyone else is under the age of 25. In Tunisia, a lot of young people now are quite competent in English. Previously, the older generation or previous generations learned French and Arabic, and a lot of the school stuff was in French. The educational system is still very kind of French and very theoretical in fashion. So a lot of young people, finished university without having practical experience, because they've spent a lot of time memorizing things, but not necessarily knowing how to put those things into place practically. So that's kind of one of the other things that I think about. But I've been going back and forth to Tunisia for many, many, many years. I usually am there several times a year. I usually spend my summers there. So many times I'm around people who do not speak English and only speak Arabic or French. So I've picked up the dialect and tried my best. I'm very good with languages. I lived in France for a year. My French is not great, but I'm okay in French. And then I also am fluent in Spanish.
So this shows that when there is a will, there is always a way to pick up different languages, even though they are from a different segment. So, I mean, French and Spanish are from the Latin segment. So, but I think it's good. I think it's
My Italian is not bad either. I can, and sometimes I can read okay and figure out the gist of things in Portuguese. I can't speak Portuguese, but it's my brain for whatever reason is able to pick up languages by hearing, and I can recognize patterns. I don't know why, and I don't know why my brain works like that. It just does when it comes to language. And I have some people say when it comes to linguistics that I have a photographic memory. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do remember things, when I hear people using common phrases, and my brain just remembers them.
very good. So before we move on to the next segment, did you get united with your kids?
Yeah, I see them all the time. We're really close. They haven't come back to the United States. They will when they're old enough to come back. My oldest is waiting for the youngest to get to become old enough to leave on her own, because she doesn't want to leave her there by herself. But it's been a while since I've been there because of COVID-19. I don't mind traveling there, and I would go there in a second, but there are a lot of rules and regulations right now because I only have an American passport. With the COVID-19 situation in the U.S., the U.S. passport is a bit of a challenging piece of paper these days when it comes to travel. But I heard there's some ways around getting into the country. I just haven't explored that yet. I heard if if you're not coming from the US directly, but you're coming from another country that you can travel from, they allow you in, but I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. So, and I've been a little bit nervous to, I don't know, try that experiment in case I end up getting there and they don't let me in. That would not be so much fun.
Well, the worst that can happen is they will put you in 14 days quarantine. So I think you can take a try. I mean, just try it out. So.
Hopefully I get to pick the hotel. Versus getting thrown in jail or getting thrown in a less than favorable hotel.
I'm sure. I mean, they will not pay for it, so.
But that's okay. Tunisia, I think the currency exchange between Tunisia and the U.S. is pretty good. So usually coming over from the U.S. or Europe or other parts of the world, when you're in Tunisia, is you end up in a good spot.
Great. So, Melissa, in your long career, you have seen so many situations, and you have dealt with all of them. And while dealing with these situations, your evolution as a leader happens. So, would you like to share some experience? How, for example, you shared one of the experience that how the transition happened from Microsoft to getting into a CEO role, but over 2 decades of your entire career, how did you evolve considering the changing scenario of the markets?
Yeah, I think for me, I, when I first, so I studied international business in university and Spanish. While I was in university, I did a couple of study abroad trips, one to Spain, so that I could be better with my Spanish. I lived with a Spanish family, and they only spoke Spanish to me, so I had to learn. I was forced to learn, which was good because that's what I wanted to do. Because I'm good learning languages by being just immersed in the culture. I did a study abroad trip to Finland. So I spent the summer in Finland and spent a lot of time in Denmark and in Sweden. After I graduated from university, I decided that because I studied international business and I'm from the Midwest in the United States, so the center of the U.S., I really felt like I needed, more international exposure. But I didn't feel quite ready to go and work yet. I didn't feel like I knew enough. I felt like what I'd been doing was very theoretical in nature versus practical, and I hadn't ever really done an internship. So I went off and got my MBA. I studied finance as my kind of focus area. and I spent a year and a half in the UK. So I lived in London for a year and a half. I was planning to go out and work right after that because I felt like, oh, okay, I'm ready, you know. And I stumbled upon a university that had a program where they sent you for a master's, you work with a company, and you know, there are all these benefits. You get a job at that company afterward. And so I thought, well, I hadn't planned on getting a second master's, but it's in France, it's in the south of France, and I get a job out of it. So, hey, why don't I go get another master's? So I did. I studied supply chain or procurement. Um, and I will tell you, it kind of sandwiched me into a career and a job that just wasn't the right fit. I essentially took the first job that I got because I needed to bring in money, and I needed to eat, and I needed to pay for my life. So I took the first job that I got, which was as an analyst in a chemical company. And you know, there was nothing socially, you know, good about what I was working on. I came in, I did my work, I earned my money, and I left. And you know, I ended up kind of moving from that to consulting, to marketing. And I felt like at that point, like I really wanted to do something more with education, and I wanted to do something more with something more empowering for people in the world. By the way, I did a stint on Wall Street. So I worked at Goldman Sachs. I've worked at BlackRock. So BlackRock, for those of you who don't know, is the largest asset manager in the world. You know, somewhere between like $4 and $6 trillion under management. I was a director at BlackRock and a VP at Goldman. Decided I wanted to go into tech and saw the opportunities of tech being integrated into everything, everywhere that we do, and everything that we have, and that tech touches every single industry. And I realized that I could actually help make the world a better place, make a good salary, and be, and utilize the skills that I have while empowering others. And I didn't realize that a job like that existed. I thought that, you always had to trade off a good salary for doing good in the world. I didn't realize that you could do well while doing good. And so that's something that has been a big fuel of my career. And I think there's a lot of passion around, I have a lot of passion for my work, whether it's working with early stage entrepreneurs or young people who are thinking about careers in tech, or keeping underserved communities in tech, whether that's women and girls, the Black community, the Latinx community, or whatever underrepresented group might exist in a particular country. So for me, I think my tragedy fueled a lot of this, because it gave me this altruistic thing that I needed in life. And it wasn't just going in and making a bunch of money on Wall Street. I actually quit my job on Wall Street without having another job. I went in for my performance review, and they asked me, like, what do you want to do next? And I said, I want to put in my resignation. And my boss is like, what do you mean? She was like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to move to Nicaragua and go help make the world a better place. And so I did. I left my big high-paying job on Wall Street, and I moved to Nicaragua and had some fun until I helped to kind of transition my career into, what it is today.
Well, this story reminds me of an Indian movie in which there is an Indian guy, very successful scientist working for NASA, but then he wants to light a bulb. So this whole story is about, from sending satellites into space, coming back to India and lighting a bulb.
There you go.
And you took the name of BlackRock. They were in the news here because they picked up a non-controlling stake in one of the large companies here in India. So
I have a lot of respect for BlackRock. I think they're one of the the companies that really speaks out about, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, about that concept of conscious capitalism, about, doing well while doing good, and that corporations have a responsibility to the world and their shareholders to not just expect the government to pay for, certain social factors in life, but they have, I think, a nice stance when it comes to gender inclusion. Goldman as well, and a nice stance when it comes to making investment decisions and making sure that they've got, women, female representation, in the boards of companies that they invest in, looking at, climate action and investing in small and medium enterprise. So.
Great. So Melissa, you have achieved a lot in your entire career. Would you like to share something which you feel is the best accomplishment so far?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's finding a way to compartmentalize, my tragedy, if you will, and, turn it into something positive, not just for me, but for others around me, and something that's much bigger than just me. Um, from a career perspective, so that's kind of a life thing, how did I deal with this, and how did I get on versus being a wreck. And don't get me wrong, I was a wreck for 5 years, and sometimes I still am a wreck. Sometimes when I think about things of like, why me, why did this happen to me, why didn't I see it, is it my fault, did I do something that caused this, and if I would have done this, and this, would we not be here today? But I try not to think too much about the things I can't control, which I can't control the past. It is what it is. But my biggest career achievement so far, and there are quite a few really cool achievements, but one of them was when I was thinking about this device giving program at, between Microsoft and HP, I participated in a hackathon at Microsoft because I saw how difficult it was to get devices outside of, into the hands of nonprofits and into the hands of people without. And I also recognized that at Microsoft they had hundreds of thousands of devices that went into PC Recycle, and these are devices that weren't connected to the network at Microsoft. So areas where there could be no personally identifiable information or trade secrets that could be taken off the devices because they were meant for demos or marketing or in-store and that sort of thing. And I realized that they were only breaking even with this whole PC Recycle thing, so they weren't necessarily even making money off of selling those devices. It was just more a process of getting rid of them to make sure that they didn't end up in a landfill. And so I thought, wow, what if we were to take those hundreds of thousands of devices and put them into the hands of nonprofits, and truly live the mission, Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And I thought, if you don't have access to tech, you don't have access to the internet, how can you really live that mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more? So I created this team as part of the employee hackathon, 4,000 teams, more than 100 companies or countries participating, so thousands and thousands of people, around the world. And we won first place in the Inspired Me category, and I had a chance to meet Satya. I pitched to Satya, so the CEO of Microsoft. My Twitter picture, the background is actually me pitching to Satya, so it's a picture of Satya and I. And I stepped in front of him. He was not coming to talk to me. My team said, Satya's coming, you're going to step in front of him. He's going to have a lot of cameras, and you're going to say, Satya, can I tell you about my hackathon project? He won't be able to say no, and this is your opportunity to make a difference. My team was about 50 people strong from all over the world, and I did just that. So he had to say yes, and he said, yes, tell me about your project, and the cameras were rolling. And I told him about my project of, Microsoft having hundreds of thousands of devices that go into the PC Recycle and are not put into the hands of nonprofits or others who could make meaningful use of those devices. And therefore, we weren't truly living our mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And he said, tell me more about this. And so I did. We spoke for 30 seconds, a minute. It was a really quick interaction. He nodded to his person and said, I like this idea. We ended up driving a big change within the company. One of the organizations in the company ended up rolling out a policy that enabled them to make that possible. And they changed the way that they handled PC Recycle activities for devices not connected to their network. It's now a program that's been rolled out worldwide in every single country that Microsoft operates in. And it really fueled a new career for me, and helped me to kind of get where I am today from a career perspective. So it was a hackathon, and it was stepping in front of a big CEO and taking a risk and not being afraid to step in front of the big boss to tell him something that I had in my head that I knew he didn't know about and I thought he should know.
That's a very good learning that we can have and get inspired after hearing this. The confidence and the drive. I think these are the two key messages that you're giving
Well, I'm
us.
thankful to my team that they enabled that to happen. And what I mean by that is, nothing is you're not you're no good without a team. I don't know everything, um, and they always say this thing about there's no I in team. And for me, my team inspired me and empowered me and pushed me to take that big risk of stepping in front of one of the most famous, if not the most famous CEO on the planet.
Absolutely. In fact, over the last so many years, the industry is also getting transitioned. We used to see client server environment very long back, and then we started seeing Windows and Windows-based systems, and then the Apple OS became the one of the most preferred operating system, and a lot of changes happened on the server side. So the industry kept migrating and modifying, reinventing. In your career also, you also have changed from the analyst to investors. Now, one of the world largest entrepreneur program. What do you see that is the winning uh, quality or essentials for any entrepreneur who want to get inspired by your story?
I think the biggest thing is to just go and do what you have in your head and not be afraid to take a risk, not be afraid of what might happen if you fail or if things don't go the way you think they're going to go. Surround yourself around a squad of people who will help you recognize that you're not an imposter, that you deserve that seat at the table. You didn't get there by accident. And it might be scary for some people who have never been an entrepreneur before. I became an entrepreneur by accident, and it took me a few years before I said I'm a CEO and founder, and that's how I felt a little bit shy to say that. I don't know why. I'm not a shy person, but I felt like it felt pompous or something, and now I wear it like a badge of honor of, yeah, I'm a CEO, I'm a founder, and I deserve my seat at the table. And it's not arrogant for me to talk about the, experience that I have. And it's not arrogant to help, empower others, with those skills by saying, hey, I made it and so can you.
Great. So now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, you started with empowering young people and youth, but now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. So where do you see the industry going from here?
I think that in my role right now at IBM, I focus on fintech, health tech, and insurtech. So for me, I see a lot of innovation happening, but I also think that these small companies should have access to enterprise grade solutions to keep our sensitive data safe. There are a lot of companies out there that have access to our data, and not all of them use our data in the right way. I think that we need to have more control over our data, and I think as consumers or business leaders, we need to make better decisions about technology, about incorporating technical solutions that don't enable people to gain access to our to our data, versus it being managed by policy. I want my data protected by the safest technology on the planet versus a piece of paper that tells an employee what he or she can and cannot do with my data. So I think we'll see a lot of continued conversations around data protection, privacy, and security, and that being both policy led as well as technically led. I think there's a lot of innovation coming in fintech when it comes to payments. I think we'll see a lot of innovation in health tech when it comes to predictive modeling. And, I have a lot of startups that I work with that are doing really cool things when it comes to predictive modeling and or bring your own record to your doctor versus relying on your doctor, for example, to have read your medical history and understand all of the different things that might have happened before you came to see that doctor. Um, those are a few of the areas that I'm thinking about. I mean, I think about like the role that quantum computing will play. I think about the role that cloud computing is already playing, and seeing a lot of cloud revenue become fragmented, despite some of the larger players owning big pieces of the market. So lots of fun and cool things, but I think we need to be careful of that concept around, what are these disruptive technologies? We know there are going to be lots of IoT devices. We talk about the role of 5G. We talk about, the role that AI will play when it comes to, replacing people, which I believe AI doesn't replace managers. AI replaces managers that don't incorporate AI into their work. So you have an opportunity to stay. But 52% of the world is online, right? That means 48% is offline. So while the haves are thinking about what are they doing with 5G and what are we doing with, IoT and, AI and all this sexy stuff, remember 48% of the world doesn't have access to the internet, and large portions of that population may have access, but they can't afford it. And so we are, in turn creating this world of the ultra haves and the ultra have nots. And I think that, as we continue to see technology advance and advance our lives, that divide is going to become bigger and bigger unless we think about how do we actually empower the underserved, through access to the internet, through access to energy, combining those two things together when you're going out and building networks versus going out and building a microgrid and then coming back and getting it, getting that neighborhood connected, but combining those two things together. And again, it's not just about having, technology for the sake of technology so that consumers can go out and consume, but how do you empower people with true digital skills? Not everybody's going to be an engineer, not everybody's going to be a data scientist, but people need to understand how to keep themselves safe online, how to, understand what it means to speak the language of computers. So
I think the IBM is doing a lot of pioneering work, and people like Microsoft, IBM, some of the large companies like HP, they are doing great. And I think a lot of other companies like Starlink is joining to make the Earthlink affordable all across the world, and you can just get it from the sky. So there is no need for laying cables. I think a lot of work is happening. And you, as you said, that there is an AI, virtual reality, a lot of things are happening there. And you also mentioned quantum computing. So a lot of things are happening there as well. Are you personally looking at playing some sort of role in any of these?
I think of it on a few different spectrums. If I think about wearing my IBM hat, my whole role is about being an entrepreneur, so an entrepreneur inside of a big company. And, it is my goal that, the 30 startups that I'm adding to my program this year, the 15 that I had last year, so I'll have a total of 45 under my management by the end of this year, that these companies revolutionize fintech, revolutionize health tech, revolutionize insurtech, and that IBM goes to market with some or all of these startups to really think about how can we bring innovation, creativity, new ideas, new business models, new technical, innovations into our enterprise customers, into government. I think there's a wonderful place that startups play when it comes to helping companies innovate. So I would consider myself kind of like a chief innovation officer within, or one of them. I'm not the chief innovation officer, but I would consider myself one of a handful of chief innovation officers, within, my division or within the world of IBM that's really kind of thinking about how can we revolutionize our cloud experience? How do we learn from our customers to help make the experience better? How can we enable them to do the things that they need to do and come up with the innovations that they need to come up with, by giving them the tools that can help fuel that. And how can we help fuel that through them? So I think it's a lot of co-creation and collaboration. I think in my nonprofit world, I'm very focused on how do we empower people through digital skills, professional development, and entrepreneurship, so that they can become economically empowered. They can increase their healthcare outcomes. They can gain access to informal education that goes above and beyond what they might be getting in a formal setting, and enabling people through practical experiences so that others can go out and say, okay, what can I do with IoT? What can I do with 5G? What can I do, with the connectivity in front of me? How can I become more economically empowered or socially or politically empowered and be part of the dialogue?
Melissa, it was my greatest pleasure learning from you today. We have come to the end of our discussion today. We have learned a lot. What would be your last message to the budding entrepreneurs?
So I think it's very simple. It's do the thing, whatever that thing is. Go and do it.
So do the thing. Don't hold yourself back. I think that's a very clear message coming from a well-accomplished leader, Melissa. Melissa, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant, and today I want to discuss something about rain harvesting, and it is a hot topic nowadays, especially when the drinking water has become so scarce, and people want to basically plan or install the rainwater harvesting system in their homes. uh, the biggest confusion is, first of all, we need to know exactly what is the capacity of the water tanks or water storage we need, how much rain we can harvest, and what is our daily utilization. So I think these are certain questions which are very basic in nature. But before we start planning a rain harvesting system, we need to also plan that entire capacity, and also how we can actually recycle the water in order to maximize its usage. So this is exactly what we discussed today. Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today I will be sharing the mathematical formula of making your own rainwater harvesting system. Before you even embark on a project of building one for your home or for your outhouse or your farmhouse, you need to know these basic things, and I will draw your attention to these basic calculations, which are very simple in nature. First of all, we need to understand the area of our roof, which will be used for collecting the rainwater. And it's a simple calculation. The area of the roof which will be used for collecting rainwater can be determined by just multiplying length and the width of the roof. However, in order to calculate the water, we need additional parameter, and those additional parameter would be like the how much water we can get out of this roof. So for a simplified equation, I have given the height of 100 centimeters. Now, what is this 100 centimeters? 100 centimeters is the amount of rain that happens in your region annually. Now, this information you can get it if you go to the Met department in your area. This type of information is readily published, and you can pick that up. So you have to know how much rain occurs on annual basis and how much water you can collect using the size of the roof that you have. So in this example, I am showing you the length of this particular house is in centimeters 2000, which is 20 meters, and 10 meters as a width of the roof. And in this area there is a 1 meter of rain that happens every year. So if we create a imaginary cuboid, that amount of water that will be stored after falling on the earth on the roof is the cuboid, which is in yellow line. And if we apply the simple mathematics, coming out with the volume of this yellow cuboid, it comes to about 200,000 liters. Why? Because I am also showing that 1 liter is 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter. That is a measure of 1 liter. So in this cuboid, at the rate of 1 meter of rain annually, this roof can collect 200,000 liter of water for you. Now, we don't have to build a facility for storing 200,000 liter of water, because we have to go for one more calculation, which is based on the peak rain in your region. That information also you can get it from the Met department office. And let's say if the peak rain in any season, any year, is 30 centimeter, that means one rain which is like very heavy, very torrential in nature. So that information is also published. And let's say, for simplicity, for our example, the peak rain, one rain which lasts for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, will give a yield of 30 centimeters of rain. So if we calculate that, then it comes to about 60,000 liters. So now it is determined that annually your roof, which is of this size, can give you 200,000 liters of water annually, considering all types of rains throughout the year. And on a particular day when there is a very heavy torrential rain, the peak is 60,000 liters of water you can capture. So this information will guide you to prepare your next steps, which is making sure that you have the storage tank, the right storage tank. And this gives rise to the amount of water you will get on annual basis. So if you apply using this example, you're getting something like 550 liters per day. So if you have a storage tank of 60,000 liters, that means you can store one particular rain which is very heavy, and you will not allow even a single drop from your roof to go waste. You store the entire amount, but you don't have to basically store capacity of 200,000 liters, simply because you will be using this water also. You will not only be storing it. So although you have the peak capacity of 60,000 liters, but since you will be using this water also, then this tank will get empty and then get refilled by future rains. So this is why this calculation is very important. Everyone who's thinking of installing a rainwater harvesting system must do this basic math, so that they know exactly what is the type of tank, how many tanks they want to put, what should be the capacity of the storage tank, and how many people live in that house. So I will come to that. Roughly about, if there is 4 people in the house, roughly one person on an average takes about 100 liters. Certain countries data shows that they take more water, and there are certain countries who take less water. But I have taken the average of 100 liters per day. Roughly about 8 to 15 liters is basically consumed as fresh water or cooking, etc. Rest of the water is consumed in the form of washing clothes or your sanitary requirements, your toiletry requirements, etc. So on an average, 100 liter per day is a consumption of a normal human being. You need 100 liter water, whatever the case may be, on an average. So if there is a family of 4 living in this example, the house that we have taken, um, so you are consuming 400 liters of water every day. And if we apply that into annual, if we convert that into annual figure, you can straight away see that in our area where the rain is about a meter every year, we are actually consuming less water than we are getting from the rain. So this shows that there is so much water coming in the rain. We don't have to depend or take any water from the municipal water supply. We can straight away survive on simply on rainwater if we have done adequate planning to store it and to use it. Now I think one of the key factor here is to optimize this water also. We can further recycle the kitchen waste and the bathroom waste in the form of grey water. Now, what is the grey water? Grey water is basically used once, but it is not, it can be further used in things like your toilets. And if you use proper soap, biodegradable soap, you can use that water to water your plants also. Or if you have an open area, you can use it for washing outside area and things like that. Instead of using the fresh water to do all these activities, you can start using grey water, and therefore you can recycle this water into and save that. So roughly if you save 50% of the water in the form of grey water, you need to basically store that water into a grey water tank. So this is how your planning looks like now. If you have a roof of 10 by 20 meters and your rainfall of 1 meter annually, then you need a tank of 60,000 liters to store the rainwater throughout the year. Whatever the case may be, you can use up to 400 liters of water, and up to 200 liters of water daily you can recycle as grey water. And this way you can further optimize your water, and now you can see straight away that the rain is giving so much water to you, more than what you can consume. And there is no need for the water to be taken from the municipal corporation water supply. You can probably start giving them back, and this will be a great benefit to you, because you can save a lot of cost. You don't have to pay for water. You can get the water for free from the atmosphere in the form of rain. You can collect it, you can purify it, you can drink it, you can cook it, you can bathe in it, you can wash your clothes. You can also recycle it in the form of grey water. You can water your plants uh, by changing your habits, not using usual soap, but if you use biodegradable soaps and washing powders, you can water that simply without any harm to nature, and you can water your plants. You can probably do one more cleaning process, and you can probably use it for washing your car also. So this way you can 100% survive on the rainwater by doing this calculation. Friends, I thought I will bring this simple math to you to give you idea, to give you inspiration, uh, to start thinking of installing a rainwater system in your homes, because as we proceed towards the future, the rainwater, the water itself will be more and more scarce. So we need to get the rainwater system installed in our house. uh, I trust you will find this information useful. If you do find it useful, or if not, in either case, do write to me, do engage with me. Based on your comment, I will actually include you live in my next show. I like to say goodbye until then. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today's headline is that Perseverance has touched down successfully on the surface of Mars, and it's really a big deal. Why it's a big deal? Because I was awake whole night watching the live stream from NASA. Minute by minute, they were showing, how things are progressing, and this is one of the biggest spacecraft that the NASA has sent to Mars, bigger than the previous one, and it has basically a lot of other experiments which are included into this one. So we will actually talk very briefly about those. But as far as my knowledge goes, Perseverance is a part of a mega project by NASA where they want to actually bring samples back to Earth without sending humans. So it's a very specialized, high-tech, groundbreaking robotic mission. Perseverance is the first leg of that mission. There will be a second one in 2026, and finally the samples will arrive on Earth by 2031. And I think we can be mesmerized by all this effort which has been put in by a lot of these scientists while preparing for this mission. And one name which immediately comes to our mind is the Indian connection with this whole project, and that is Dr. Swati Mohan. She was just 1 year old when she reached US, and at the age of 9, she saw the Star Trek serial, and she then made up her mind to get into the space tech arena, and finally she landed at NASA. Now she is the person who designed the whole landing mechanism of this particular spacecraft, and the and also supervised the whole landing procedure for Perseverance. And why this is a big deal? Because first of all, you're traveling for 7 months. The spacecraft is traveling from for 7 months. It's at a considerable speed, so you need to first slow down the speed and get the your spacecraft into orbit. Once it gets into orbit, then you have to slowly descend on the surface. The problem on the Mars is that the air pressure or the atmosphere is just 1% of the Earth atmosphere. So when you're sending your probe down to the surface, there is obviously some air which will heat up the spacecraft, but it does not give enough pressure to slow it down. So that is why this whole process is so different from landing a spacecraft on Earth or on Moon. It is a totally different ball game, and you have to angle the spaceship in such a way that it heats up, but it does not burn up. At the same time, it has to slow down, because if it does not slow down, it cannot deploy the other mechanisms which are there to successfully land the spaceship. So basically, that is why the supervision of this person was so important. She successfully landed the spacecraft on Mars, and for the first time, they have also used the sky elevators. It is it's because this Perseverance spacecraft is much bigger than the previous ones which landed on Mars. It's almost twice the size, and it has a lot of payload. So this time they have used something called sky elevator, which is nothing but a bunch of rockets which will slowly descend the spaceship on the ground, and once it detects that the spaceship has reached the ground, it will snap and then go away. So this is a very remarkable system. It consisting of a parachute and a sky elevator. Finally, it landed successfully the Perseverance aircraft. Now let's look at what is so special about this spacecraft. This has many experiment. Many of these experiments also includes a drill, and the drill is something which will collect up to 40 samples over the period of next uh, 80 months of its operation. And but it does not need to drill at all the locations. It has a lot of sensors. So the spacecraft is basically explore a old crater which we feel was filled with water. As far as our data goes, whatever research NASA has done so far, so they want to really examine the signs of ancient life or water. So it will go around and use its sensors to identify which place to drill, and then it will drill and collect a sample, store the sample after sanitizing it, because it does not want the any microbe from Mars or Earth to contaminate the sample. It will sanitize it and store it, and that will be the job of this Perseverance. In addition to that, Perseverance is also going with a unique device, and it's the first time a powered flight will be tested on the surface of Mars. This has been designed as a helicopter which is specifically designed to fly in a low air pressure environment like Mars. It has a specific design. The rotors moves very fast, very light weight spacecraft, and it has its own power. It has solar cell which generate the lithium ion battery on board, and it will take off for 90 seconds after each charge, film the surface, tell the rover about the things which are ahead, and then there will be a AI based decision making system which will work. So this is just an experiment whether we can take off or land a powered flight on an alien world. So this is just the first one which is going to come up. This device will be deployed after a month of operation. The other thing is the drill bit itself. This has been designed specifically for Mars, and it also collect the sample. When it drills, it actually collects the rock sample, and then there is a process in the spacecraft itself to sanitize it, store them in a nice jar which is sanitized using some technology, and it will be stored until 2026, until the time that the next spacecraft land, that will have a collector of these samples. So these samples will be dropped at a designated area. The next spacecraft which will land in 2026 on Mars will collect all those biles and shoot them out back to Earth. So that is the second phase, and the third phase will be to collect those samples back and bring them to Earth. So that is the last phase, which will finish in 1931. So it's a very long drawn space mission which NASA has embarked. And there is one very unique experiment which they are carrying this time, and that is the oxygen generator. Now, oxygen generator is not something new. The astronauts and cosmonauts have been going to space for last 50, 60 years, and they have been converting the water into oxygen for their breathing purpose. So, there are different oxygen generation techniques which have been used in the past. But this time, they are sending a totally new experiment along with Perseverance, which is going to use the atmosphere of Mars, which is, as we know, is rich in carbon dioxide. So, with using the electricity, this device will convert oxygen directly from the atmosphere. So, convert the carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide and then divide them into ionized oxygen uh, atoms, which will then combine together. Two oxygen atoms will combine and to become O2 to form oxygen gas. So this is going to produce 1 kilogram of oxygen every hour. using the power which is being given by the Perseverance spaceship. So this is just an experiment, and it's also one of the steps whether we can convert the oxygen or the atmosphere, the CO2, which is presence in the present in the atmosphere of Mars, directly into oxygen for breathing purpose in future when the human expedition happens. So this is a very important experiment Perseverance is carrying. So with this, it's a great news. I think I thought I will cover this very briefly because I was excited about this. I I burned the midnight oil watching the live stream happening from NASA and saw the entire occurrence live. And there is an Indian connection, uh, and I was quite excited that there was an Indian person who actually designed the landing system, which is so complex, and also supervised landing the Perseverance successfully. So with this, I end my discussion today. Do engage with me, friends. Write in, and any suggestions you have for our future video, it's most welcome. Until next time, bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today in our discussion, we want to discuss something which happens with all the tech startup or also with non-tech startups. They spend a lot of their time in developing their products and don't even think about their marketing and sales plan. And this is a very, very chronic subject. Uh, During this discussion, we will have a lot of pros and cons and a lot of business discussion. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley.
Hello, Chandra. How are you today?
I'm good, Mike. And for the benefit of viewers, Mike is the group Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena, which is a global organization helping a lot of enterprises and SMEs, also startups, to scale up and merge up. So, without further ado, let us start our discussion. Mike, people spend a lot of money, millions of dollars, developing their products without even thinking that there is a need for that product in the market. And once the product is ready, will there be buyers available for that product? What is your opinion?
I think you summed it up nicely. Basically, the whole point around, particularly around startups, is that there's a lot of attention given to how many startups we have, how many startups there are in Berlin or London or in San Jose or in Mumbai or Delhi. You know, the more startups we have, everybody gets very, very excited about startups. But the snag is a startup with a product isn't necessarily a successful business to go on to be an emerge up or a scale up. And the reason is, I think, goes right back to basics, because we all hear all the time when we go through business schools and education, the importance of market research. But I think people have a misconception as to what market research is. Because market research isn't just about sitting in a room answering questions in a focus group about what color should the packaging be, or does this taste right? It's actually about saying, are we sure? And particularly in the startup and then the tech space, where it's not a tangible product, it's a service related offering that you're trying to get businesses, consumers to buy into. The idea of just creating a product and spending money and thinking it would be so nice if we could do this. So you create a product, you spend money on it. But do you know whether that is a solution to a problem? or a solution searching for a problem. And I think that is a major issue when people are developing a new startup company or a new product.
Well, I fully agree because I tend to work with SMEs and startups in my own region, and I encountered these confusions in the mind of the chief executives of these startups and SMEs. Uh, they have an idea, they have a bright spark in their mind. It's like eureka moment. Hey, this is something which I can do, and it's going to sell like hotcakes, and this is something happening in their mind. But you need a salesperson, you need a sales a chief marketing officer or a salesperson who has seen the world, who has seen the clients, who knows the pulse of the client, and who knows what will sell, who will buy, how much it will sell for, how soon it will sell for. These are the questions which these CXOs don't answer within their mind. They just go with this eureka moment. Hey, let's sink in $1 million and let's see what
Yeah,
happens, and then somebody will
I
acquire me
agree.
after that.
Well, they're hoping. And the way I phrase it is by asking the question, this is the qualification question for me, is how balanced is your business plan? Okay, because when you're going to look for investment or you're looking to grow your business, you're going to have to demonstrate that you have not just a fantastic product and you spent all your development budget on programmers to put together some fantastic app. Because before you get a single penny of external investment beyond family and friends and people being nice, someone's going to say to you, how many people are buying your product? How much traction have you got in the market? So for me, a balanced business plan on the most simple level is not just about the deck, not just about how great the product looks, or it's got all of these different components and we've spent N,000 rupees developing it. It's about, is the balance between your product development and your client development correct? Because it's 0 point putting all of your money for your startup into product development and then expecting experienced people to open doors for you and walk you into clients on a commission-only basis. Because if you truly want to succeed, you want to ensure that the people you're engaging with and the prospects, the customers, the markets, the geographies, that they're actually primed, ready to place an order when your product is ready. There's no point in saying, we spent all of our money, sorry, we can't pay anybody to go and develop the market. Because if you haven't sold anything, you haven't got a business. All you've got is a great idea. And it might be a great idea, but you're never going to get a partner to buy into it, or a client to buy into it, or an investor to invest in it, unless you can demonstrate you've got a product that the market actually needs and wants, and you've got some traction, some live partners and clients, ideally some strategic partners, some joint venture partners to help you take it to market. Because, there are thousands of startups. Being a startup, having a great idea is not the end game. That is the runner standing with their feet on the starting blocks at the start of the race. The one that people remember are the ones who reach the finishing line and cross it and win. And the only way they're going to do that in many companies is if they've got the balance right. My contention is, if you're spending 5 million rupees developing a product, you should also have 5 million rupees developing your market and your client base. Don't put your plan together thinking I'm going to spend all my money on 30 developers to create a product. But oh, when I go to market, I know I'll ask 5 mugs to come along and work for nothing to walk me in their spare time, because they won't be motivated to sell your product. Because if you're an experienced person with a black book of contacts, there's no way that you're going to spend your time, dedicate your time more than maybe I can make a couple of quick phone calls to contacts I know. You're not going to spend a lot of focus time ensuring that that product gets to market. So I think any CEO or MD or founder who is not properly balancing their client and product development is asking for a trouble. They're asking for a problem. Because the other thing, Chandra, that's going to happen is unless you start talking to clients and prospects and markets, how do you know how to price your product? How do you know how to package your product? Because it isn't going to be the software developer or the chief technology officer that's going to have to go out there one day and say, can you sign this piece of paper to buy our product? That's not the person that's going to get the deals. The person who's going to get the deals is the one who goes to talk to people and actually develops an agreement and a commercial plan that is a cliche, but a win-win. It's got to be a win for all parties, and it's got to be acceptable in the eye of the acquirer. Do you agree?
I fully agree with you, Mike. In fact, your narration has raised two very pertinent questions. One is, without understanding the pain point that your product solve, people jump into investing more and more in developing their product. So coming out with an idea is a very brainy stuff. So people are quite brainy, they are quite smart, and that is why they are coming out with ideas. Yet they completely overlook the marketing and sales functions. Is it because of respect for those functions? I mean, they have lack of respect. What do you think?
Well, unfortunately, I think that selling has a very bad perception in a lot of people's mind, because unfortunately everybody is tarred with the same brush. Okay, so a person who is trying to con someone out of money through a fraudulent scheme is trying to sell you their fraudulent program. Somebody who's trying to sell you a very valuable piece of equipment is also selling to you, but their idea and their value is different. So, but the snag is everybody remembers the bad salesperson, and therefore selling has a bad name. Therefore, people think, well, selling, that's easy. It's either easy or it's full of crooks. Okay, but the point is, unless anybody in business is selling, they're not going to survive. You can have the best business plan on the planet. It could be written by one of the big 4 consultants. It might even give you a nice valuation figure based on some algorithm. But unless you're actually tangibly converting people, persuading people, and converting them to becoming clients, you have a worthless product or service. And the point is that selling skills are something I personally believe everybody in an organization is a salesperson. Very contentious statement. I mean, the best founders and the most successful people on the planet, and we can all name a few of those. Bill Gates springs to mind. I happen to think Richard Branson springs to mind. These are people who have been able to communicate and persuade and promote their idea, their concept, their product, make it address a market where people think, I must have some of that. I need that, I want it, and I'm prepared to pay the price that they're asking me for it. Bill Gates made a success of Microsoft because he sold PC-DOS into IBM. None of us would have heard of Bill Gates if that strategic partnership hadn't happened. Virtually before we even knew about DOS, the first thing we heard was IBM had adopted this product called, I think it was called PC-DOS within IBM. I could be wrong. Somebody's going to correct me. But basically, it was adopted as the PC operating system by IBM. And that was when Windows became adopted across the board. And so the most successful entrepreneurs are also salespeople. The question I would say is, if you're looking for a job, would you rather go and work for the CEO who's able to sell, or the CEO who's able to read a spreadsheet? Because the one who's going to survive long term is the one who's selling. Because the one who's not selling is going to be either taken over or laying off you as an employee, when suddenly he wakes up one day and says, actually, we haven't got enough revenue coming in. We're not making any money. We can't pay our G&A expenses. I'm going to have some later people off. So all of us in business, no matter whether we're business coaches, whether we're selling widgets or hydraulics or apps or web services, whatever it is, we have to sell. And one thing that the Americans do very, very well, and I think we all around the world need to learn from, is they're not afraid of sales. I think sometimes their pendulum swings too much the other way, but I do believe that they do know how to sell, and they're not afraid to sell. And in America, selling is not deemed to be a bad profession. It's recognized that it's an important part of survival for a business and success.
Yes, so I think your advices are very valuable for our viewers, and I think somewhere few moments back you mentioned about how much budget to allocate for sales and marketing function, and you mentioned 50%. So if your company is $1 million, you reserve half of it for product, your HR, your salaries, etc., and half for your sales expenses and marketing expenses. Do you see? And I'm sure this is the best combination. I mean, the best of breed companies would have this. Like IBM would have this. Microsoft would have 50% budget for sales and marketing.
Yeah.
Is there something that you would like to recommend for startup that they should must have minimum budget for sales and marketing before even they start putting money in the company?
Well, I think when you're putting your plan together, I don't think there's a number, because I think the amount of money depends on the geography you're in, depends on the cost of development, depends on the markets you're going for, depends on the amount of raw material that you're putting in. I don't think there's a fixed number, but what I do think is at the same time you're sitting down with your idea, you need to be thinking, actually, I need to be producing this idea and taking this idea to market in a balanced way, a way that is developing the product, but also developing the base, the market, the geography, such that you don't get to 6 months into product development. You spent 80% of all the money you've got available, and then you think, oh, actually, maybe we should start selling now. I know I'll find half a dozen people to sell for nothing and hope that by the 12th month, we've actually sold something. You've got to start by selling immediately. And as you go on that journey, that's when you develop the product to be a successful long-term brand, because you're actually gleaning real market experience that goes back into making your product better than it is. And particularly in tech, I mean, there are products in the traditional markets, hydraulics, for example, that don't need to necessarily change very much. I used to run a hydraulics company, and we have one product on the shelf that had been around for 80 years unchanged. And of course, from the tech market, I've been in companies where they write products off totally in 6 months. And we are now living in a global, dynamic, digital world where there's competition everywhere. You might think you've got a unique product idea. I'd be very surprised if there's not somebody else in the world somewhere at this very moment developing the product in the same way that you are, thinking that would be great. So it's a competitive world, and that means that, and we see this in tech all the time, that products are continuing on a journey. It's almost like the product never arrives. It's never a final product. It's a product journey, and we're all continually enhancing it, making sure it's still relevant, making sure we can still monetize it in the changing dynamic market. And so the product has to continually be refined, but that process is impossible if you don't get market feedback. It just becomes a great idea and a great piece of paper, but it doesn't become a tangible, ongoing, long-standing business like Amazon, for example, which did a massive amount of marketing and sales and investment in product until they became a success. I think it took years for Amazon to become a profitable business, but the vision was right and the product was developing along with the marketing.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned few very important and key things here. One is the time to market. I think what you're trying to say is the time to market has to be determined. And if you are a chief executive of a startup, investing your money in developing something, you must have a time to market and viability. For example, you mentioned something about a product, engineering product, which has not changed for last 80 years. Probably it will not change for another 100 years. But I mean, if you look at India, there were companies who could make 100-year plan. I used to work for a company called VeriSign, and to be very surprised when I joined that company, they had 100-year plan because they knew exactly what they are doing. But not everyone can have 100-year plan, and in my opinion, if you don't have time to market clearly defined, you will not have after a year of sinking money in your startup, the world has moved on and your idea is no longer required. People have moved on.
Yeah.
There is something new
No,
required.
absolutely. Yep. Or somebody will have acquired it. I mean, I think particularly in tech space these days, there are elements of a product that have been made somewhere else, and you can graft those into a product to give it additional functionality. It's not like everything that you produce in your product has to be uniquely yours. It just has to have plugins to other parts that enhance your product and keep it relevant in the market. And ultimately, the end game in most tech companies is to be acquired, because what you've produced is a particular benefit to a strategic partner who thinks, actually, rather than us paying them 60% margin, we might as well bring it in-house, own it ourselves, pay the person off, and enable us to actually reduce our cost and use it and deploy it and scale it properly. But all along, that partnership and that massive client would not become a buyer and acquirer of the business if there was no proper strategic sales development going on in the organization to get to that point, because there'd be another 100 people with a different product, slightly different tweak. I think very often it's like the Betamax and the VHS video story. Okay, on the one hand, you had Betamax, which was a very, very good product, technically brilliant. But which one became the global de facto standard for video? VHS. Why? Because they got their marketing and sales right. Why did Microsoft become the #1 player for PC operating systems because they got their sales, marketing, and partnerships right. It wasn't the only product in the market. CPM was already there. I've forgotten how technical it was, so I couldn't possibly say if it was better technically. But what I do know is that Microsoft got their sales, marketing, and partnering right, and so did VHS. And so if you want to succeed in business, you have to get your sales, marketing, and partnering right, which is why, as you'll be well aware, in Scale Up Arena, we focus on that particular aspect, which is developing the market. Our focus on the Scale Up Arena, yes, we get funding in place. We have experts to help with developing the model, developing the business. We can put developers in from partners we have. Those elements are there, but the key drivers to what we're doing in our Scale Up Arena ecosystem and the Ensure Scale Up one is we're focusing on the go-to-market. It's all about selling, strategic partnering, and showcasing your product. So if you're not marketing, you're not going to be there next year.
I think these are very powerful words, Mike. I hope the people who are watching this program implement some of these guidelines that you have mentioned today. These are very, very important for any chief executive who is actually not focused on sales and marketing engine. I think the last question I have from you is what is the best time to set up your sales and marketing engine in terms of when you have an idea, you want to now ideate out and set up your company? What is the best time to hire a experienced sales and marketing person or a team, CRMs, etc., for any company?
I would say, first thing I would say is ask yourself the question, when is the time that I can afford to not have sales? Because if you can afford to run a business and not have sales, then you need never have a salesperson. You need never find a person that can help you go to market. If, however, your business is going to rely on sales, I would suggest to you, unless you're a salesperson, you might be a very good ideas person, but unless you can sell, the day you need not just a free salesperson, but the best salesperson you can afford is as early as possible in the chain. And when I say that, if you've got a 12-month development cycle for a product, have somebody involved who is going to become your salesperson, because otherwise you're going to go to market with a product that potentially is not going to be sellable. You may not be able to afford them full-time. You may be able to only afford them part-time. But whatever you do, don't expect to get a decent quality salesperson, strategic salesperson to get you into clients, to get you into partners, unless you're prepared to pay for it, because you will get what you pay for in life. And if you want to get a business going, you need to pay a decent salesperson who's actually going to carry your brand, carry your product, and take it into the market and help you succeed. So there isn't an exact time, but the question to ask yourself is, when is the time I cannot afford to not have sales?
So I think as a professional, I understand. And to answer this question that you ask, I would say even before you start putting money in development, you have to have sales engine, because you have to have information drive that you are so and so developing this product. You have to inform the clients, prospects, that within 3 months, 6 months, you're going to roll out this technology or this product. So I think there has to be some sort of traction being prepared. And for that, you need to have a marketing and a sales engine, rapport development, client list, CRM. And you cannot do it in one day. It will take time, because out of 100 people, only 2 will probably end up buying your product. So the sales guys are...
Absolutely. And the other thing that's important on this one, Chandra, is you don't just want a salesperson who will take an order no matter what. What you want is you want a salesperson that's going to sell your value in your solution, be truthful and honest, because what you don't want is you don't want a salesperson who just closes a deal and actually cannot deliver. You know, the person has to actually value a long-term relationship. So it's not the, as we would call, forgiving anybody who's a used car salesman, but you don't want a used car salesman. What you actually want is a strategic sales partner who knows how to generate a long-term relationship with a client. And it's not about, you know, the classic multinational splitting it between new business people and account management, because actually a good salesperson will always have an eye to an account management situation, because you want long-term successful customers who turn into case studies, who turn into reference sites, who turn into your long-term customers, who will be with you for the whole journey until you sell out one day to that multinational that actually does recognize the value in your product.
And in fact, you mentioned very important word some time back, which was the feedback. You know, I think that is a very powerful word. And unless you know, a company does not get any feedback, they cannot improve on their production cycles. And this is very important when countries, especially now, are changing regulations. New laws are coming in place. For example, if you look at India, TikTok was very popular here, and India was TikTok largest client, if you can say. But it took just one order to close, to shut down. Less than 24 hours, they were shut down in India. And
Right.
look what has happened. So there are other platforms whose sales guys were working on this, and they immediately, you know, you'll be surprised, Mike, when I tell you, within 5 days, YouTube was out with shorts, Instagram was out with reels, and Twitter was out with fleets. And I don't know what they call in Facebook, the shorts video platform. So you see what has happened here. The largest player gone bust, and overnight it has been taken over by other Czech
All
companies.
these other brands. Yeah.
Right. So,
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, as a professional, I'm thinking that there must be some feedback happening that this is going to happen. That is why they were ready. And when this happened, they were right there. And the
Absolutely.
consumer.
Absolutely. You see, these large organizations, they have the resources to be able to implement these solutions at the drop of a hat. Okay. Which is another reason why you have to be very clear on how your product is going to be sustainable in a competitive market. Because otherwise you'll plunge your life savings and a few other family and friends' life savings into something which is actually a fantastic idea, but nobody's buying it. And so you've got to do the strategic selling, see it as a serious role, see it as an investment in your business, more of an investment than investing in the product, because the product generally won't sell itself.
Absolutely right. So let me summarize our discussion today, Mike. I think the most important thing that every chief executive has to look at is the deep stick marketing surveys, which you can do even before you start developing or making your company. So you know exactly whether your product is sellable, not sellable, how many people will buy, how many people are showing interest. So you do a dipstick marketing surveys. After you've done that, you actually invest in your sales and marketing teams, set up your CRM, set up your client base, collect the data of the client, and start informing them regularly so that you don't piss them off. You actually inform them and say that, hey, I'm coming with this solution. And also get feedback constantly so that you can incorporate their pain points. Because if your company is not solving pain points, nobody is going to buy your product for even, you know, 1 rupee or $1 or a dime. So you need to solve exactly, understand the pain points of the clients, and that is when
We
your
all know
product
the
will go.
importance. We all know the importance of networking, Chandra, don't we? Which is, you know, if It's not what you know, it's who you know. So you might have a great product. Who's going to buy it? And if you haven't identified and developed and invested in the development of those people, that network, that client base, unfortunately, your business plan isn't balanced, isn't going to get investment, isn't going to get acquired. So you need to ensure you've got that balanced investment between client and product development. And you know, ecosystems like Scale Up Arena, we're there to help make the connections, the corporations, the collaborations, so that people get closing deals faster.
Absolutely, Mike. In fact, Scale Up Arena is at the forefront of solving such problems for the startups and SMEs. However, I think your advice is very valuable today. It's basically weighs in gold. I hope some of these viewers take this advice and start becoming strategic in their sales initiative. So without being strategic, even though Scale Up Arena will not be able to help them also. So first get the strategy right, and then Scale Up Arena is there, which will help them take their solution globally. So thank you so much, Mike, for joining me today on this very, very important business discussion.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, as always. Good to speak to you.
See you next time on something even more interesting, Mike. Have a great
Absolutely.
day.
Thank you very much. Take care, Chandra.
Bye-bye. Good morning, friends. And today is December 18th. Welcome to Morning Brew. Temperature in Delhi is quite cold. Actually, in fact, some time back I checked. It was 8 degrees, which is from Indian standard, it's quite cold. So what is there for us today? Let's understand what is the main items to discuss. So main item, as you can see, I'm checking the headlines on my mobile. The number one item is 594-kilometer long corridor, which is called Ganga Expressway, is being inaugurated today by PM Modi. What does it have? Let's go in detail. What is that being offered here? Well, this road will start, interestingly, from Meerut and go all the way to Prayagraj and connect all the major destinations which are around Ganga. So therefore, this is an interesting thing because, Ganga, traveling across Ganga is an experience by itself. If you have not done that, I suggest you do that because I've done it a couple of times in my life. Not very far off, but up to major towns which are close to Delhi. So I think it's an interesting development, and I think a good one. And I feel that this is something that we should be very happy about, especially people who want to go and live the experiences of pilgrim places in and around Ganga, and even in Bihar and also in Calcutta. So I think this is interesting that the work on the Ganga Expressway has already begun. What is the next story? Now we know that the Omicron is spreading. We keep hearing that every day there are, new cases found of Omicron. Now the study shows that if India sees a spike similar to what the United Kingdom has seen, then there will be something like 14 lakh cases every day, because this Omicron is very, very infectious. It is 30% more infectious than the old Delta variant. So I think this is something which is alarming, and we should always keep our guard on. We must wear mask and also maintain social distancing. What else important? Well, the US sanctions against China, um, it's all politics. I don't want to basically discuss that. Well, there is a lot of action happening in the EV and EV automobile arena. There are a lot of new variants are being launched. I think I personally believe there is a huge market for upgrading your existing vehicles to EV. So, although there is a scrappage policy launched by Government of India, but I personally believe that there is an opportunity for getting your EV upgraded. So when you have your EV, you love your vehicle, and but it's an internal combustion engine, and especially now when there is a lot of EV and there is emphasis on getting EV, and I think everybody is conscious, but they also love their cars. So there could be a possibility where you can actually get your old car converted into electric vehicle. I think government must offer a solution like that. Like, for example, I don't want to, my car is very well maintained. Even after 10 years, it is as good as new. In fact, if I get into my car, it smells like a new car, even today after 10 years. So I don't want to get, it will be a heartbreak for me to send my car on a scrape, into a scrapage, as a under scrapage policy. So I think there has to be a provision where people actually start upgrading their vehicles from petrol engine to electric vehicles. So I think there has to be some ruling around that. There could be a lot of companies which can come out with innovations. Like, for example, there is a company called Kinetic, which is only producing kits for converting your three-wheeler and two-wheelers. So their end customers are the EV producers. So I think there could be some innovations like that. Let's see what more we have today morning. Today is Saturday, by the way, so nothing much is going to happen. Well, I think this is all we have for this for today. And I will be very pleased if you send me something that I missed, something important. And the program is called Morning Brew. So it is just the first thing that you catch up your headlines. So we are trying to analyze what are the headlines. So I think that today's headline is PM Modi is going to inaugurate the 36,000 crore project of Ganga Expressway. So with this, I'll say goodbye for today, only to catch you again tomorrow. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we would like to discuss something about cybersecurity and why it is becoming so important. I think there has been a lot of attacks recently, and there are attacks being organized by even state players. So I don't want to talk too much in detail about that, but various agencies are being targeted. And if you are a SME owner or a startup, dealing with B2B or B2C clients, then you're definitely under lot of lot of threat of your data being stolen or copied by somebody else, specifically for those people who are actually dealing with end client. And if there are regulations about maintaining data of the end client in their data servers, and if they lose that data, there are a lot of legal liabilities. So this is a very, very important subject we want to discuss. Before we start discussion, a word on our giveaway. Akulmac works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. So friends, let me introduce our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. He's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike. And, we always have a lot of pleasure talking to you and discussing business aspect. So today's subject is about cybersecurity, what it means post-pandemic. And so really, I'll tell you exactly where I'm coming from. There are a lot of SMEs and startups who are jumping into producing different types of apps. And app is the mantra today, where they want to go and offer different services to their clients. And therefore, cybersecurity is becoming very, very important because the client do not have trust on these app producers. So we will revolve around this aspect of cybersecurity. I'd like to know your opinion on this.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, it's a very, very, very relevant subject. And the old adage that I always heard about as a client on security and this sort of thing is, if it's too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. So I think the first thing is, when you're offering a service, if it appears to be something that is an amazing deal, something that should usually cost $1,000 now costing $10 for a limited period, chances are that's not a safe and reliable service or product. So, the first thing is obviously to be cautious around that sort of thing. And I think it's become so prevalent that we come across security issues now. And I've actually informed my own mum, my mother, who's sort of in her 80s. I said, assume everything is a fraud. If you get sent a link by email, chances are, unless you're expecting it, don't click it, because it will take you somewhere you don't want to go. I had for instance, myself yesterday. My credit reference agency sent me a note saying a credit check has been done on your account, on your name. If this wasn't you, you can report it and get it looked into. So I followed all the links and things through my secure app and found that actually somebody had used my previous address that I'd not lived at for 4 years and decided that I was Mrs. Michael Bradley, which I would like to tell you I'm actually not, and used that false name, used my previous address that was no longer current to make a formal credit request on my name. And for me, how I considered, well, how coincidental is this, that this request has come a day after the retail stores have reopened. So I think it's a very relevant subject. And as you say, there's a lot of SMEs and startups offering apps and services, ways to buy things online, trade online. And we have to be very, very cautious when, as customers, we are using those services. And as you rightly say, how do you determine the credibility of a supplier? So I think it's a very relevant topic.
Well, Mike, the real crux of the situation right now is that markets are opening up in some countries. In a country like India, markets are now going to be shut because we are now waiting for a second lockdown, a major lockdown, because of the cases suddenly started increasing exponentially. So considering all that, there is a China element, things happening between state actors between US and China, and recently you might have heard about the solar wind farm being hacked by some state actors in the US. So can you imagine a solar wind farm being hacked? And apparently the solar wind farm guys had kept their login IDs as solar wind 123. So it was very easy for anybody to hack into. Now, considering all that, there has been an attack on you. You explained. I think there are probably 100 emails all of us are getting today, and they are selling all kinds of things with very suspicious looking links which are being sent. So first thing you have to do is you have to be diligent enough and delete those. The second thing is that even if you pick up a call, there is a threat of your identity being stolen just by answering a incoming call on your mobile phone. Correct. So considering that, I think there is a big opportunity for startups and SME to get into cyber security arena, and without getting there, there will be no trust factor between their client and the services that they are providing. What is that you want to say about it?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and of course trust is a major thing. I mean, the other thing is suppliers have to be reliable. I had a situation last Friday, so this is 2 within a week, right? Last Friday, I needed to contact Microsoft to sort out all the different accounts I've got, and O365 and sits here and sits there, whatever. And I booked a call with Microsoft to phone me back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. UK time. So I scheduled the call, and then I get a call back from Microsoft by return. So not 3 days later, and he goes, "Oh, hello, I understand you're wanting some support from Microsoft, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Yes, but I'm not expecting this until Tuesday morning. How do I know that you are genuine and you're from Microsoft?" So actually, in the end, I didn't share the details because he wanted to do one of those remote control, take remote control of my machine to sort it out. I thought, I don't trust you, mate. I don't know that you are definitely from Microsoft. So, things like that, even a large company like Microsoft, they schedule a call, but then they don't keep to the schedule. Immediate alarm bell rings. And as you rightly said, hacking onto a solar wind farm. I was on a chain of discussion yesterday on LinkedIn, about something, I think they're calling it an eSIM, which is a way now to have a soft SIM in your phone. So you never have to sort of change the hard copy SIM that you have. It's a electronic, which sounds great. You know, we never have to worry about fiddling around with the corner of the phone again, putting in a new SIM card because it's gone daft. However, isn't that a much more hackable element? How easy would it be for somebody to hack into an eSIM, pretend to be your service provider, and grab control of your device? And these eSIMs, of course, can also be used, I think, in things like autonomous vehicles. I mean, cybersecurity in the IoT world is so fundamental. Nothing is safe in tech without major security and cross-checking on IoT devices. I was aware of I come aware of a service which is again is patented now, but it came out of British Aerospace, is a way to secure IoT devices based upon a patented mechanism that was used in the Second World War to avoid the ability of somebody to pretend to be someone. Yeah, so you have a double check mechanism to ensure who you say you are. And I think that's what we need for IoT. We've got it for banking, of course, where you have sometimes to have a code on your phone and use that online to go into your service. I think that's going to happen everywhere. We have to have a double check each place. And then, of course, I don't know what it's like in India, but certainly within the UK, there's also a giant potential liability on people's data privacy. In the UK now, I believe there's between a £1,000 and an £8,000 liability on a company that maintains and retains privacy data. So if you're a B2B retail client, retail business, and you're holding 100,000 clients worth of banking details, you have a potential liability for that detail of up to £8,000 per data entry. Ginormous. And the average SME fine being levied against that breaching is £125,000. Not a lot of SMEs can afford that sort of fine. There is good news. There are, of course, services that help you to avoid that. There are also ways that you can protect your company by having that liability in your balance sheet or in your profit and loss account, so you can actually defend it. But it is a major issue. I think fraud and security are the single biggest dangers we face in our electronic world these days.
Well, Mike, there is another issue that suppose you are a app provider and you are in the wellness space, for example, or you are in an EV space, or you are in a retail space, as you said. So if you don't have a proper security mechanism to protect the data, obviously there is a liability on them. At the same time, I think we are sitting on a big opportunity. And when you are coming from scale-up arena, you work globally, there are a lot of players who may be able to provide, cybersecurity, because all the cybersecurity professionals have been already taken up, or rather gobbled by the banking and financial services because of the regulator pressure. So for the businesses, there is not enough availability in the market, which can be plugged in by the cybersecurity specialist companies. What do you have to say for these kind of opportunities to the network that you have?
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity again there, as you rightly say, not only to sort of support companies to assess their liability and to offset that. There's also, for example, we have a service on Scale Up Arena, which is available to companies that are holding significant amounts of PCI data and payment compliance. and apparently the majority of companies are being charged a fortune for their PCI compliance testing, but the majority are not actually PC compliant because it takes a view, a bit like a balance sheet. It is a view on a particular day, and then it's audited, and then it's approved. But tomorrow morning, it might be non-compliant because something has changed. And consequently, this ongoing mechanism of monitoring somebody's compliance, that's what the service that we have on Scale Up Arena will allow to do. So and that particular company can actually provide an ongoing payment compliance mechanism for a fraction of the cost of the single entity view. So yeah, there is opportunity. There are major opportunities in the space. Like I say, I think because it's the biggest challenge, it's also the biggest opportunity. The trick then becomes credibility of suppliers. And so, you know, the good news is with that particular one, they're already in use by people like Barclaycard. Okay, it's been developed out of a very large multinational environment with a lot of skill. So consequently, it can help with that. If any companies out on the network are concerned about their payment compliance or the cost of or their liability for, then that's, you know, we have a company that can definitely assist in that area at reduced cost, also with the ongoing compliance capability. We also have another service on Scale Up Arena, which helps with compliance and document and agreement qualification, if you like. So it's an AI-based tool that can help with document compliance. So it will rapidly and accurately assess liabilities in an agreement, in a document, in a compliance document. Again, another service that can help with this whole nightmarish environment that we're moving into. So, and you know, the other area, of course, we help the Scale Up Arena is that we try and bring together these credible, reliable services with potential clients and prospects. So, you know, we do that through lunch and learns, through briefings. The problem is a lot of companies don't know what they don't know. And so one of the things we do is offer these lunch and learns and briefings and one-on-one sessions where it's not a selling exercise, it's actually an education exercise, because people need to understand the impact and potential danger of these things. It's no good waiting until the data compliance people come knocking at your door saying, you've had a breach, you've lost 50,000 clients worth of information, we therefore want N million crows worth of fine from you. That is a bit too late to save the company. And also that then becomes a PR issue as well, because normally that sort of finds its way into the press, much to the joy of the competition. But actually what you need to do is preventative rather than cure. Prevention is better than cure when it comes to payment, data, customer compliance and security. So, you know, ignore that at your peril, both from a personal and a corporate perspective.
Well, I think this is a great advice, and I'm sure there are viewers who are listening to this conversation and realize that there is a huge potential for partnering with Indian companies, because India is a very large marketplace, and even US is a large marketplace. So these are two large marketplaces where Scale Up Arena can help you find the new clients, especially if you are you know, doing business in the cybersecurity space. So thank you, Mike, for speaking with us today. It has been a great learning.
Pleasure.
And we'll catch up next time.
Been a pleasure as always, Chandra.
Absolutely, Mike. It's always lovely to talk to you, and especially you live in such a beautiful beach township, and I see a lot of these pictures.
Nice. I'm not on that beach today, But it is sunny and warm here, but not as warm as Delhi, to be sure.
Absolutely. So let's heat it up, viewers. If you're listening to this conversation, go to scaleuparena.com and sign up. There are a whole lot of opportunities waiting to happen. So, Mike, thank you so much for joining us. We will catch up again next time.
Look forward to it. Take care, Chandra.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we are taking you to a wonderful city. A city which is being ranked number 3 among the top 10 destinations for travelers. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. Stick around to this episode till the end. We'll guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show today, and we have a wonderful guest today who will be discussing about a wonderful city. And the city is said is being settled around 723 BC, and this is also a city which is called a city of temples. And again, it is earlier it was called Kantipur because this city used to be very, very beautiful. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome our guest today, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead. And it is always lovely to talk to you, especially about the places where I have visited, which I cherish. And I want to visit again with almost like a great, big, expensive lens and hearing from the people about the culture, the history, and probably rediscovering. And thank you for that. How have you been?
I'm fine, and I look forward for a very wonderful discussion about the city. So I just maybe bust the mystery. We are discussing about Kathmandu, and why Kathmandu. I'll just tell you before you start your wonderful experience with the city, that the Kathmandu is shaped like a ball. And once upon a time, this was a lake, and in this lake there used to be a lot of snakes who used to live. But there was Manjushri, by the king by the name of Manjushri, who cut this valley and drained all the water, and thus it was created city Kathmandu.
Well, Kanchan, this is amazing. And I have seen Kathmandu being very close to the Nepal border, where I used to stay a small place which is called Raxaul. It is a border town on the Indian side. On the another side is a town called Birganj. And there was a road, in fact, made by India many years back when we used to stay at that side. And I have traveled to the wonderful Himalayas, and I can proudly say that that has been my first international visit when I was still in the school times and later as a teenager. So Kathmandu is actually a kind of a spiritual capital, not just a physical modern day capital, but a spiritual capital of the Nepal territory. And it compasses a lot of great traditions, cultures, religions, art, and together from the Tibetan, from the Hindus, from the Chinese, from the Buddhism, and of course from some of the Asian populations. And it is actually an ancient valley, and it is amazing. Not only because of its beauty, but it has got lots of UNESCO World Heritage sites, and one can spend a long time about experiencing the mystique of Kathmandu.
Right, and it is said that it ranks third in the traveling destination, which is being declared by few travel agencies. And so I would like to know more about this wonderful city.
So, Kanchan, till 1950s, Nepal was kind of isolated from the international travel circuit, tourism circuit. And from 1950s onwards, there was an effort to open up the Kathmandu as a cultural capital of South Asia or Southeast Asia, as we can say. And then the world discovered about some great places like Darbar squares, Hanuman Dhoka, and Pashupati Nath, Swayambhu Nath, and Tribhuvan International Airport. And there are many, there are a lot of alleys in the city. There are a lot of art and architecture spread across the city. And mostly they are around the gods and the goddesses. And this is a city which the moment you land there, you feel that you are very, very close to Shiva, our Lord Shiva. And Pashupati Nath has been one of the very, very oldest and very active Jagrat kind of a temple.
Yes, and I've also heard there are many temples which are dedicated to Ma Durga and many more Devis in this place. So I also want to tell our viewers that Shri Krishna is also closely associated with the city Kathmandu. So if somebody is planning to go to Kathmandu, what is the duration which is best to stay there and look around?
Well, a person depends on the traveler, international traveler, what they want to see. I believe that a lot of tourists which go from India, they have an interest in looking around some of the very, very old and very active traditional, conventional temples. And then there are other international places, tourists which come to see the natural beauty, the history, the World Heritage Sites, and UNESCO heritage sites. But Kathmandu is an enormous treasure house of art and sculptures. And there are a lot of temples, a lot of shrines, gompas, and the iconic symbolism of mother goddesses is very big hallmark of Kathmandu, I would say. And we can find so many statues, small statues, big statues, temples around the mother goddesses, such as Bhavani, Durga, Gajalakshmi, Harit Shitala, Mahishamardini, and Saptamatrika, 7 mother goddesses. So I would say it is actually 1 week's time, or at least 10 days time. For an Indian visitor can have even more than that. But I think 10 days time is a good enough to visit around Kathmandu, inside Kathmandu, inside the alleys, inside the temples, and the places, and get a feel of the place. And in fact, Kathmandu is also very popular. It has remained popular realms within Bollywood as well.
Yes, rightly mentioned. I also want to ask you about, because I have read that more of the ethnicity of the country and the city is Hinduism and Buddhist people. So what about the cuisine? Or vegetarian, actually.
Well, the staple food of Nepal is dal and bhat, which is plain rice and a yellow dal. But if one goes to the streets of Kathmandu, one can find momos, which is nothing but a Nepali version of the Tibetan dumplings. And that is also, momos is also a very popular fast food. And of course, Tibetan influence is there. So we also find chow mein, on the streets of Kathmandu. But dal bhat still remains the staple, along with some, chutneys and the pickles, and food cuisine wise, I would not say it's a delight, but it's a mix of South Asian cuisine all around the Kathmandu city, and you find Indian food also, Chinese, Tibetan, and some of the very few international food chains are also available. And of course, vegetarian foods is also available. And but you may not find a great menu out there, but a simple vegetarian meal is plentiful available, because Kathmandu is also a temple town. And interestingly, Kanchan, it is also a sister city of our Varanasi. And that makes it a wonderful town in terms of the religious mysticism and religious tour as well.
Well, yes, I've heard that this is sister city of Varanasi. But at this point of time, I would like to ask you, suppose few people, they generally masses go to visit the temples and be inclined towards pilgrimage and religious thoughts. But there are some other travelers who may not want to visit temples. And so anything anything is there for them? Like any sport or any climbing or any trekking venue for them?
So yes, Kanchan. So as I said, Kathmandu is about South Asian culture's melting pot. So there is a lot of cultural influences from this region. And apart from the temples and the museums, there are a lot of heritage buildings are there. For example, Ghanta Ghar is one place, Dhara Hara is one place, and Singha Darbar, couple of old Nayan Hiti Palace, Hanuman Dhoka Palace. There are places of historical interest. There are places of course, Nepal tourism conducts a lot of trekking, hiking in the deep Himalayas. And of course, the travel towards Everest starts from Kathmandu. The applications are accepted there, and Kathmandu airport is actually one of the very challenging airports for landing. And by road, I have traveled by road from Raxaul to Kathmandu, which is called a Tribhuvan Highway. And in between, I remember, Kanchan, there used to be a place, probably a place called Hetauda, where on the top of a Hetauda, the roads, the winding roads up in the Himalayas, one can actually count 80 roads down when the bus is at the top. And that view is spectacular. It is out of this world view. And reaching from Raxaul to Kathmandu is almost like a 6 hours of journey in a normal conditions, and therefore, I mean, now it is well connected. Raxaul is well connected, and Kathmandu is well connected by air, by road, and the best part is that for Indians, we do not need passport to enter Nepal.
Yes, because we have a lot of similarities when we talk about Nepal, and we think that, yes, Nepal is a kind of a part of our nation. At this point of time, I also want to ask you that what is the art and architecture we were talking about a few minutes before? So the influence of on art and architecture is more of Indian, or it's a mix of Buddhist and Hinduism, or maybe a touch of Chinese influence on the art and architecture of Nepal?
Well, Kanchan, art and architectural part of, especially seen in Kathmandu. I mean, we are talking about Kathmandu in focus. So there are three major periods there, of evolution, depending on which kingdoms or which big communities ruled that part of the country. So one is the Lichvi or the classical period is there. Then there is a post-classical period. And the modern one, which is started at 1400s onwards, it is called the Malla period. And there is a lot of influence on the Tibetan demonology. So a lot of dragons, a lot of those Tibetan demons. That is part of the stupas and the temples and the arches, and of course there is a religious art is also there, and it can be seen in various temples, palaces, and there are a lot of folk tales. When the kings used to live, there was even a tale of their certain families from the king were not supposed to visit certain temples because it is cursed for them. So I mean, you cannot separate the temples and Buddhism temples, the Hindu temples, and Changu Narayan temple, Bodhnath temple. Rani Pokhri is one of the very famous pond, very old and very famous pond, somewhere built around 1600s of time. And Budha Nilkant is a very place when I was a kid, it was told that Budha Nilkant is a very haunted kind of a place for the certain families. And one special thing that I want to mention, Kanchan, is that when I was in a school and I used to visit Nepal on the way towards Kathmandu, I used to see every shop, every hotel, every shopping complexes having the photos of the king and the queen in the background. So that shows the dedication towards the kings, the Rana kings and Gorkha kings of that area. And India has great ties. It has always been a great ties from our several of our small princely states directly having relations with the Nepal's kingdoms. And in recent times, we have seen Bollywood and our famous Koirala, Manisha Koirala, from Nepal's political family, first political family. So yes, it is a great place, and Kathmandu is a visit, not just once.
Yes, it is a wonderful city, and it is a destination that one should always visit at least once in lifetime. So it was great talking to you and know about your experience of this particular city. We'll be meeting again with our next destination and discuss other wonderful city. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead. And thank you for reminding me of Kathmandu, and I will visit soon.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And today is Friday, and on Friday we have a CEO roundtable. So let me invite our distinguished guest today. First is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies. She's joining us from India. Welcome.
Hi everybody. How are you all?
We are all fine, Kanchan. Thanks for joining us. And our second guest is Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is a CEO of Career Zoom, a very well-known HR consulting company. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a good week so far, and I'm looking forward to the weekend. So I'm sure all of you are as well.
Yes, we are looking towards the weekend, and in the CEO roundtable, we have a very interesting discussion that we want to have. It's about building rapport with the client, because as all of us know, client is the most important link of doing any business. So we thought that we will discuss this today, and I'll start with you, Farida. What do you think should be the most important critical aspect of building rapport with a client?
Sure. And I'll start with a little anecdote because I think it's so applicable in today's times. Few years ago, I was in the hospital after a surgery. A lot of people came to see me and I got a lot of gifts. I don't know who bought those gifts, but I remember each and every person who came to see me. So it's same with the clients. When times are good, everybody is calling everybody on a regular basis. But for instance, the situation that we have right now, the sales decisions are being delayed, or they are not actually being taken. And at this point in time, if we in a sales capacity keep in touch with our clients, that is what they are going to remember when times are good. So to just sum up this whole thing, rapport with the client is very, very important, because one, it is not just about making a transaction and moving on, but it's establishing a business and continuing to gain their trust. You as a person might move from one organization to another, but what actually stays with you is the relationship that you build with your client. It's very possible that you will be able to continue doing business with that client if you have built the rapport in the first place. So in my opinion, every interaction with client is an opportunity to build the rapport. And as a salesperson, as the face of the organization, and even in your personal capacity, it is important to take every opportunity to do that.
Very well spoken, Farida. In fact, the rapport building really starts with pronouncing the name correctly. So, a simple thing like having the right pronunciation of the name, and understanding the nuances of each country, each type of names is very important. And I think that will help break the ice. So, Kanchan, what is important for breaking the ice in the journey of building your rapport with a client?
First of all, the major thing is that the attitude towards client has to be positive, because it's not a one day deal. We have to deal with this client again and again. So the positive attitude is must. And second, there are some difficult clients also, and there are some complaints also. So once you are in a frontline professional in an organization and some complaints come, so you have to show the positivity towards dealing that client, because that positivity remains. For example, if client says that these are the problems and these set of things I am facing with some service or product, so that doesn't mean that what you just straightway ask a question. Rather, you should have an empathy to listen the client, and maybe come, yeah, okay, you have this kind of problem, okay, fine, we will see. And there are chances that sometimes you may not be able to give a final solution to that particular problem. So it's better to take help of your team also, because if you are heading a team, a sales team in an organization,
And there are some instances where when you go for a team help, there are some young professionals who can come out with a lot of innovative solutions for that particular problem. So in that case, what happens in this whole process, clients sees that you are serious about the problem with the client is facing. Plus, in a way, when you are showing empathy, that's a channel of relationship, a business relation is set with the client, and that also increase the loyalty towards the company and towards the product. It is not a it doesn't matter you remain in this organization or not. Maybe after leaving one organization, you go to different organization, even that client comes along with you, and he already placed a trust in you, and he understands that you will be there to help him in case if he has a problem. So I think these few points are very, very important for building a client rapport.
So Kanchan, you mentioned very important point, which is empathy with a client. So as a face of the organization, suppose somebody is watching this program and is a startup CEO or a SME, I think how to be empathetic towards the client and also having listening ability to the problems that a client has is basically the point that you are trying to drive here. And I just want to go to Farida now because she handles a lot of people globally. Farida, how do you handle a problematic client? Because we can be empathetic, but client is the king, as we say, customer is king. So there has to be a balance between how much to listen, how much to empathize, and how do you handle a problematic client?
Sure. Now, this is a topic I can go on and on because this is my favorite topic. And even when I do trainings, this is something where we spend a lot of time. A problematic client. Now, the definition of a problematic client is different for different people. Everyone actually perceives a certain way of interaction as a problem. You could, face these situations in your life very often. One thing is to listen. We often actually, talk and we hear and we react because that's human nature, right? The key here is to listen, not just hear, but listen and respond. There are times when, the other party, the client, is going to be very, you might find it very unreasonable. But what do you do in that situation? Yes, you need to kind of, take a back seat and think, what is it that is bothering this person? Can you actually help to resolve it? Because if that is the only thing that will get this client back to the nice person that they were, then just resolve that. But if you think that these problems are a multitude of problems and this might not be one particular resolution, then I would go back to what Kanchan was saying. Take help of your team, because maybe a different face might be able to, mitigate this whole thing much better. A different set of hands, a different pair of ears, and different pair of eyes would probably, just help to take away the heat of the moment. So I'll give an example. In my team, I have one of my colleagues. He had a complete disastrous situation with a client. The client was like angry, and he was shouting at him. And because of the experience that my colleague has, he just kind of listened to everything that the client was saying, and he said that he will discuss it back with the team and go back to him. So what happened is that there was sleeping over because it was a weekend. Everyone slept over the problem. That gave my colleague the opportunity to actually understand where exactly is this dissatisfaction. What can we do to address that particular point? And he asked me if I was willing to be the face of that particular discussion for just one instance, because it will just take away all the focus from the not very nice conversation that they had, and It would just give the client an opportunity to talk to someone else, and they also will feel that somebody is listening to them. So sometimes it's okay to kind of, take a little bit of a backseat, because end of the day, a deal is a deal. End of the day, business is business. It doesn't matter how you bring that business. Taking someone's help might just help you, cross that bridge in a much more smoother way. So maybe, one of the ways to handle a problematic discussion, not just a client, is just to kind of take a backseat, listen, and go back after a while, after you've processed the information and realized where exactly is the issue. So to make it very structured, keep your world binary, take in information, don't get emotional. So, I attended a training many years ago where one of the things that the trainer actually said was, match the energy, don't match the emotion. So if someone is shouting at you, speak at that tone, but don't be angry, because that's just going to, convert this whole discussion to a not nice discussion. But if you match the tone, the other person kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, and you are able to continue the conversation. And maybe that continuation is kinder than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So I think if I have to understand the point that you just made, is that maybe it will help to restate the problem of the client in your own words, and that may give confidence that, hey, my vendors have understood my issue and my problem. Um, I think one of the major aspect of building rapport, which everybody says, is that you should not always discuss business with your client. Sometimes you should also know your client personally. So, Kanchan, what is the importance of having a non-business conversation with the client, or maybe making some personal discussion with the client? Is it important or it is not important? What is your opinion?
Yeah, it is very important once you are making a rapport with the client, because uh, otherwise it'll sounds like as if you are just talking and you just want to have money, you just want to sell either product or services. And sometimes, not sometimes, actually most of the time client doesn't like it, because that becomes very harsh conversation. What I feel is, because we as human, we are emotional machine, and we have to show emotion in a certain way, and we have to tackle that emotion in a certain way, because we are social, we have to show our social skills also to the client. So when we are talking and talking, it is good to have a personal relationship, personal mixed with business relationship, because that gives kind of smoothen the conversation. And then client is also kind of have a free thought process, and he can talk to you, he can pick up your phone when you're calling, and that gel, and it becomes friendly environment. And when it is a friendly environment, then we can discuss business with all casual talking. So I think it's very important to have a little personalization in the communication in the business, because that is how the all communication and relationship work. It's very important.
So, Kanchan, I think that's very important. So, one of the most important aspect of understanding your client is to understand his personal side of things. What he likes, what game he like, what kind of food he likes, what is his liking, disliking, and so on. So, it's we are just scratching the surface here, and we have been discussing about how to build rapport by ensuring that we listen to the client, we solve his problem, we pronounce his name properly, and also know him personally. But having said all of that, Farida,
When I just want to add, when we know a client personally, it becomes easier to solve the problem also. So that is a benefit of being a personalized business communication.
absolutely, it's a very valid point. So, Farida, we have taken care of all of that. We are still scratching the surface, but to start the ball rolling, we have taken care of everything. And still, we are not sure with certain clients how to respond. How do we handle those situations?
Okay. Again, I am the queen of anecdotes and I have a lot of them. So let me share one. Many years ago, when I used to work for Barclays, there was a situation when someone was very angry. And I was also very young, very immature. I got angry as well. I was like, and everyone was screaming. And one of my senior colleagues, a very sweet Greek gentleman, his name is George Papasolomontis, and he actually put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to come on the side. He said, "Why are you losing your temper?" I said, "Because he's shouting at me, and I'm getting agitated." And I said, "I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to here to be popular." He said, "But I want you to be popular." And that is something that's kind of stayed with me through the years. It's been many years now. But the thing is that when there will be situations when everything is not going to work the way you want it or you hope it to work. There will be clients who will be more difficult than you think you can handle. But what actually works at any point in time is be calm. Like Kanchan said, that it's not necessary to just have a business communication, because end of the day you are not just doing a transaction, you are building a relationship to keep doing business continuously. And if you have that rapport with your client or with any party that you are doing business with, the navigation of their needs, the navigation of their organization becomes a lot simpler. It's a lot easier. So not every time, all these tips are going to work. Not every time you are going to be able to solve a problem, but then that is life. You just take a little bit of calm moment, do some meditation if you need to, and just move on. Because you can try your best to solve, you can try your best to address, but there will be times that you might still have an opportunity loss. That is life. Just pick yourself up and move on.
So I think you made a very important anecdote, if you allow me to say that. It is saying that being a young entrepreneur or a CEO or a sales head or a salesperson, you have to be popular amongst your client. So I think we can end our discussion today. There are many things which may be required, which may be, some of the things that we have said and discussed today are some may apply in 90% of the situations, but could be 10% situation where these things that we discussed may not apply, and there has to be a help required to handle those things. But nevertheless, we had a very positive and fruitful discussion today in the Top Brass CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to thank my guests Kanchan and Farida for joining us today. We will catch up next Friday again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown, and there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown, where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. but I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
So we are amidst a circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different, that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then, it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people, or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. A couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc. But you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool. On the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But that's I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see what mama is doing.
Yeah. She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
Yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. So, I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. And India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office, we'll meet up for a coffee and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take. So let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise. And we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually, in normal situation, it would have taken a lot longer. But we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available. But where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available. But I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is, a dampening of sentiments. And even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet. So people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to, keep the morale up. They are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think,
because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't, kind of execute any of them, because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now, because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mic Live. And in our universe, in our surrounding, things are not as it seems. Let's talk about Earth. It's a no-brainer. Earth is round. We all know that Earth is round. But if somebody says that Earth is round, I agree, but Earth can also be flat, like this. Well, you would say, how foolish is this? Earth is round, and how can you say that Earth is flat? But the reality is, the answer is true in both the cases. It's a question of perspective. Earth can be round and Earth can be flat as well. So we will discuss this point today. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Friends, Earth is round. It does not require major analysis. We all know that Earth is round. We have taken pictures from space. We have also taken pictures of other planets. They all look round. Even Sun is round. So even though all these celestial bodies are round, like stars, neutron stars, planets, and large stuff like that, then why humans for millennia were thinking that Earth is flat, like this? And it's not only in few cultures, but across the world, the major belief was that Earth is flat. And in fact, if you go in antiquity, until the Galileo saw or produced a picture of universe through his telescope, we always felt that Earth is flat. In fact, most of the mankind, most of the scientists used to propagate Earth was flat, even though in Indian culture and also in Greek culture, it was well-known fact that Earth is also round. So why most of the humanity felt that Earth is flat like this, and why we have this notion that Earth is also flat? In fact, there is a flat Earth society. For many centuries, humans have this view of the world, which is a flat view, and belief was that if you venture out in the ocean, out in the open, you will hit a point where there will be a flat edge of the earth, and you may fall over or tip over on the side of the earth. And that is why people were scared to go out too deep into the ocean, and exploration was a bit of a difficulty, because they had this notion that if you go far out of land in the ocean, you will not only encounter large monsters, but also the end of the earth will reach and you will fall over, and that is a point of no return. So that was a belief system. And if you talk about Indian mythology, then we have both views. The ancient Indian belief was that earth is flat, but in Sanskrit, which is the ancient Indian language, earth is also called bhu, which is a short form of bhumi, which we call in Hindi bhumi. It is also called bhu. And the thought process of the ancient Indian was that earth is also called bhugol, which is the round earth. So in the ancient Indian time, both thought process, whether earth was flat or earth was round, were coexisting, because this is a picture of a flat earth as one of the scriptures in ancient India. And we know for a fact that there are many temples, many carvings across the length and breadth of India, where in the sculptures they have shown that the earth is round, and it is also called bhugol in Sanskrit. So bhu as earth and gol is round.
So both views were coexisting. In fact, the ancient India, the idea of free speech was much more prevalent than current day time, and therefore both theories were coexisting. I think we need to wonder why the ancients had such confusion around whether the earth is round or earth is flat. I think after further analysis, I found that both perspectives are right, because of course, earth is a sphere or spheroid, because we exist in 3 dimensions. And if you look at the 2-dimensional universe, you will obviously not have the height angle. So whether earth looks flat or flattish or concavish or convexus, it's a question of which dimension you are actually watching earth from. So if you are watching earth from 4 dimensions, then it will look flattish again. So in 2D it looks like a circle, and in 4 dimension it does not look like a circle, but it looks like a flat earth. We will explain this by a physical experiment or a thought experiment, which is coming up right now. In order to understand the dimensions, we have to also look at how our universe is perceived. So if there is a point here, as I'm trying to show, it is a 0 dimension. Point has no dimension. It does not give you any feeling of up or down. But if you make a line out of this, then obviously you get a feeling of length or distance. You can interpret in whichever way you want, and you can have a single dimension word like this, like a line. But then if you make a more number of lines like this, what I'm trying to show here, then this becomes a 2D object, because now you have 2 dimensions which are added to it. So the 2 dimensions are the length and the breadth. These are the 2 dimensions. So now instead of just a point, now you have 2 dimensions here, which explains that this is a square or this is a circle in 2 dimensions. Right? Now this is a 2D object. This is also a 2D object. Anything which is drawn on paper is a 2D object. And we know all that. We actually use this 2 dimension all the time. We watch TV, we do studies on a paper. We are actually watching videos. All of that is a 2D which is visible, and we interpret 2 dimensions as a 2D. 2D is very good for explaining things for interpretation. However, if you look at this picture from side, as I'm trying to show here, it does not give any feeling of depth. You see, these circle has no height, no depth, no up and down. So it is a real 2D, and in order to get a 3 dimension, which is you add a 3rd dimension, which is like this. This is the 3rd dimension. So let's say if this dimension is x, and this dimension is y, which is length, and the height is z, height or depth. Now you can actually start existing in 3rd dimension, and you can make a cube out of this, like this, and then suddenly you start seeing the depth in these in this picture. Even though I'm trying to draw this and visualize this whole thing on the paper, but you start seeing imagining the 3rd dimension, and this is exactly our world looks like. We actually exist in 3 dimensions, but when we look at things, we actually look at 2D. Let me now try to give a visual example of a 3D universe. Let's look at this object. This is a cube, pretty much a cube which is similar to what I was trying to draw on paper. But if you see the image of this cube on a piece of wall, it will be a square or it will be a cuboid. Let us try to look at this example. The same cube is casting a shadow which is in 2 dimensions. So even though we exist in a 3D world, we actually are used to looking at 2D objects. Let us now extend our thought experiment to a sphere. As you can see, I've added additional dimension here, which is the height, and that makes this picture a 3D picture. But when a 3D sphere casts the image on a plane surface, it will be a circle. So you can imagine that whenever we look out into space, we are always looking at two-dimensional space, and our brain also interpret a two-dimensional space, even though we are living in three dimensions. There is one more point that we need to consider now. If you look at this line, this is a single dimension. This has no shape. It is a single dimension. But to make a 2D object like a square, you need 4 of these single dimension. It means 4 lines you need to make a complete picture of a 2D object. Similarly, if you want to make a 3D object, you need 6 of these 2D objects to complete a 3D object like a cube. So in nutshell, when you live in three-dimensional universe, you actually live in a space which is surrounded by 6 two-dimensional space. To understand this more holistically, we are living in a three-dimensional universe, and we will have intermingled 2D universe all around us. 6 different universes may be required to make a three-dimensional universe, and there could be a 2D universe which is just lying out there, and we can actually watch what is going on in two-dimensional world. But the 2D people, the people who are living on two-dimensional universe, will never know that somebody from the third dimension is watching them. So the 2D universe is surrounded all around by a 3D universe, and therefore a 3D universe in two-dimensional or a flat land will be called hyperspace. Similarly, when a 3D universe gives us a feeling of height, a feeling of up and down, a 4D universe may require 6 of 3D cubes to make a 4-dimension universe. And what is that extra dimension that is added? And that dimension, other than height, would be the duration. So it is very difficult to comprehend. So our situation is pretty much like what people in single dimensions or people in 2 dimensions feel, that the third dimension people are always watching them all the time. Similarly, if there is a living being in 4D, they may be watching us all the time, and there is nothing that we can hide. All events which are happening around us or happened or going to happen will be visible to a person living in 4D, because they will have the ability to experience, live in one extra dimension, which is called duration. And therefore, when they are looking at us in a lower dimension, they will be able to see our past, present, and future all at the same time. If there is somebody watching us at this time from a 4D universe, they will be able to see our future as well as present and past. There is nothing we can do to hide the events which are happening in our universe. They are always watching us. There is nothing we can hide. Even if we put a ball inside a box, they will be able to see that there is a ball inside the box. Simply because, when they are in a 4D, they have one more extra dimension, which is the duration. So they are able to experience length, breadth, height, and duration. So therefore, when they are looking at duration, they will be able to see how our universe function, behave in all aspects from the beginning. A 4D universe being will be seeing something like this. They will see our universe like a flow of time, like a river which is flowing, and they can actually pick and choose any moment in our past, present, or future, and they can examine what is going on with our space, with our planets, with ourselves, all the objects which are living in our universe. They will be able to see all at once. Let us come back to the flat Earth. A 4D person will see Earth in this format. In this format, the entire Earth is visible. it looks like as if the ball of the earth is flattened like this, not squished. It is actually flattened out, and this is how the earth will look like to them. And in the current context, the edge of the earth is surrounded by icy mountains because we have a continent over there. And these icy mountains will prevent any person to go beyond this icy mountain, which is true, because when we actually go beyond this icy mountains, we come back in the same land that we have. We cannot cross this. And therefore, when we look at these flat earth models, as we walk towards these icy mountains, it becomes impossible to cross from the 4D person perspective. The amount of force required that we need to exert out to move to the edge of the earth will be humongous, which will be equal to escape velocity, almost like 11 kilometers per second. So we have to get the acceleration done in order to cross over the edge of the earth. And this is why the flat earth is a very plausible model, especially when people are looking at from the 4 dimensions. A 4D person will be able to see earth in this fashion. In fact, every being on earth, every object in our universe will be visible like a flow to them, and they can pick a point in that flow and they can actually extend that and see that in a holistic picture of that. And as I said, there's nothing we can hide from the 4D person. Therefore, they will be able to see the flattish earth, because all movements, like for us, we are living on one side of the earth and we don't know what is happening on the other side. But that is not the case when a 4D person is looking at us, or from a person from 4-dimension universe. They will actually see earth completely opening up in front of their own eyes, and they will be able to see the entire earth in that moment, in that duration. Everything, whatever has happened to every living organism, to all the events, they will be able to see all at once. Friends, it's very, very difficult to visualize the whole impact of how a 4-dimension being will see us. And there is very difficult, because the extra dimensions is something that we can't even imagine. Usually we imagine everything in 2 dimensions, because when we watch TV, when we study our books, when we look at things, they are all 2D objects with little bit of depth which is available, because we are also in living in 3-dimension universe, but our brain interpret 2D objects. Similarly, when somebody is watching us from 4th dimension, we cannot imagine what they are seeing. We know only little bit information, and it is very, very difficult to visualize. That is why I say that the flat earth theory or the flat earth could be a reality, especially when somebody is watching us from 4 dimensions. And one of the theory is that the ancients used to talk about flat earth simply because they were the custodian of God and godly things across all religions across the world. And therefore, the common belief is that the 4D being may be a god-like creature or god-like person who's watching all our movements. And that is why when the God is looking at us, they're looking at a flat earth. But when we are looking at our own being, we are actually looking at a round earth. So both perspectives are true, and I thought I will bring this analysis to you. What do you think about this? You have an opinion on this? If you have, do write comments on this video, and friends, I respond to each and every comment.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and 3-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And what's the subject for today? What's What's spiraling round your world today, CK?
Well, I think this is spiraling around the world, not specifically around India. It's a great news that scientists have found traces of certain gases that on the Venus, in the atmosphere of Venus, and those gases can come in the first place if there are life basically is present in the atmosphere of Venus. So this is very exciting amongst the scientific community.
Well, I'm sure, I mean, the scientists have been here for years, and forget all of the Area 51 issue about aliens in America, etc., etc. Let's look at reality. We are all connected. I mean, there is absolutely no two ways about it. Science has proven it. Mathematicians have proven it. I remember seeing a great presentation on the BBC about 4 years ago by Dr. Brian Cox, the famous musician, you know, and he talks about we're all connected, and although we see each other in very sharp form, there's an aura around us because we're giving off something, you know, chemical base or something. And he explained it far better than I've just done there. But in essence, we make something simple out of something very, very complicated. And quantum maths and quantum physics have come together, and they're proving that the whole universe is connected. Is that a surprise? No, not really. With just the thought process, I mean, just life on Earth, are we the only being, and I'm not talking about human being, are we the only being in our universe or all of the universes? Remember, there are many universes out there, trillions of universes, so they're saying. Are we all connected? Well, scientists are now saying, well, we're getting gases from Venus. Well, there's a surprise.
Well, I think what you're talking about is probably is a very vast subject. You know, you're talking about aura, and the aura is connected of all living beings. This is true, by the way, because everything boils down to energy. And if we are doing, thinking is a part of mind energy. So, you know, you're eating food, and then that is converted into thought process, and that thought process is then connected with other person's thought process. So I think it's a connection at the energy level, at a higher level. So we will talk about that some other day, Neville. But I think let's go back to Venus. Why Venus is so exciting? Venus is so exciting because it is just a 100 days trip with current technology. Rather, I mean, we have heard so much about Mars because, I have one word for it: surfaces. So, you know, we are obsessed with surfacism. So, because we are able to land on Mars, you know, NASA has sent so many spaceships and probes to study. But the real fact is the Mars is not suitable for humans to live, simply because there is no atmosphere, there is very little gravity, and there is no water on the surface. Oxygen is a problem. So a whole lot of problems with Mars. Whereas Venus is just 100 days away. You know, with current technology, if you fire a rocket, it's just like 3 months away. Within 3 months, you can reach Venus and you can come back. So now the problem with Venus is it is very hot. It is the hottest planet in the solar system. So you cannot survive on the surface. But where you can survive is 50 kilometers up in the atmosphere. So if somebody is trying to settle on Venus, they have to think of a way to float in the atmosphere, because the temperature is close to Earth's temperature. You don't have to go down. The gravity is equal to Earth gravity. It's a large planet. That is why it is called a sister planet. And then if you can master the way of making a floating city, of floating habitat, you can directly get your oxygen from the atmosphere, convert it using some catalytic converter, and breathe normally. Harness the atmosphere to make your food. So because there is a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in Venus, and what we eat is carbon. Ultimately, we eat plants, and we eat some of the non-vegetarian friends of mine will eat life forms, animals, which are also made of carbon. So there is a whole lot of carbon in the atmosphere. You can use the 3D print technology to press the button and make your food. So it's very logical. So if there are microbes surviving in the atmosphere of Venus, 50 kilometers up in the sky, the chances are you will also survive. So that is why this news is so exciting, Neval.
No, I can see you're getting very animated about it. And the nice thing about this is science fiction is becoming science fact. So I remember as a child watching programs on the TV, things like the Jetsons. I don't know if you ever remember that, you know, where we were living in spaceships literally above our planet. And they weren't in space. They were, you know, half a mile high, you know, and we've proven that from the space station. We've proven that we can live in the space station. I mean, obviously there are issues around that, but we've grown things in the space station that they never thought possible. So lots of scientific research programs are even currently going on in that space station. What I always find fascinating is we're consciously looking above, somewhere else, and yet we know very little about below sea level. We know very little about it. When a volcano erupts, all of a sudden we think, my goodness, you know, what's happening, even with all of the technology that we have. So I think for me, you talking about Venus today and seeing it in the papers, mostly the scientific press, because people think this is a complicated issue. Well, I'm sure Dr. Brian Cox or somebody is going to make it a very simple issue that we can all understand. But what it gets to me is that we are, as a human race, we are progressing science at a phenomenal rate. And as you said, a little bit about energy, you know, and we all know what that is. You know, you put 10 people that are determined to solve a problem in a room, and they come out feeling energized, even if they've been in there for 28 hours. That adrenaline rush that's gone all the way through. Yes, they've had lulls and they've had dips and they've had heights all the way through, but they've succeeded. And it isn't an issue of, you know, one person made the difference. They all made a difference. And that's the thing that excites me about the human race in many respects, because 1 + 1 is greater than 2.
You know,
and that means 2 + 2 is definitely greater than 5.
Neval, I think the driving force for the humans is the economy, the money. So I think we need to get to other planets to do mining, basically, because something has to drive those space trips, space exploration. So either it is a commercial interest or it is tourism. I don't see any other reason. I mean, you will not go to living your humble abode on Earth, which is so comfortable. You don't need any apparatus to build your oxygen. It's available free. But if you go to Venus, then obviously there has to be some compelling reason. You know, why people go to Antarctica? Because they want to do something there, right? Somebody is funding them. And that public money is funding their trips. I mean, you can't expect public money to fund somebody's jolly ride to Venus, you know? So it has to be some...
There will be a commercial aspect in there somewhere, but the biggest commercial aspect here is if we are going to prolong our race, we need to, number one, start to thinking about our planet, our home residence, what that's doing. One thing we do know is the population is exploding. In the 1960s, I was told there was something like 6 billion people. No, I think 3.5 billion people, something like that on the planet. Well, it's over double that now. So 40 years later, 30 years later, we've doubled. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to double and double and double, because things like coronavirus has come along, which is a man-made issue. I mean, let's face facts here. We have, because of what's happened, we've created this. Like, antibiotics. There's been lots in the journals out there that's saying the effect of antibiotics is receding. So we need to find something to replace antibiotics. But I think the message for me, like the Venus message here, is science is really progressing at such a phenomenal rate. Everyone's talking about how AI is going to improve this and AI is going to improve that. But I think actually science is overtaking this AI, commercially driven AI discussion. And they're all talking about ethical AI and it needs to be, everyone needs to own it, etc., etc. Well, one thing we can own and push is new science. And let's just congratulate them. They're all can-do people. Boy, are they can-do people to be pushing this type of arena. So take my hat off to all of you scientists out there, and all of you pending scientists, all of you young scientists, the 14 and 15-year-olds that think, do you know what, I really fancy a career in science or engineering. Well, our advice to you is do it. If you love it, go and do it. Because the job that you love is not a job.
Well, Naval, there are a lot of advancements which are going to happen in AI. And I think I will give one example here, the 3D printing. Now, you know why 3D printing is so important and so exciting, because, you know, you don't have to carry your gadgets with you. All you have to carry in your spacecraft is a 3D printer and a raw material. So if you have some raw material which can be used by 3D printer to make things. So for example, your toolbox, you know, your spacecraft is a machine and somebody has to fix that machine if it goes, goes south. So you can't carry all the toolbox with you. So what will happen? You know, you have a printer, you have a raw material which can be used by printer to make a tool out of it. And that can be managed from Earth through a signal. So the astronauts in the spacecraft, I need a special spanner because that screw is, it's faulty, I need to replace it. So what these guys have to do on Earth is basically design that spanner, feed the data to using a data link to the 3D printer, and the 3D printer will print that out. So once the job is finished, the astronauts will replace in the raw material and that get recycled. So you don't have to carry your toolbox, equipment, something which you need to replace, something has gone south. You don't have to carry it with you, because that is the biggest challenge. So that is why the 3D printing is so exciting, and AI is going to be even more exciting because you need somebody to manage this, because suppose there is a human being, he cannot check all the parameters. So you need an intelligence computer system to manage all of that inside the spacecraft as well as outside the spacecraft. You know, what is happening in the sun? Is there is going to be a flare which is dangerous for you? So things like that. So something is required to manage all the show, and then you go to Venus and basically do mining, and then who knows, that can be a stepping stone to go to Jupiter, because you know in Jupiter you can do mining of gases, because Jupiter is gas giant as the name suggests. So you need to mine hydrogen. Why hydrogen? Because hydrogen is your fuel for future. So you need to mine hydrogen. You obviously can't go to Sun to mine hydrogen, but you can always go to Jupiter to mine hydrogen. So I think this whole thing is so exciting. You can build floating cities on in the atmosphere of Venus. You can float around, just like the Star Wars, the Empire Strikes Back. There's a floating city. Yep. So you can also build a floating city there. So yep. I think this whole thing will open up, and it should, because you raised the point about population doubling. Now the thing is that we were 1 million people, maybe 10,000 years back. From 1 million people, we have become 7 billion. And the next doubling will happen in next 10 years. The problem is that from 7, we will become 14 billion if we continue the rate of expansion in the same way. As per the studies carried out by the scientists, this planet cannot support more than 12 billion people. So the next doubling will happen, and we will consume all the natural resources which are available on this planet. So I think logically we have to spread out in the solar system. That is why this discovery on Venus is so exciting.
Well, it opens up immense opportunity, lots of which are going to be problems. You know, how do we get over it? But I think already, as I said, we're seeing fantastic strides in the science field. Many people never hear about it. You know, it's on, page 52 of your national newspaper, and it's only in the bottom, you know, scientists reveal life on Mars, you know, that would be probably front news, you know, news of the world. That would have put, you know, Elvis has returned or something. But the reality is we are really moving forward fast. And our message, I suppose, my message today is for all of you students at school, at college or university, get out there quick, get out and follow your dream. Follow all these, you know, bits of news that are typically hidden away, but they're not that hidden if you know where to look. So start Googling, start finding out. There are lots of science journals out there that are factual science journals. Some might speculate about what the opportunity might bring, but the point is they're based upon facts. Scientists do like facts. A bit like Sherlock Holmes, give me the facts. Or a good chief exec, give me the facts. I can still make a bad decision, but just give me the facts. So, can you handle the truth? There's another thought for you. But anyway, I think that's probably enough for today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, CK. I've got a very busy day ahead, but more about that tomorrow, maybe.
Sure. Thank you very much, Naval. I think we will end this discussion by giving just one more information about India. In 2 years, India is launching their manned mission to space. So I think it's
wow.
It is very relevant because all youngsters who are, who want to get into space sciences, space technology, I think they can do it in India also.
Well, there you go. I've recently been watching something on Netflix called Away. It's one of these Netflix miniseries. It's an incredibly interesting program. It's where the world actually gets together and goes to Mars. I won't say anything else about it, but if you're interested in Netflix, go and binge it, because it says a lot about collaboration. It says a lot about competition, and it says a lot about human nature. So anyway, again, great speaking with you this morning, CK. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Naval. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and I am your host Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Today's breaking news is about Bitcoin, and a small country called El Salvador has adapted the Bitcoin. I think we are going to discuss this. This is an excellent subject for our discussion. So, El Salvador is a small country which is located in the Latin America, in the Central America region, and it is, surrounded by countries like Panama, and it's actually not very far from Mexico. And they have actually announced that they will be accepting Bitcoins as one of the legal tender in the country. And I feel that this is a great move. I think they are scripting history by accepting the first non-inflationary currency. I will actually explain everything Friends, we are actually live right now across all social media, and whichever part of the world, if you're watching us, and if you have a question about this, any observation, you can directly write to us. Your name and your question will display on the screen, and we can take up live during the show. So basically, when I say it's non-inflationary, I will explain about it. But I think let's understand why El Salvador has started this currency in the first place. If you look at the sorry about that, I pressed the wrong button. But if you look at the surrounding of the country, it's a very small country. And if you look at the population itself, it's only about 7 million people that lives in the entire country. And if you compare the population of El Salvador, it is like any other C-class city in India, which is having in India, and there are so many of these large number of people living in India, and so many C-class cities. I'm not even talking about the metropolitan. I'm talking about the third level cities, which will have a population which is equal to the population of entire country of El Salvador. If you look at the history, they are obviously a Spanish conquered from native Indians, and then there are a lot of turmoils, and for past 400-500 years there are a lot of political upheavals, and finally they were able to create a proper multi-party system in the 90s, and from that time it is stable. But before that, they had a very disturbed history. They also had a civil war, and because of that, a lot of people from El Salvador were actually escaped the country because of civil war, and went to United States. And once the war was there was no war, the war was then there was an agreement so that the warring faction come together and create a political system in the country. A lot of people from El Salvador were sending money back to their people, their families back in the country. And therefore, in 2001, because a lot of US dollars were flowing into the country, in 2001, and it's such a small country, it is meaningless to have their own currency. So they said that we will have US dollars as our national currency, because anyway the entire currency which is flowing in is US dollars, and then that's when this El Salvador currency is United States dollars from 2001 onwards. And by the way, there is a question from one of our viewers. Let's take that. And this is one of our viewers joining in from YouTube, and they are asking that, in fact, it's an observation that I think it will be a long-lasting effect on the economy of the world. I certainly feel that, because this is the first nation to legalize the Bitcoin. So I was actually telling you about the history and why it is easier for El Salvador to accept Bitcoin as a currency. Now let's look at the economy of this country. It's a very small country which is having ocean on one side and landlocked by other countries, other regions. It's a very small area. Largely it is agriculture based economy, and they have three things which they export out of the country. One is cocoa, which is used for making chocolates. Number two is the indigo, which is used for making the color dye, blue color dye, which is very popular in Portuguese and Spanish cultures. And number three is the coffee. So El Salvadorian coffee is also very popular. And these are the three major things this country does. And therefore, in order to improve the quality of people's life, they have accepted US dollars as a legal tender in 2001. Now they've accepted Bitcoin, And as I mentioned in the beginning, that it's a non-inflationary currency, which is going to benefit the people of El Salvador, which I'm presuming they may not be very well off. However, as per the World Survey, their ranking in the happiness index is number 17th. So it's a small country with poverty and not too much of economic activity going on. Still, they are very high on a happiness index, and they are ranked at number 17. And therefore, let's come back to Bitcoin. Now, what is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a currency which is managed by the internet. There is no bank, there is no central bank, or there is no basket of currencies, there is no gold, or there is nothing like that. It is an algorithm based currency which is managed by the internet. And to hold the Bitcoin, you don't require a vault or anything. It's just a code which is generated by the internet, and it is available for anyone to download it and start using it. You can buy and sell. You can have a wallet. You can store your Bitcoin. You can pay the just like any other currency. You make the payment in Bitcoin and accept payment for your services in Bitcoin into your wallet. And it is volatile. It is not a fixed currency. It is volatile based on the economic conditions of world trade. The value of Bitcoin goes up and down. So it is a proper currency. It is non-inflationary because if you look at US dollars, or if you look at any other currency across the world, then definitely the value of the currency depends on various aspects. How that country's economy is doing. If there is a turmoil in that country, obviously the currency will dip. It'll not be as strong. So Bitcoin is really is not affected by one single country's events. It is a global currency, and therefore it is non-inflationary. It does not create a inflation which is created by, let's say, in case of El Salvador, probably by US dollars, because El Salvador is a separate country, but they will be affected by inflation which is happening in United States because their currency is US dollars. So therefore, now they can move away from the inflation which is transferred automatically from USA to El Salvador if this Bitcoin experiment succeed. And currently they will continue with US dollars. They will have two currencies, which is US dollars, because a lot of inflow of dollars is happening into this country, and also Bitcoin. So there will be two currencies. In fact, as I said, this is an experiment because the people will have to adapt. I mean, the government has already announced they have purchased Bitcoin, and the details of this two tranches of Bitcoin that they have got is given in the description below. So you can read in detail about how much it is worth. Now the people have to come forward, and government of El Salvador was not very clear about whether how quickly the whole system will ramp up. So they were not sure about it. So they created a wallet. And to their surprise, in past 2 days, there has been so many hits, so many people, citizens of El Salvador, trying to get access to their own wallet, to create their own wallet, that their wallet server crashed. So the services were taken offline for some time. They fixed the whole capacity issue and they brought it up back again. So it is basically a very big hit among the people of El Salvador. And the citizens of the country are now trying to create their own wallet using Bitcoin. So it's a success so far. And let's look at the inflation aspect of it. See, if you look at any investment, there are multiple investment you can make. You can keep your money either in the form of the currency, or in the form of gold, or in the form of Bitcoin. So there are three different areas where three different avenues you can actually have your money protected and stored. Now, if you are in India, then obviously the Indian currency is more volatile and inflationary than as compared to US dollars. So, and if you keep your savings in US dollars, you're better off than keeping them in Indian rupees as for the if you're able to maintain a dollar account in India, which is allowed, you can do that. And whenever you need money, you can convert into Indian rupees and get your money out. So that is the way people actually store money. You can have fixed deposits, you can have mutual funds, you can have different kinds of products. The safest method even today is storing in gold, because gold price always goes up. Slowly but steadily, it will continue to go up. There is no way that the gold price will ever crash, because gold is a very scarce material. So the second best method is storing your savings in gold. And the third best method, which is now emerging, is Bitcoin, because there is no government agency, there is no country, no central bank manages Bitcoin. It has an algorithm, and it is managed at the internet level. So it truly is a global currency, and therefore you can then, if it is allowed legally, you can store your savings into Bitcoin and start using it. So I think El Salvador, being a small nation of only 7 million people, I think it's a they are doing groundbreaking. They have taken groundbreaking decisions. They are taking the right step towards future, and I feel that it is a good experiment to have. I personally feel that it is a good experiment where if a small sort of pocket of people accepts Bitcoin in a large way, then it sets an example that how a successful model can emerge out of this, and people need not worry about economy getting crashed just by changing over into a different currency. And by the way, since I'm from India, I will talk about the Central Bank of India is also working on introducing India's own digital currency. I think we will hear about them shortly. I think there's a lot of work going on, a lot of groundwork is already prepared. India being a very populous, large country, and if the digital currency comes up in India, it will actually change the paradigm of economy globally, because obviously there are 3 large countries in the world today. If you look at number of people, it is India, China, and United States. They are the most populous countries. So if India, which is like 20% of the population of the world, changes over to a digital currency, it will change the parameters of economy completely. And I think there's a lot of work going on. We will follow this story. I think El Salvador adapting the Bitcoin is very exciting. I think it is one of the unprecedented steps that a country can take, and it is basically transferring benefit to the people, because the poor people of the country need not be affected by the inflation of another country like United States, because their currency is US dollar. So I think it's the right step in the right direction. Before I go, a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their support helped us to produce these kind of videos and bring the knowledge-based programs to you. Before I go, I like to say there is a big thanks to Performance Works, and there is a message for them. And I'll see you next time in the next program. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO. and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today there is a fantastic news. As of last night, the Ingenuity helicopter took off for 30 seconds on the surface of Mars, flew around a couple of feet and then landed after 30 seconds. It's a great engineering feat. It's for the first time after 100 years, mankind has flown a man-made flying object on a different planet. So that is why we want to discuss this today. Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akul Mac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akul Mac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akul Mac and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Friends, let me introduce our guest today. His name is Mr. Naval Gund. He joins us from UK. He is also the chairman of Mindfit Limited. And today we will discuss about the greatest feat. That means the mankind has flown another aircraft on a different planet. It's a Wright brother moment once again. So without further ado, let me invite my guest today.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, CK. Yes, what a feat of engineering. Millions of miles away in a planet we've never walked on before. And all of a sudden we've got, as you quite rightly say, it's a Wright brothers moment. And the irony is, it's just a little helicopter that's taken off, gone a few hundred feet in the air, flown around for a couple of minutes, taken a few pictures and landed safely. But what a feat of engineering, all done remotely from millions and millions of miles away. I mean, it's unbelievable. And we should be excited. It's not like a little drone taking off in your backyard and going up and smashing into the window because you couldn't control it. This is miles away. So what does it mean to you, CK?
Well, Naval, one thing is for sure is that I tried to tune in into NASA live feed because it was coming live on the internet, on the NASA live feed, and things were moving very slowly. So I want to tell the viewers that what was really going on and why the NASA live feed is showing you things which happened like very far miles, thousands, millions of miles away. And what really happened. So there are two things which are very important. One is when the signal from Ingenuity craft comes to Earth, it requires a lot of process, and there are very, very powerful antennas spread across the Earth which are capturing those signals. So even a 30-second flight, the processing of data has taken 4 hours. So the NASA live feed, why it looks like that people are sitting and nothing is happening. It actually, the fact is that a lot of things are happening, and the data which is flowing from the aircraft and finally it is reaching Earth is taking 4 hours. So it takes a lot of time to process. So that is one thing I want to say. What is your opinion on this, Naval?
Well, I'm a bit of a techie, really, when it comes to all this, and I love playing with a drone. I've got my own drone. As a boy, I used to play with trains and Skeletrics and watch them go round and round and round and round. You know, never got bored with it because you never know, it might fall off. You know, you'd have to put it back on again. Um, but this is an amazing feat of engineering. This is humankind at its best. We are miles away. We're not literally operating it from where we are. This is all pre-programmed. It's all very clever stuff. It shows our technical capability. It shows that humans are incredibly ingenious in what they're doing and what they're designing. And one of the feats here is a lot of people don't appreciate the technology that's gone into this particular machine. So there's one thing having a rover on a number of wheels go over terrain. And there's another thing actually taking off a flight, taking off on gravity system that's not normal to the UK, to the globe. You know, we have got our gravity here, you know, thanks to Newton, measured it 9.8 meters per second is the pull of gravity. There, it's a lot thinner air. So these rotors have not only got to rotate much faster to get the lift, but they're also rotating in the opposite way, which is why they had a test the other day of testing the rotors on the ground. So making sure one spin the way it was supposed to spin and the other one was spinning the way it was supposed to spin too. And they're doing alternates. So it's a bit like do you know the little thing about patting your head and moving your hand? And if you can do that, that's what these rotors are doing. They're going in opposite directions. And that, to me, that is the real feat of engineering here. It's making sure that everything works in sync. And we've seen some amazing pictures from a few hundred feet up in the air. You know, we've seen the shadow of this little flying machine. And no wonder. I mean, did you see the pictures of the NASA engineers when it actually took off, when they saw it take off for the first time? They were absolutely elated. This is the ultimate in some of their careers. You know, some of them will be retiring in 2 or 3 years' time, and that's it. They've now achieved, you know, their lifetime's ambition, only paving the way for other people to take it to the next step. For SpaceX, you know, to take over and start colonizing Mars. I mean, we're seeing real amazing innovation in mankind. And by the way, we need to tell the viewers that this ship took off. This spaceship took off, not yesterday, not last week, but months ago. So it's not today's engineering that we're dealing with. It's engineering that actually is probably 5 years old. Because by the time they've manufactured it and they put it into design and got the specifications right, and let's face it, they couldn't test it here really because we didn't have the same atmosphere. So all of these things, will it work, won't it work? All this anticipation, all this risk, all these human emotions that they're going through, it's no wonder that some of them were jumping for joy. I wish I could have been there with them because to feel that excitement as an engineer, it must have been absolutely amazing, stupendous. Can't think of the words, really. There isn't a word to explain it. They've reached new heights.
Well, Neville, in fact, I want to tell the viewers about something which they have not heard so far. And one of the difference between taking a flight on Earth and taking a flight on Mars is the atmosphere of Earth. Because whenever there is a thick air on Earth, which will assist you to take a flight, and as you rightly said, that the rotors of this Ingenuity helicopters are moving 5 times the speed of any helicopter on Earth. So a typical helicopter takes about 300 revolutions for the rotor to make lift on Earth. Now this helicopter on Mars requires 2500 revolutions per per minute, and that is why they are moving at very high speed. And this is really an experiment. And now what people don't know yet is that there is lot of dust on Mars. And because of this dust being available, unlike Earth, because there is going to be rain and it will wash away the dust, and usually the air on Earth is clean, but on Mars there is always a lot of dust. Even though the gravity is low and the atmosphere is 99% thinner than Earth, but still it has a lot of dust. And you know what happens when there is dust? There is going to be static electricity. So this is an experiment, as I said. As it actually ages, or it takes into multiple flights in future, then the rotor and the helicopter body will generate static current because of the dust particles, minute dust particles, which its rotor start rubbing into. And over time the static current will start building up into the outer surface of the helicopter. And it will be very interesting to see what happens, whether it's going to discharge or whether it's going to attract more dust, rendering the whole device not useful very soon, and it will not be able to live its own life, what has been planned for it. But I think it's very interesting because this static current will start building over the rotors, over the body, and then it may discharge. If it discharge, it will be a catastrophic explosion. So I think that is something which people are not aware, and I thought I will bring this fact upfront.
No, it's a really important fact. I mean, there are two problems with dust. One of which you mentioned is generating static electricity. And the other one, of course, is it clogs up engines. So there needs to be a filtration system to make sure that it doesn't actually get into the engine. And it's not, I think we need to make sure that people understand this is not a typical combustion engine that we're talking about up there. This is an electric engine, which is even more of a feat of engineering, to create an electric engine that actually delivers the power to weight ratio so that we can actually get lift. I did read somewhere that they will be manually discharging, and I think that's why some of the early flights are going to be quite short, and they'll be almost going back to the rover and plugging itself back in and manually discharging, and maybe even utilizing that electricity back into the battery power of the rover. I mean, who knows? But these guys are clearly, these guys are at the top of their game. I mean, they really are pushing boundaries. Let's just recap here. This is a completely different planet. This is not, a mocked up space facility in the middle of the Nevada desert. This is a long way away. It's Mars, and to get something there, everything seems to have gone to plan, which has to be a first, which can only set us in good stead for moving forward. I mean, like anything else, as we've seen, space travel is not without risk. Going down in a submarine deep in the water is not without risk. So let's hope that these engineers are mitigating a lot of that risk so that they're making spaceflight, maybe not for the likes of myself, part way through his 70th decade. And so we'll see. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'd love to go to Mars, wouldn't you?
Well, Neville, I would love to go to Europa. And I know for sure that Mars is just an experiment. And the next NASA mission to Europa is actually going to fly. It's not going to be a rover, so it's going to fly with 4 drone type engines, which will fly off to another mountain, cross another valley on Europa, where the air is thicker, atmosphere is much thicker. So I think the learning on the Mars, because of this Ingenuity helicopter, will help us refine our designs for Europa, which is going to be in 2030. So I think this is a stepping stone, as you rightly said. And if that mission is successful, I will definitely like to buy a ticket, if possible, to Europa.
Well, let's hope we win the lottery.
Absolutely, Neville. I think this is something very exciting, and as we all know, that it is like taking a flight on a different planet for the first time for modern humans. So it's very exciting. It's a stepping stone. Thank you so much for coming live with us today. We will catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
My pleasure. You're not going to get much more interested in this, as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely amazing news. Good luck, everybody. Just log into NASA. Just go online, Google it, and you'll see what we're talking about. This is phenomenal stuff. See what the human race is capable of. Have a great day.
Have a great day, Neville. See you tomorrow. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to basically make an announcement about a new group that we have launched on Facebook, where we want to indulge with people and discuss about things like attitude, leadership, and character building and things like that, even parenting. So I will be joined by my partner from UK, and we will be making this announcement and making it very clear why your participation is so crucial, not only for you but for everyone, including us. Welcome back, friends, and today we have a special announcement, and the announcement is very interesting. So without further ado, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunt, to talk more about it.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful day today. And yes, we're launching something new. And it's called Everything You Should Have Learned at School, but You Didn't. Now, why are we doing that? CK, why are we doing that?
Well, in my opinion, I think there are several skills which you don't learn at school, and the life teaches you those skills. So we want to basically have people follow us and learn some of those skills. That is the reason why we have launched this particular specific group for reaching out to such people who wants to enhance their attitude, improve their leadership qualities, etc.
Absolutely right. And you know, as an employer, and I know as an employer, the first thing you ask in an interview is not what's on the CV, it's what isn't on the CV. What have you done? Where have you done it? What did you enjoy? What was your worst example? And all of these things you never get from a technical arena. Now, this is a huge shock to a lot of highly qualified graduates that come out of university thinking, having been told, get a good degree, get a good job. Now, I'm 62 years old, and I was told that when I was at school. And do you know what? My teachers lied to me. But they didn't lie on purpose because they didn't know any better. It's because it was assumed that that's what happens. You get good qualifications, you get a good job. Well, it's never really been the case. And you will know
Anyone over 25, in fact, sometimes a little younger, but anyone over 25 that's gone for an interview and they see a whole line of people waiting to be interviewed for that one job, and then you suddenly realize you're in a competition. And it's not just about soft skills and the right attitude, but it's all those other things that we have to learn as an adult. How to be a parent. My goodness, how to be a parent. You can go and read all the books about it, but they won't do you any good at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to thumb through and that baby's crying. You know, it's about practice, more practice, and the right practice makes perfect. Any practice makes permanent. So the purpose of this course, and it's online, we're going to be doing live sessions. We're going to be interviewing you online as well. And we're going to be getting you to do certain things that might be just pushing you a little bit out of your comfort zone. But fundamentally, look at the picture in the background. Can-do people are great performers. And what we want to be doing is helping you be a can-do person. Not that you know how to do it, because there's lots of things, CK, you and I do that we haven't a clue how to do, but it's exciting, and we roll our sleeves up, we brush ourselves down, and we get after it. We really get engaged with it. And this is about being engaged. What excites you? What really excites you? You know, it could be sport, it could be work, it could be having fun with the kids or grandkids. It doesn't matter. But once you've found out what that is, then we can capture that and we can move that into having more excitement and being happier. So it's as simple as that. Come on a journey with us. It'll be a fascinating journey. We're going to teach you little tricks of the trade. These aren't tricks, really. It's just common sense. But as they say, common sense isn't common practice. So that's what we're going to help you do as well. We're going to make common sense your common practice. And there's lots of side benefits from this too. You will be able to identify idiots, fake news, people that you need to avoid. So those are the tricks of the trade that we can have. And more importantly, you can help those other people be better people. So this is about helping you be good in your arena, get the best out of your life, but also being a good human to everybody else. I hope that's exciting. CK, I can see you smiling away. We've touched a couple of nerves with you there. You know, you and I are a little old in the teeth here, but you've got young children, and it's helping them succeed too.
Yes, so viewers, I think this is a very brief announcement of what we intend to do. So please join in every Friday at 4 p.m. India time. And you can actually address your concerns with Naval, and Naval can respond to you. It's going to be a chit chat session, nothing official about it. It'll be very friendly from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. I will update the group statistics with all this information. Every Friday 4 to 5, Naval will be live with you guys and discuss various soft skills, leadership, attitude, and even parenting issues.
Look forward to it. And by the way, we don't have all the answers, but we'll help you find them in your world, in your arena, so that you can be the best you can be. And it's as simple as that. So come on the journey. Let's have a little fun. Let's go back to our childhood and start learning everything we should have learned at school, but didn't.
See you this Friday, Naval, and we will have fun.
Cheerio. See you then.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm Chandrakant. And today we are actually going to talk about one of the big achievements that India has made in terms of the microprocessor. And this is called Shakti chip or Shakti microprocessor. There is a big history behind it and there is a story of success. So don't go anywhere. I will meet you with the complete analysis after a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back friends, and the big news is the Shakti chip which has been produced by India, and this is actually going to change a lot of things for Indians and for the world. Why? I think we first need to understand how this chip industry it works, and how it will basically impact the mobile industry to start with. So usually when you look at the other brands like Samsung, LG, iPhone, etc., almost most of them use the Snapdragon, except the iPhone use their own, and they have also announced that they will be going forward maybe using Snapdragon. Now Snapdragon is a very old chip which has been produced by a company called Qualcomm, and so Qualcomm supplies the chip to Samsung and others so that they can just fit this chip into their mobile phones and they can go commercial with it. But it's not really the Qualcomm which actually did the R&D and produced the chip. There is another company called ARM. They actually designed the whole chip. It's like when you're building your house, there is an architect who actually designs the layout of your house, and your architect will decide, hey, this is the foyer, this is the living area, this is your kitchen, etc. So this is similar to that activity where ARM designs the chip, and this design is then provided to a company like Qualcomm, which will then produce the chip. And when we say when we produce the chip, that means every mobile will have at least one chip. So the Qualcomm will actually build their supply chain in order to fulfill their requirement. And as we know that the population of the world is growing, and the demand for mobile devices is increasing like never before. So Qualcomm is always chasing the market requirement. They're always chasing it. So whatever Qualcomm do, the number of chips required, which is Snapdragon chip required, will be always in shortage. And since it is in shortage, the cost of Snapdragon chip is quite high. In fact, if you buy a good mobile phone and you pay something like $500, 50% of that cost is the cost of the chip. It is so expensive. And once the Qualcomm basically produce these chips, it is then transferred to whoever wants, like Samsung, LG, and any other company, Android phone manufacturers like OnePlus brand, etc. So why Shakti is going to change the whole paradigm? Well, Shakti is not something which is being developed like 10 years back. It is just started, and Shakti is no different in terms of how the industry works. So Shakti is basically designed. It's a design basically. It's designed by IIT Chennai, and this whole project was funded and sponsored by ISRO, because ISRO can become their premium client, because they need chips in every machinery which they are sending to space. Now this chip can be put into a small PC, it can be put into in a mobile device, and the whole game plan is, it's not that it is going to compete with Snapdragon. No, Shakti is just entered the market, and Snapdragon has been around for last 20 years. So Shakti is going to change the market dynamics in the form of reducing cost, because Shakti will be a lot cheaper, and it has two variants which are 32-bit and 62-bit, and both variants are available. And the best part is it has never happened actually in the hardware industry, where the Shakti designs are put up as an open source. Friends, you heard it right. The whole thing is open source project. So that means anybody can download the design and can value add. So it is coming free, and open source is a very established industry right now. And that will change the whole costing structure around the mobile phone. When this chip is available at a very low cost, the designs will be downloaded by numerous other players. They will do further R&D. They will modify this chip in a way that it has more features, and it will be very, very low cost as compared to Snapdragon. So the title of my video is the brand killer. And certainly it is going to give a lot of competition to established players like Intel or Qualcomm, and especially to start with, because it has just started, the journey is going to just take off. So it is going to then change the market dynamics in terms of availability, unlike the demand and supply gap in terms of expensive chips like Snapdragon. This Shakti chip is likely to fill the supply chain gap there, and for not so powerful devices it can start the revolution. It can add to the revolution. It can fulfill the requirement, because in every device we don't want to put Snapdragon. There are so many different utilities are there, where you don't need such a powerful chip in order to do that activity. So you can actually go ahead and use a chip like Shakti in your mobile device and can get the whole thing to work. So once the Shakti low cost chip is ready, and different variants of Shakti chip will be available in the market, there'll be manufacturers like Samsung, LG, etc. They will actually sprung up across the length and breadth of India, who will start making different devices, different types of microprocessor control devices, voice control devices, and so on. Because when we talk about different the future, where we want our voice to actually convert into commands for our light switches, for our fridge, for our AC, etc. But who's going to provide all this backend technology? Definitely you need a device which will do that. And if the device is as expensive as your AC, then obviously it's not a starter. This business is not going to take off. Therefore this Shakti chip and its devices, which it will power the multiple mobile devices, will fill in that gap which is there in the supply chain of mobile devices. So that is why this is a very, very exciting news, and it is open source. I think IIT Chennai, IIT Madras has done a fantastic job of making this very powerful chip and also making it open source. So this is something that I thought I will bring it to you. Before I end my video, a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their book Inner CEO is a classic, is a bestseller, and if you are a small business owner or an enterprise chief executive, you need to bring out your inner CEO by reading this book. So friends, the link for reserving your copy is in the description below, and I will catch up with you next time with some other interesting topic. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Morning friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and I'm Chandrakant. Uh, as we speak, there is a Indo-US military operation, sort of an exercise is underway high up in the Himalayas, and this is happening somewhere on the border, the LAC. So the interesting fact is that there are 300 soldiers, from 350 to be precise, from India, and 300 soldiers from the airborne from the US, and they are actually playing the part of practicing the art of war uh, in the Himalayas, and more so at very, very high altitude. So this is right now going on, and the interesting fact about this particular event is that this is now dubbed as Yudh Abhyas, which is happening in the Himalayas, as I said, and it is also hashtag as Yudh Abhyas. And as you can see in this picture, the American soldiers and Indian soldiers, as part of ice breaking, played kabaddi. And this is you can see there is so much cold, and there's so much snow over there, and they are playing kabaddi, and they also played American football and volleyball. And I think this is a very good icebreaker, because when the two nations are coming together, and the partnership between soldiers have to develop, I think the sports are the best mechanism. And kabaddi being a very, very demanding sport, so the Americans actually played kabaddi with full zeal, and they tried to understand the rules of the game. And if you if you are an Indian, you would know what is kabaddi, but for the benefit, I'm just repeating. Kabaddi can be traced back to prehistoric times in India. It was a sport which is played equally in women, as among the women team, men team. And the origin of kabaddi is that you need to hold your breath till the time you are in that act. So, and you have to be fast, you have to be strong, you have to be swift. These are very taxing requirement of playing kabaddi, and you have to holding your breath. So this is basically to increase the alertness, physique, holding your breath, and performing against all odds. And the whole game is that if you break your breath and you start breathing again, you have lost it. So the all action in kabaddi as a game is played while holding your breath, and you have to perform all activities like jumping, wrestling, running, all by holding your breath. So that is why this is so interesting information, and I thought I'll bring this to you. Stay tuned to this Yudh Abhyas, which is happening high up in the Himalayas, a joint army exercise, US and India, and I think to increase the partnership with our soldiers. So friends, I always look forward to your comments, and even for this one, I look forward to your comments and suggestions. I will catch you in the next one.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Muki from Bangalore. Muki, many people know in the industry. He has been a serial entrepreneur for past 25 years. He has built a lot of successful companies, and he joins us from Bangalore. We will ask him how this lockdown, or today is the 8th day, is treating Muki. Muki, welcome to the show.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for bringing me here. It's a pleasure to be talking to you and the rest of the audience.
So Muki, we passed 1 week and we are now on the 8th day of the lockdown. So you are in Bangalore. What is the situation there? Any challenges that you might have faced as a individual or as a community? Would you like to share your experiences so far?
I would say that this is something which the world has not seen before. So there is a tremendous amount of anxiety among people, which is what I see it. I hardly see anybody outside. And when I go there to pick up groceries, they have these circles which is 2 meters far away, and you have to stay there, and not more than 5, 6 people can be in that vicinity. I must say that law enforcement is doing a brilliant job. We can't get anything better than this, and it's a tough situation for people. Personally, I have been, working at home for a long time, and especially when my daughter had cancer 4.5 years ago, I've always been sitting with her for 10 to 12 hours with her, and then after that my wife passed away. So I am kind of used to this. I won't call this as loneliness for me, but for the rest of the world, I think a lot of people consider this as loneliness. You should consider this as a aloneness, which means this is a time, this is a great time to be mindful, and this is a great time to go internally, because so far the whole world has been doing rat race, going outside. It's about winning and competition. I think this is a great time for each one of us to go internally and figure out what is that we have all been doing, where are we, and what is that we need to do going forward, is what I would start with.
Yes, I think, Muki, these are golden words. I think all of us have to have some sort of a system in our life. And I think more so with lockdown, when we are not able to go out, but the business has to go on. So I'm sure, you are working, like you already mentioned that you're working for 12 hours. Is there a routine that you have worked out for yourself?
So my routine has not changed at all, CK. I get up in the morning at around 5:36. I brush my teeth, then I take a glass of water, little warm water, and then I start my yoga. I do around 1 hour of yoga. It's very important for everybody to understand that when you are at home, your muscles are not activated, and you are going to feel more lethargic. On top of that, you don't have work and you don't have anything else to do outside. There is very less vitamin D for you because you are not going to be in the sunlight. So it's very important to start your day with exercise. So I start my day with exercise, then I do all kinds of housework, and then I start my work at around 10 o'clock, and then it goes on. All my regular activities happens. it's very hard for most of the people to do this, but you got to push yourself to go forward because you are alive. Remember that you have this life ahead of you, and you need to push yourself as much as possible. I would say one thing to all the viewers, that don't try to be so much focused into what you're doing. Just let it go. And because the moment you start focusing inside four walls, it becomes very hard, right? So I would say that relax, listen to, music which are very soothing for you, do all kinds of work at home, and any kind of work, do gardening, and talk to the plants. These are all very important moments in your life where you need to do regular activities, and that will take your mind away from anxiety, is what I would say.
I think there is a message from Muki. The message is that be focused in your work, but don't be attached. So I think these are all very nice advices. And today is day 8. I think we've got few more days to go. So I believe I will catch you after a few more days to see how things are. It seems that Bangalore is coping well. But I think there will be another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see how the lockdown has affected the people by and large.
Sure. How is it in your place? You are in Delhi?
So, we have the same issue like yourself. We are under lockdown. So in our society, we have worked out a system where we have an app, and we made sure that the community does not create sort of a crowd at the supermarket. So you can book your slot. We have also got an application where you can say that so it is capped. You cannot buy more than 1,000 rupees in one shot, and you can spend only 15 minutes. So the slots are being available online, so you don't have to go anywhere. Just book your slot, go on time, and the key word is go on time. So if you miss your slot, you cannot go on the same day. So all this is very application was built within 2 days, and we rolled it out, and people are very happy here.
Lovely. We don't have that kind of a system when we go outside on the road to buy it, because I live in a normal community. I don't live in a closed community, so this is more open like anybody else. So that's good to know that. That's fantastic.
Because I think that is the only biggest challenge we have. So the main gate is sealed completely. Nobody is allowed to go out or come in. Outside the gate, there are cops who are monitoring movement of people, and so that is why the things are brought to the society. The place where I live, there are 3,000 households, so 3,000 houses. So the system was very, very important to manage the whole thing.
Fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah. So far, the only challenge we have is, like you said, loneliness. So I believe, this lockdown has brought people together more than like you and me were talking after a few years. So here's an opportunity for us to candidly have a discussion, because we want to talk to people. We are social.
Absolutely, CK. I really appreciate what you're doing. Is that people must talk. That's why who changed the word yesterday from social to personal. So it's not anymore social distancing, but it's personal distancing. Sorry, physical distancing, because socially we are all social animals. We cannot get away from people, right? So we need to just create physical distance and not social distancing. And this is the right time for everybody to be transparent, open, trust each other, and be very methodical in your approach. And also at the same time, be honest to yourself, so that if you are not well, so you don't come out. If somebody is not well, make sure that you tell them straight, directly to them, and you're not hurting anybody. because this should not affect too many people, right? So I personally feel that Indian government has done a fantastic job. We should, support all the doctors, policemen, and in Bangalore, I'm so happy that garbage people are coming in collecting. We should be very, very thankful for all this. It's not happening even in a developing nation. So I think I'm very sure that Indian government has done a fantastic job. Put aside all our likes and dislikes and come together as a community. And there is only one community that is human. So and then it's environment. So we should all come together. We are all part of environment, right? So we should come together, take things forward, and reduce this catastrophe as much as possible in every way is what I would say. So one thing I would like to tell you about loneliness, that it is not loneliness, it is aloneness, which means you are alone, because loneliness is depression. So you should come out of that, rather embrace this opportunity, and then you will start enjoying this aloneness. One of the simple technique, it's an ancient Indian technique, I would say, that close your eyes, let all the thoughts come to your mind, don't open your eyes for 10 minutes, and slowly over a period of few days your mind starts calming down, and you will see a remarkable change in yourself, is what I would suggest to all of you.
Very nice word of wisdom, Mukhi. I think I really appreciate personally as a professional, and I'm sure the viewers of this program would also appreciate. It was pleasure talking to you, Mukhi. I think we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you again and get this gyan from you on how to basically live under lockdown or even after the lockdown. So I think you are an interesting person. We will
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Namaste. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Bank Live. And there are a lot of stress among people, especially young professionals, and also some of the people who are just about to start their career, and also sometimes in youngsters. How to cope up with this stress? I am joined by a very eminent trainer who actually take these sessions and help people come out of these anxiety and stress. Her name is Aditi Palit. So without further ado, let's welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be back again on this platform. And today I will talk about a very important factor, as has been mentioned, stress, which has always been in most people, and particularly since the start of the pandemic, it is becoming serious among all age groups. So I would like to talk how I conduct this in brief, how I conduct these sessions. And one more thing I want to stress here is I have lived through stress before marriage, and after getting married to a doctor. I knew that it is a thing that we need to work on ourselves and not let us go to that length where we are left with no option but to go to a specialist. Stress is a fact of life, human life. Everyone has it in some degree, but those who are afflicted with it in serious proportions and don't display. And this kind of situation, biological warfare, we are seeing loss everywhere. I would like to help people to handle them, these, the factors that lead to their stress.
Well, Aditi, I think from my point of view, I see a lot of stress among the people who have just passed out, especially the youngsters who are 18 years or starting their career. I'll tell you the reason. You see, people who have already lived their life, they have a different kind of stress. So we are not talking about that. Let's focus on the youngsters. And because of this issue of social isolation, the people who are just starting their career are not getting that feeling of, getting some experience or exposure. Youngsters who are below 16 years or below younger children, they are already undergoing the online training. So by the time they reach this milestone of starting a career, they would be fairly used to offline working or online working, whatever you want to call it. But the people, especially the youngsters who have just passed out in past couple of years, or who are going to pass out now in next 1 or 2 years, the stress is very, very alarming. So over to you. I think that is my specific question, but you can add from your experience, what kind of stress people are having, especially youngsters.
That's a very pertinent question to me, because I do a lot of coaching, but different and a basket of behavioral coaching. But my target, or the segment that I have always been dealing mostly with, are young professionals. I have dealt with them. And being having been an HR executive and manager with, as I say, with HCL, I have seen that the challenges that we faced when it was totally physical, is far, I'll tell you, easier than what is happening now. So that's why I have fashioned my, the sessions especially for them, in the way that has helped them, and I continue to believe that I will help them in the future also.
So Aditi ji, please tell us how your session works. I mean, does it require some sort of a orientation before you start working with the people who need help, especially to remove the stress that they have in their life? What is the general process? You can update our viewers.
All right. Here I would like to add that since I'm an instructional designer also, so my, the presentations of the modules are based on instructional designing, which involves a lot of analysis, pre-training analysis. Now, to come to this particular topic, stress management, I've seen that most people, and youngsters especially, cannot identify the stress triggers which they face. It is not something that, oh, I'm not feeling well today, and I'll get okay, I'll watch a movie and all. It is actually in their mind, and temporary, helps cannot cure them. They cannot come out of that. So first of all, that is where I give each one chance to tell me which particular, I have the emotional triggers, chart. I tell everyone, each one, to identify their particular trigger. So that helps me. It is this kind of training cannot be generalized, applicable to each and every individual. Workplace, stress is different, but we must remember that we are all coming from our homes with personal problems also. So I tell the individuals, first tell me whether something is there at home which is constantly proving a irritant to you. And since I've always been a friend, philosopher, guide kind of coach, they do, after seeing the chart, they say, oh, my ma'am, we didn't realize this little thing which is happening in me because of this situation at home. Or maybe the new manager is not listening to me, or not supporting my innovative ideas, not recognizing my great input into teamwork. Some can take it in their stride and tell themselves that okay, he's not recognizing. I'll do it. I'll do better, and next time he will be left with no other option but to recognize me. This comes from the level of confidence which a team member has, which an employee has. Now, once they recognize the particular trigger or one or two triggers, then I come to them, and among that, with reference through that trigger, how vulnerable, my next step is recognize that trigger and how vulnerable are you to it. Is it very serious? Is it a little serious? Or I am being able to find ways to, cope with it little by little. And, they say with your help and active guidance, we are sure we'll get about it. So then the next step is to recognize yourself. Next, the third one, these are, I'm also talking with reference to the learning outcomes. Once they identify, they will find the solutions themselves. They find it. The level of confidence, I'm very particular on focusing on the level of confidence as a personality in my trainees. I can understand who are saying they have understood and have understood, they are ready to implement, and those who are hiding things inside them. One of the commonest stress factor or trigger is people hide this. Oh my God, if I tell, my parents that I'm not feeling good or I'm feeling stressed, they will think that it's wrong. Maybe the neighbors come to know. If that level comes to a psychiatrist, I will be termed as abnormal. So the others are saying, as I said, we are talking of the good of Western countries and the good of Indian, countries, India. So what is there? They go to the psychiatrist, psychologist. One thing is, I've learned from my husband that it is not necessary to go to a psychiatrist for most people. Any psychologist who he or she, my trainees know, I say, if you think after my sessions, and I also have family members who are these, so you can go to it, but you may not need to go to a specialist if you yourself build this mechanism, and which I teach them. And the mechanisms are also, one thing is that many teach, there are coaches that are teaching because they've taken it, they're certified, or they've taken it from Google or anything. But being a coach for over 16 years, around a decade, and having handled young minds, and having overcome the stress element in myself, I said, as it was quite serious, being a good student, I think, but I took academics too seriously, where I felt, a bit nervous before the exam. Then I understood that is leading to my loss. So these are, then once so it has to be done step by step. Once the vulnerability level is understood, and from there I focus, those who are very vulnerable, I handle them even, more carefully. So then, the coping strategies come, which is the most important aspect of this coaching. Now, generally, what I've seen, the advice is that do yoga, listen to music, go out for a walk, talk to your friends, which is a very big factor, with those who are working in isolation. So work from home. Each one, again, has an inclination towards one or two of these strategies. Again, questionnaires are there from me. I will even, make them act, even, so a parent or a friend with us. So a lot of, relevant, activities. Now, being online is a big difference because the kind of offline is much easier, but then you're focused on the mind. And say it's a 5-day training, but what is needed feedback. And I can understand who are saying, yes, we've done. And when I give them an activity at the end, which they cannot do it, then I've understood. But I don't let them, go to that length, because according to instructional designing, midway, we have to take feedbacks. And refashion, I've refashioned it over time, and then go to something which is proving more effective to these people who are not being able to. So everyone says, if I say go to do yoga, ma'am, yoga is actually very boring. Let's do say something with dance moves. If I tell dancing to everyone, they'll say we are not good at dancing. So by the question is, I identify whose inclination is which towards which strategy to go. So at the end of the 5-day session, I'm already constantly and in between constantly making changes. One set of trainees in one company may differ to another. So that way, and at the end, these are the results that they do, and they do overcome, because lot of unnecessary baggage is there in the minds of these young people.
Well, Aditi, I have one question here. You mentioned 5 days. So, in 5 days, is there a measurable metrics that is also available as part of your design system? Where, for example, if there is a parent who approaches you and say that, hey, I suspect my child is under some sort of stress. So, after a period of 5 days, will you be able to show improvement in terms of metrics? Is that something that
I have done. Now you see, 5 days, I'm not claiming, that there's total transformation, that this person will not. That's why I prefer to serious, for serious topics like, stress management, I prefer 10 to 14 days, because if I do 7 days and then at the end, I don't leave without seeing this kind of, change. Then if at the end of say 10 days, that person has not changed in measurable way, then I suggest they take clinical help. So it's not, and this has been a feature of my trainings. Even if there is a contract with a company for 7 days, next 7 days I keep in touch. And if it's serious, and it's not that I always charge for those who are having problems at the end of the 7 days. Whether it's my professional training, and whether or my academic trainings, I have got feedback that, ma'am doesn't leave us till she achieves what she wanted in us. So I'm not saying total, stress management can be done in these, but there I have seen there is considerable change, because the process is very logical. As I said at the beginning, if someone says today, I'm not feeling good, why are you not feeling good? Is it a physical one, stomach ache, headache, fever, or something is upsetting me as I said at the beginning? If they say that I have, as I said, metrics, a question is where they are checked thoroughly. At the end, beginning, I do psychometric tests, where if they are honest, and I can gauge the level of honesty in this people here. I've been young IT professionals. I know more or less, the challenges may have become online more serious. Say these are the group of people who I'm doing stress management in recent time, and I've got the feedback that it's not personal. The whole team has not been given a proper onboarding process. So that is not in the mind of an individual, which is creating. So there I go and suggest that if you give me, 3-4 days of telling them the process of, or your HR manager, that if this has not worked, or if you want me to help, I've learned that I've told in one previous interview here that last year in 2020, I've heard from my ex-trainees that they were asked to help these people by the new entries, because the proper onboarding, nothing was told about the project much, and what are the company's policies, which is very important, which should be done before when the person is selected after interview. So what these young people, if they knew any connection, they approach that, help us. So this is a general, you can say, professional stress. The whole team is suffering from that. That is easier to deal. But in this also, some people are, in this can cope it. Okay, and they'll coming to know about the project. Okay, then if my team manager finds fault with me that I do not know the company policies, or I can go back and I can tell him that, sir, this kind of onboarding did not clear my, the issues that I had. I'm not still. So this is again confidence building. But when it comes to issues, personal issues, someone again not performing at the workplace over and over again because he has some, not a proper idea. Say it's teamwork, which is more of team and less of individuals. Now, individual contribution. But most run up after individual contribution. This I've seen with my experience that when I ask them, say, ma'am, ultimately we will be judged by our individual performance. So why should I help someone, by doing their work along with mine? I said, I have ample, examples. I've trained people where the person who did more teamwork than, individual, and by managing time, they have really been rewarded. You cannot be, now this kind of wrong, information or wrong understanding of the situations, they lead to stress in individuals. Then I offered them that before that, talking clearly, being afraid of the manager or the team leader will not lessen your stress. Be an adult young. And that's why I do a lot of campus to corporate trainings. I understand new professionals even better, to be professionals even better. So there is, and from my experience, I talk everything from my experience. Again, I'm telling you, these are not made stories. My processes or my the modules are from real-time experience. So why they can handle the stress later? Because they don't have a general idea. They will have a specific stress management strategy which will work for them. Then remember this, next time they're facing any stress, they will apply this strategy. So, and this way, I have shown, and I have gained the confidence of these young trainees that they will do it. They are doing with me, and even I've gone to companies with whom I've worked for a long time. Even 1 month later, I find out from the HR manager. Still, if there's anything, I will train again without any.
I have one question. You mentioned about 10 days as a program. So how much time per day one person has to spend with you in order to improve his situation from the stress per day?
See, the sessions, my sessions are 2, 2.5, 3, depending on the agreement that I go with the company. So that is twice a week. Now, I tell one thing, the first thing I say, you're adults. You all will think that if ma'am gives some kind of assignment to be done at home, that is childish. But I can't guarantee really, just when I'm there, you're doing it, you're saying it, you're performing. Next day, the next time we, again meet, if you have not done that assignment, I can guarantee further success for you. At home, how when it was physical, now also, when you're doing online, you finish your work, your whole day, 8 hours, give my assignment 10 minutes. I'm not asking you for much. Go through it and see whether the previous day's session really had an effect. If you did not, write it down. Identify where you didn't understand me or why it didn't have an effect. Come back, I will deal with you first before I carry on.
So I think
That way,
when you say that there are three sittings per week and about an hour, is that correct? About an hour?
more than that. I said all my sessions are minimum 2 hours. 1 hour I cannot guarantee. It will take months.
So in that case, these are some exercises that you give to the person to perform, and also some sort of homework.
Absolutely. That's what I just said, that they need to be in touch. Why? Because those 2 hours they are with other people, online also, they are interacting. They are getting to know from each other, not as much as offline where they could physically meet. But after that, all it takes is a phone call to the person, he is having, before bringing problems the next day. This works. The youngsters at least chatting on the phone or any kind of video calling. If you see someone in the team who's taken the training that he or she is performing better, that means understood my sessions, that day sessions, just give them a call. And also I have windows, personal windows, where I take professional calls also. So again, the real solution is you stay in touch with what is being trained on. Any issues, you can sometimes call me with a message, or it's very easy that you pick up the phone or do video calling with your teammate who's going. After that, sit down and see where you're still not being able to identify the trigger, that, or maybe the process by which the coping strategy process. Then write it down and bring it to me next class. So that way it happens that at the end of the 10 day, it differs, the company, it also differs on the company policies. When they say something like, communication can have faster results, but interpersonal skills cannot have. So when I make them, tell the, my layout and my analysis and my modules, they understand. Many of them extend it. Seeing very good feedbacks from the trainees, the company, the HR, they extend it. But if they're in a hurry and they say we can allot only 10 days because we are having other sessions, then I'll tell them that then I should have access after 7 days, and you don't have to pay. Anyone with serious problem, I don't leave usually, but anyone still, then get a one-to-one call. They can still there. I don't wash off my hands till I can achieve success. I have proved that over the years. This is not just talking. I am available, and since this is pandemic, this is serious matter of stress. These kind of waves. I'll tell you another thing, the stress factor. I'll tell you, I'm getting many kind of waves are coming. This is also serious. Next one will be serious. They're not being able to differentiate. Having had COVID myself and hearing, close people suffering, I'll tell you, Omicron is milder than Delta. But hearing one person suffering a lot, they said, we are gone. We didn't have last year. These kinds of talk or approach is also a stressful factor, because they don't take into account it's being given all over, and to only listen. It's also I'm talking of the present situation. They should only read articles by medical professionals. Even there is, I'm not against, IIT Kanpur, they're giving, they're having some calculations that even then, this time will come. I, for one, believe that it is only scientists and, the medical professionals who can predict, who are saying, again, it depends. Like I tell you, just yesterday I read that Mumbai and Delhi, because they are facing the problem much in larger numbers. My city is catching up. Their peak will come earlier. So you are from one of those states But I believe that if that is, people there are more careful, they can handle it. Now, ours also, it is coming. I tell people around me that be careful. So this is why if you have unnecessary wrong information, that is a big cause of stress.
I have one question, Aditi, and that is related to stress again. So I'm bringing the discussion back to the stress. See, you know that the stress actually builds over multiple days, multiple months, and it is largely ignored, as you mentioned in the beginning. So when you finish your 10 days program, is there a refresher course which is also planned after a few months so that you know?
Yes, that's what I've been telling, that it depends on the company policy. If they say, no, we cannot afford any more sessions because we have a lot of other sessions, then I say, at least give me 1 day. And, as I've told before, this is absolute, more and more it's becoming a passion. I'm not only running after money. Money is very important for everyone. Give me 1 day. Anyone who I had a feeling that they still were hiding because of parental pressure or whatever, I will then talk to him separately. And any group, 2, 3 if they're having. But I have, because it is based on scientific facts, my sessions on stress management has also yielded near 100% results. It is, as I told you, these are very built logically. Identifying individual stresses, the level of vulnerability that you are, and then again those tests are there where they cannot lie. My interactions, then the coping strategies, not generalized. The thing they have to pick up among my suggestions, they have to pick up which is their, which is workable for them. So then that they become, at the end, they become confident that any kind of stress, they'll be, we are talking of maybe the pandemic now, okay, biology or whatever. Then once this is over, the human life all through is full of stress. So say that is, first it was pandemic and then workplace problem. Suddenly, I'll tell you some things that parents have got divorced after my sessions are over. They can identify that it is upsetting, it is demoralizing, but they are at a stage where they should take it in their stride and say that now, henceforth, I will chalk out the plan for my life. I will make it better. I will nowadays parents, they meet up with individually with the children and all. I tell them you're not at a 10-year-old or 12-year-old where you should think that is it's shattered. Your life is shattered, and you get stressed, and you take antidepressants, or maybe some have become later on heard that from cases and all suicidal, because this came as a big blow. So take it in your stride that they are individuals, even after staying put together for some time, they may have problems, and it's better that they divorce instead of having quarrels every day and keep proving making an unpleasant atmosphere at home. Go on with your life. You started a new job. How to do get all the nitty-gritties of excelling at the new job. Your constant friends have come as a big support. Talk to them. I'm always there. I've told you, my trainees keep in touch with me. So anyone, but again, if you feel you cannot, talk to a psychologist. There are many ways, but for heaven's sake, don't lose hope and take any drastic measure. Yeah, I'll tell you, it is very distressing. Nowadays, the shortest, the possible cure that youngsters are taking is suicide. That's no solving. So once as I said, they treat me as their friend, philosopher, guide. When I talk during the sessions, it's not always on exact module or whatever. I do a lot of life-linked talks, confident, motivational talks. And then they do. They ask me, ma'am, this is only 10 days. Can we get in touch with you after that? If there's still any chance, any day, I said, of course, always. Just ping me and that. So this is, I've seen if the module is scientific and individualized, this is a training which cannot be, all of you do, as I said, coping strategy, all of you do yoga, or just dance, or just talk to your friends. No, sometimes friends cannot understand you also, what is going on in your mind, unless a best friend or something. So these are the coping strategies. Today you've selected this. Tomorrow you know that there are other ways, which also has helped some people. I have something to fall back on, that is another coping strategy. So when one is equipped with the ways of fighting stress, why will it not have effect?
Well, I think it is an open fact, Aditi ji, that it is being said also that the unidentified pandemic is the stress which is affecting our youngsters. And when it is already said that it is unidentified, do you have any pointers that you would like to give to parents through our program to identify the early stages of stress in their children? Would you have some sort of pointer which you can share on our program today?
Just coming to that point, now I was focusing on the trainings, but parents, believe me, have a huge role to play, huge. Now, this is a fact which you will also agree with me. Many young professionals who have become parents, they don't give time to sit down, have a meal, and talk to their children what happened during the day. Now, and keeping a caretaker, keeping a whole timer, they cannot understand the child. If you talk to them, what happened at work, if you don't want to give in details, you can give in, short form. You can tell what is, best thing that happened during your day. If you keep a watch on the child, parents should understand. And here I'm claiming, and I'm claiming with reason, that mothers have a bigger role to play in this. Children open up to mothers more easily. So talking daily with the child. Now something wrong happened at work. The child, the young person, boy or girl, is glum today, and then maybe didn't get into the job, desired job. If the parents say, "I told you, you didn't give enough time to your preparations," that's why this blame game is again a stress factor. Will the child get that job? I've seen it again. I'm telling you, staying with a doctor, it has helped me to understand human psychology. A little bit of an example. My son was very honest. If he left a book at home, didn't take that book, and he was punished outside the class, he would come and tell me, something wrong has happened. Now, one day, because of that, factor that he's not being taking books and all, he didn't prepare, he didn't do well. So I said, it is because of this I started. Then my husband, and another thing is, parents should not quarrel in front of the children, however big the boy or girl is. My husband told me later, he will not confide you if you do like this. So parents, this is my, if I get to talk to the parents, for serious, little bit of a serious matter with any training, I do request the HR manager to talk. Maybe if they don't have time, I can talk to them. That blame game and, things like that should not be the way you deal with a bad day in your child's life. Starting with marks. Marks are something also which are not important as much as the happiness of a child. So this is the way I tell you, spend time with the child as much as possible. It is quality time, as it said, to half an hour, 1 hour, then you will definitely get to know that your son or daughter has not had a good day. Now, if you just keep on questioning why this, why this, why this, it will not help. And the stress will come. And one day he will see that your child has to go to a psychiatrist. No one wants that, isn't it? So give time, however busy. I'll tell you, when my child was born, after that, he was 2-3 years old. When I was with HL, I saw that, because his father is a doctor, he's not expected to give time. I kept with my, parents while I worked. Then I realized that if I take time off, maybe a year or two, and make him, look after him and, his admission, his quality time, not all have to do it, but I think this helped because I knew how his mind was working, how he's growing up with a positive, mentality. Do not make earning money your, first and last priority. Once you have a child, give him or her your time. And tell you, and now I say proudly that I'm reaping much, much more benefits, I believe, than if otherwise if I had kept him with. I'm not generalizing. This is my experience. Kept him with an ayah. I came from office. I had dinner and told, oh,